So, hello. This is my submission video for Life is Strange 100%. I estimate this run to take somewhere between 5.5 hours to 5 hours and 45 minutes, depending on how it goes. Joining me today is Crispy Hanako. They're going to help me with commentary, since a run this long needs somebody to help with commentary. Hopefully we're going to have a good time. A lot of this game is chill, but just a warning in advance, this game, content warning, this game does deal with themes of cyberbullying, drug use, and suicide. And with that being said, let's get started. We're going to start a new game, and timing starts when we first get control of Max. If my auto splitter works, this actually should be automatic. If it's not, we're going to have to restart, and I have to do that little intro again.
I believe in the auto splitter. It can do it.
No, wait, the auto splitter doesn't start timing. I have to do that myself, I think. I don't remember where I left the auto splitter. I need to finish it. I'm seeing for this kind of died a bit. We're going to turn the volume down first thing. Volume's down, okay. So I guess this scene is just particularly loud.
Yeah, the first storm is really loud.
I wasn't expecting the storm to be so loud. I thought the volume would turn back up. I'm just going to start the timer because it's running, so.
Where am I?
There is
What's
a
happening?
half-written auto splitter active.
I'm trapped in a
And I can't
storm.
remember
How did I
half-written
get here?
it is.
And where is here?
I think this game might pick up a little
Wait,
bit more. What's the
there's the
remastered
lighthouse.
style?
I'll be safe if
Sometimes
I can make it
kind
there.
of died down a
I
little bit
hope.
with True Colors.
Please let me make it there.
It's always been kind of floaty when it comes to people coming in or not. Like, we'll usually have one person sweep the boards with attempts, or like we recently had with E-Ray, he would just sweep getting first place on everything.
I don't know how he gets such amazing teams.
It's just the dedication and practice.
Yeah. It's hard with that much practice for a game that's long.
Holy shit.
And I think a lot of the time it just comes down to like really optimizing.
It also kind of depends on the specs of your rig, because this engine is based, I believe, on how good your processor is,
Whoa.
as opposed to
That
the
was
newer
so
games that
surreal.
are based in
Film, little
Unity and an
pieces of
updated
time.
version of Unreal that
But he could be
is
talking
more
about
based on your hard drive speed.
photography, as he likely was.
Okay. I'm in class. Everything's cool. I am okay.
From light to shadow. From
Yeah,
color
Unreal 3 is not
to
nearly as
pure skill.
optimized as some of the engines that have come
Now,
since, right?
Can you give me an example of a photographer
As far as I'm aware,
perfectly
I'm not-
captured the human condition in
I
black?
didn't
I'm
fall
not
asleep,
programmer.
and that sure didn't feel like a dream.
I am a programmer, but
Weird.
I don't know
Look at
anything
this
about
crowd.
Unreal.
How can I show this to Mr. Jefferson? I can hear the class laughing.
Especially
at me.
Unreal 3. That's sort of before Unreal got into the
believe
hands
Max
of
has
indie
taken what
devs.
you kids call a selfie. A dumb word for a wonderful photographic tradition. And Max has a gift. Of course, as you all know, the photo portrait has been popular since the early 1800s. Your generation was not the first to use images.
And I guess on top of the warnings, I would say that this game has somewhere around 350 swears if you are sensitive to that kind of material as well.
Yeah. And you would know,
Dep-
because you had to donate, what was it, $1 per swear?
Max.
$1 per swear throughout the entire series.
Can you please?
So about
tell us the
$350
name
for
of
this
the
game, that's
process
worth
that gave
knowing.
birth to the first self-portraits.
And I was thinking about this earlier, but I was
did
wondering
know, but I kind
um,
of forgot.
how hard it
You
would
either
be
know
if this game
this
gets
or
if
not,
this game
Max.
doesn't get approved for
Is
anything
there
because of
anybody
the
here
swearing.
who knows
I wonder
their
how hard it would be to like
Louis Daguerre
strip
was
the
a
audio
French painter
files,
who
bleep
created
everything out, and add them back
daguerreotypes.
in. Just create a like
Process that gave
Life is
portraits with
Strange
sharp
censored
reflective
mod.
style like a mirror. Now you
I
can hold
know
it
it's
stuck in my
really
background.
easy to do that with the subtitles, because I've messed with the subtitles before.
The subtitles, yeah,
As-
those are just plain text files. You can go. There's actually a mod that you can download that you just drag a file in, and it just changes all the subtitles to something that the author thought was funny.
I believe that's also the way that they did the Arabic fan translation as well.
Oh, that makes sense. Fan translation is a really good idea for the
You
subtitles.
guys, don't forget the deadline to submit a photo when the
I didn't know
Everyday
somebody had done
Heroes
that. Did you know there's a
contest. I'll fly out with
Japanese
the winner of
dub
San
of this
Francisco,
game?
where
Like
you'll
an
be
official
feted
one?
by the art world. It's great
I knew there was
exposure,
one for
career in photography,
Captain
so
Spirit, but I
follow
didn't
and
think there was
listen
one for this one.
together.
Yeah,
Taylor,
it's really weird
don't
because the
hide.
entire game is
I'm still waiting
Japanese.
for
It's
your entry
official
too.
too.
And yes, Max, I see you pretending not to see me.
Let me turn the volume up just a little.
Which is funny because even the Japanese play this in English.
Really?
The one person that we have, I think he played in English.
Huh. Okay, I do have to actually remember all of the photos too. So if I walk past one, please let me know.
So far, so good.
You see the dilemma?
I know.
Excuse me, Mr. Jefferson, can I talk to you for a moment?
Yes. Excuse you.
No, Victoria. Excuse us. I'd never let one of photography's
Don't worry,
future
Mr.
stars
Jefferson.
avoid
These
handing
talking
their
scenes are going to
position.
take a lot longer than a moment.
I didn't have any time. Way too much homework.
A lot of
Max,
moments.
you're a
We
better
actually get to see
photographer
this
than a
exact
liar.
scene.
Now, I know it's a drag to hear some
3
old
times?
dude lecture you.
But
But life won't
4?
wait for you to play catch up. You're young, the world is yours,
Not
blah,
exact,
blah, blah,
I guess.
right?
Slightly
But you
different.
do have a gift. You have the fever to take
But this
images,
does happen canonically
to frame
3
the world
times.
only the way you
4 times if
envision
you
it.
count the nightmare.
Now, all you need is the courage to share your gift with others. And that's what separates the artist from the amateur.
So we're kind of getting into the main meat of what this game is about with that little hint at doing this scene about 3 times.
Real world.
Yeah, so little intro to the game. This is a game about a high school girl who suddenly discovers she has the ability to rewind time.
She plays it so sharp.
It's only in about 30-second increments, but still, you can rewind time.
Splash water on my
And
face
she doesn't
make
move
sure
when
I
she
don't
rewinds
look like
time,
a total loser.
which usually not how time travel works. When don't nod. Hang on, where is it? Where is it?
She's so fucking shy.
Wait for the don't nod logo. And she does the nod.
You should break the rules.
She broke the rules. Right when it says don't nod, she nods.
Expel her.
Expel her. But have you ever watched the video of the 2014 prototype of this game?
I honestly have not, even though you've sent it to me. I've been busy.
We're gonna hit this
Looks like
poster
she's
here
been
because it
gone
saves
for
us just a little
months.
bit of time later. If we don't hit this poster, then once we get out of this whole section, she'll actually stop to read the poster, and it's a lot slower than when we look at it. So
Empty. Good.
save a little
Yeah,
bit of
'cause she
time
picks-
by
Nobody
hitting
can
that
see my
poster real quick.
meltdown. Except
She picks it up off the ground. It's like, what is this?
Yeah, there's a whole animation. So if we just look at it early, because the poster is about a girl named Rachel that went missing, and she's going to be a major character in the story, or at least her disappearance is a major plot point of the story. So the game needs to make sure that you
just
know about her.
relax. Stop torturing yourself. You have a gift.
But yeah, the 2014 prototype.
Fuck it.
There's a leak out there, and you can find videos of it on YouTube. It's wild because they hadn't done any of the voice recording yet. None of the voice actors had come in yet.
When a
So
door
it's all
closes,
done
a
using
window
text to
opens.
speech, and it's super
Or
creepy.
Something like that.
And that's aside from the fact that
Okay, girl, you don't
there's
get
a lot of
photo op
models
like
that are
this every day.
untextured, and a lot of like people who are just these pure white models with like a name going down the side, or a lot of things like books that are just pink, untextured, unmodeled things that are used as placeholders. But the weirdest part is just that everybody is using this really weird robot voice.
So everybody's using the same voice. I was about to ask that.
Well, every male voice uses the same voice, and every female voice uses the same voice, and they're all British.
It's cool, Nathan.
Oh,
Don't stress.
lovely.
You're okay, bro. Just count to 3.
I was
It is
hoping that
super
all the
interesting, too, because a lot
You
of the
own
dialogue,
this school. If I
little
wanted,
pieces
I could
of
blow it
dialogue
up.
were rewritten in
You're the
between
boss.
that prototype and when they actually recorded the lines.
So,
So
what do
it's
you
totally
want?
worth checking out.
I hope you check the perimeter, as
I got
my
a copy of
step-ass
it,
would say.
actually, but
Now,
you need a
let's talk
developer
business.
PlayStation
I
3
got
to run
nothing
it.
for you.
So
Wrong. You got
it'd
hella
be fun to
cash.
actually get that working
That's my
sometime and
family,
showcase it on
not
stream.
me.
Oh, boo-hoo, poor little
Xbox
rich kid.
Club.
I know you've been
Sorry.
selling drugs and shit to
It's
kids
a
around.
PlayStation 3.
I bet your
I have a
respectable
PlayStation
family
3,
would help
but
me out if I went to
hacking
them.
it and turning it into a
Man, I
development
can see
machine
the
is a
headlines
whole
now.
thing and a
Leave
half.
them out of this bitch.
I might
can
go
tell
through the trouble
everybody
someday if
Nathan
people are
Prescott is
interested
a punk ass who
watching a
begs like a
stream,
little
like a
girl
speed
and
run
talks
of the
to
prototype
himself.
of the
You
game.
don't know
I think would
who
be
the fuck
interesting.
I am or who you're messing around with.
Where'd you get that? What are you
It's
doing?
$1 for the swear jar.
Come on, put that thing down.
Ever
A
tell me
lot
what
of
to
dollars
do.
for the swear
I'm so
jar.
sick of people trying to control me.
You are going to get in hella more trouble
Does
for
hella
this
count?
than drugs.
Is hella a
No
swear
one
jar?
would
I
ever
counted hella
miss your
separately, and I did
podcast
about
one day.
$2
Get away
each for
from me,
those.
psycho! No!
You're saying there's $2 each. How many hollows were there?
Throughout the entire series, there were 17, 13 of which are in this game.
Huh. I'm surprised there's not more, honestly.
Whoa. What the fuck? How can that be? I was in the bathroom. He
This game came out in,
shot
what,
that poor
2014,
girl.
2015?
I
But it's
held
still
my
just like
hand,
2000 and
And then I was
2005
back
California
here.
slang.
Likely was. These pieces of time can frame us in
I already heard this
And
lecture.
don't forget 2008, 2009 memes as well.
Yeah.
Now Kate is
Because
being
you'll see,
shackled.
I believe, in the boys' dorm, it's like,
And if Victoria's
Alyssa,
wrong,
why you play so hard to get when you're so hard
this
to
is
want?
real.
Now,
And it's got the
Can
why you know
example
face.
of a
Damn, I
photographer
cannot believe this.
Oh, the
Condition
why
in
you
black
know
and white.
face. That
Okay,
is an old one.
if I'm crazy, I might as well go all the way.
Bueller.
Can I actually reverse time?
I can actually reverse time. Look at me.
I'm-
Look at me go.
I did it.
We can reverse time, but unfortunately the timer doesn't go backwards either.
Perfectly
I'm a
captured the
human
human
time
condition in black
machine.
and white. Anybody?
I wonder
There you
what the
go.
final time of this game would
every
be.
time you reverse time,
Diane
you
Arbus.
When I took my selfie,
have the auto
Jefferson asked
splitter
me a
reverse the
question.
timer in live
If he
split.
does again, I'll know
Yeah,
this is
I wonder what the final time would be if we actually
A dumb
did
word for a
that.
wonderful
That was actually a
photographic
The
thing.
Life is Strange
And Max
speed run, but the speed run
gift.
is
I know I'm not dreaming this.
chronological.
It's real. I can tell.
The early 1800s. Your generation
So I
was the
can go
first
back
to
in
use
time.
images for selfie expression.
What if that girl
Ah,
isn't
thanks
dead yet?
Jefferson for that joke for the second time.
Can I save her?
Portraiture has always been a vital aspect of art and photography for
I need to go
Just
to
wait
the
until we
bathroom
hear for a
and
third
check it
time.
out.
Now, Max.
I'm sorry, but I really have to use the bathroom.
Nice try, Max. But you're not going to get away that easy. We can talk more after class. Is there
Jefferson, she's
anybody-
gonna have an accident.
Jefferson wants to keep me after class.
She
And I
needs to
need
go to the
time to save that
bathroom.
girl.
A process that gave portraits a sharp reflective style like a mirror. Now you're totally stuck in the retro zone. Sad face.
Very good, Victoria.
What if I rewind again and give him the right answer?
Remember, kids, if you don't know the answer to the question, just rewind time after
The
someone said it,
process.
and you'll ace all your
She's doing
classes.
this while a girl is about to die.
Louise
Like,
Daguerre, around 1830.
this is her most important thing.
Somebody
She can't just like
has
barge
been
out of the
reading as
room,
well
run
as
to the
posing.
bathroom, and save that girl's life.
Nice
She has to
work,
go
Max.
through all of this first.
The Daguerrean process made portraits.
Gotta get those
hugely
grades.
popular.
Do you ever get the feeling that
Mainly
saving
because it
saving
gave the
Chloe
subjects
was just
clear,
not
defined
the
features.
priority?
You can learn
exactly?
more when you actually finish reading
Like
the
she
assigned
had to
chapters.
also
Max is so far way ahead of everyone.
like.
And guys,
Well, she
don't
didn't-
forget
right
she
in
didn't-
class,
to submit a
too.
photo in the Everyday
Well, she
Heroes
didn't know it
contest.
was
I'll
Chloe
fly
at
out
this
with the winner
point.
to San
No,
Francisco
no, just
with
the
All
girl.
she
She
knows-
has to
presented
save
by
a
the
girl
art
who's about
world.
to die.
It's great exposure, and it can kickstart a
Of
career
course,
in
at the same time,
photography
as soon
for
as she gets
Stella
out of this
and
classroom, she's
Alyssa.
like
Get it
rushing to get to the
together.
bathroom.
Taylor,
When
don't hide.
previously
I'm
she
still
stood
waiting for
around in
your
the
entry, too.
hallway
And
for
yes,
like a good
Max,
solid
I
minute.
see you pretending not to see me.
Yeah, she didn't have the time to put in her
You're not
earbuds.
crazy. You are not dreaming. It's time to be an everyday hero.
And yet,
Excuse me.
still, she has time to go
Mr.
talk to
Jefferson,
Jefferson
can I
for the
talk to you
second
for a
time.
Yes.
Yep.
Excuse you.
No, Victoria. Excuse us. I'd never let one of photography's
I'm not avoiding, just
biding time, waiting for the elusive right moment.
exactly.
Max, don't wait too long. John Lennon once said that life is what happens while you're busy making other plans. Go on now. Don't let me stop you.
There's also a long list of canonical things that are tied to this game, like the Beatles and John Lennon.
A lot of this game is
Excuse
actually.
me.
I can't remember
Never
the
let-
specifics, but there's a lot that's based on
I'm not
Twin
avoiding-
Peaks. Yeah, you're in this section. You're actually supposed to give the correct answer, but it turns out if you just give the answer you gave before, the game doesn't
hope I
care
have enough
and
time to
it
get
lets
to
you
the
fast forward,
bathroom.
which is really nice.
Please.
But there's
please.
references
that-
to Twin Peaks,
can't
references
tell
to
anybody.
Catcher in the Rye
They'll
all
think
over
I'm
the
crazy.
place.
Actually, that section was just a tutorial to be like, oh, auto rewind here by just pressing the bumper instead of doing it yourself.
Yeah, but
Okay,
you're meant
Max, I'll
to say
retrace
something about the
every step.
Beatles, you know?
Yeah.
Instead of saying the correct
washed my
answer about the
face.
Beatles, which would take
I
time
shredded
because we
my
can't
photo.
fast forward through it,
Then
we just say the thing
butterfly
you said
flew in,
before.
and I
We
took
don't
a
give the correct
photo.
answer there. She rewound for no reason. She rewound and then said the exact same thing and then walked away. She could have just walked away the first
out
time.
of this bitch.
I can tell everybody Nathan Prescott is a punk ass who begs like a little girl and talks
All right,
to
time to do like
Who the fuck I am?
the most
who you're
basic
messing around
thing to get out of class.
What are you doing?
Don't
Come on, put that thing
ever
down.
Tell me what to do.
Wowzer, it's happened.
I need a hammer to break it open. You are going to get in hella more trouble for this than drugs.
Nobody would ever
$1
even
for this
miss your
burger.
punk ass, would they?
Get that gun away
Okay, if I
from
keep
me,
saying that
psycho.
joke's gonna get old so fast.
No way.
We haven't even gotten to the
Don't
first
ever
iteration of
touch
that
me
joke
again,
yet.
crazy.
That's all the way in episode 3.
Another shitty day.
Also, a nice clutch getting it before he
That
shot
did
her.
not happen. This cannot be real. I just saw a girl get shot and then saved her. What the fuck is going on? Do not freak out.
Oh, the auto splitter's not doing
Do
anything,
you hear
by the
that
way.
fire alarm? That means you should be outside.
I just
had
noticed
to
that we're
use
still
the
on Nightmare.
bathroom.
Girls always use that excuse.
Excuse for what?
For whatever you're up to, your face is covered in guilt.
Poor
The
auto
alarm tripped
splitter.
me out.
Then trip on out of here, Missy.
It's
or are
fine.
you
I'll
hiding
figure out what's
something?
going on with it at some
Huh?
other time.
Thank you, Mr. Madsen. The situation is under control.
Especially
There's
since
no
I haven't run this
emergency
in a
here.
while, I'm sure my
Leave
time
Miss
is gonna be
Caulfield
improvable,
alone,
and I'm
and
gonna wanna
please turn
improve
off
it.
that alarm since that's your job.
If you don't reject the run because I like didn't start it as soon as I technically had control of Max.
And submission videos can be
You look a
scuffed.
little stressed out. Are you okay?
I'm just a little worried about my future.
You're sweating pinballs. Is that all you're thinking about? You can always be upfront with me, Max. Or have you done something wrong? Is that it? Well, Max, talk to me.
I just got sick in class. Female trouble.
Except you're wandering around like a zombie. And do you think that's the first time a student has used that line on me?
It's the truth.
So this is what's
I
called a
felt
major
dizzy in Mr.
decision.
Jefferson's
Just
class.
tell me what
It's
you're
a
hiding.
big thing that happens.
You can trust
Usually
me.
has
There's
repercussions
nothing
later.
to hide. I got sick.
Something other
Usually.
than a dialogue
It
choice.
happens, you know.
Anyway.
There's that Team Toot again.
And
I've
the
heard
really
it.
interesting thing I think about
Don't
this
think
game
I
is
don't know
that
what goes on around here.
neither option
You've only been
seems
here
like the
for 3
correct
weeks,
one
and
when
you're
you do
already
it,
causing
and you have the
conflict.
ability to
I don't
rewind and
think
do
your
the
parents
other.
will approve when
But
they
still,
find
neither
out.
of them seems like
Now get
the
outside,
intended option or the
class.
correct option. And some of them
Please.
can be really morally ambiguous.
No, he does not buy that at
Now, of course, we're selecting the one that's fastest. I didn't miss any photos, did I?
No. You're about to get 2 right up here.
Although there is one... See, that one, if you blame Nathan, then he's going to trash your room later. And you get some text messages from him. There is one major decision in the game that has no repercussions other than a dialogue change that goes along with some interesting theories that I'll talk about when we get to them.
I bet.
Yo, Justin.
Check out the Max. Come to
Ready for
Thrash?
Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5.
Thrash? You mean stage diving or?
You're such a poser.
I had to think of which
You
one
can't
was
even
the,
name
one of the
a
bad
square
ones.
slider,
Face, and then we take a
straight
picture of him.
You should walk on.
Yo, Justin.
Check out the.
So we're doing this because one of the photos
I came
we
to
have
no
to get
slide.
that
But
skater
I'd
who's
love to
skating
see
around. We have
somebody
to get
do
him
a
to
tree
fall
flip.
so we can take his picture.
Oh, sick.
Just taking a
You're
little
not a
detour to
poser.
convince
Nah,
him to try a
I
trick
just
that he
can't
can't do.
skateboard shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
check it.
We also have to
You're
convince them that we're not
real
posers.
speed. What do you want to see?
Well, yeah, he's not going to do the trick for us unless we can
Go
convince
for
him
a
we're not a
tree flip.
poser.
Let's get
But now that
Trevor
we've
all
heard of the
over
word
that
tray flip,
action.
which we didn't know a minute ago, that's Max using her rewind power to seem more cool.
Okay, I better get to my dorm and grab that flash drive.
That was a text message from Warren that we kind of have to just... It's on a timer. So many seconds after you get through here, he'll text you. And at any percent run, it's just as you're about to leave. So we kind of just run through this, mashing that, so as soon as it pops up, we exit it. But here, it's going to pop up while we're getting that photo.
There's one photo in this area as well. You can get it before or after messing with Victoria. Up to you.
need to go to my room and return Warren's
Is it
flash
faster
drive.
to... I don't know which way is faster.
I think it's just about the same, honestly. Because you're gonna have to walk all the way over here regardless.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how the the routing goes with Sam, for example. It's probably faster to talk to them first.
Oh look, it's Max
that's okay,
Caulfield,
we're talking about a
the
few
selfie
seconds.
hoe of Blackwell. What a lame gimmick. Even Mark, Mr. Jefferson, falls for your wave hipster bullshit. The Daguerrean process, sir. You could barely even say that. I guess you
I
got
could
your
barely even
marks,
spell
though.
Daguerrean process.
I definitely can't spell Daguerrean process.
Since you know all the answers,
I can barely remember the
I
term
guess you have to
Daguerrean
find another
process.
way into the dorm. We ain't moving. Oh wait, hold that pose.
This is one of those
So
things
original.
in video games where
Don't
like
worry, Max.
you know the
I'll put a
character can
vintage
just
filter
jump
on
over
it
a
right
log
before
and
I
they just
post
won't do it
all
because of an
over
invisible
social
wall.
medias. Now,
It's kind of like she could
why don't
literally
you go
just like
fuck
walk
yourself,
through them.
Bea?
But
Oh yes,
Max is too
Victoria.
polite for that.
I'll get your bony ass out of my way.
So we need to find a different way to get her to move. And we're gonna mess with the sprinkler system
What
to
the
get them to
hell?
move.
Are you
And then we're
kidding?
gonna tamper with the pink
Look at
bucket
this.
Chill,
because
Victoria. It's
Samuel
just
is
water.
about to paint.
Yeah, water on my cashmere. Do you know how much this fucking outfit costs?
You look great.
I can't even chill on the steps.
Look at Samuel real quick.
There
We'll,
goes Samuel da Vinci to paint the
let us
window.
tamper with the bucket before he's actually painted. And now we just sit back and get
Okay,
in.
let's see if this works.
Sabotaging an artist for your own gain.
I mean, extra points
Which-
because we actually take a picture afterwards.
Which this totally isn't necessary.
No fucking
Not sitting on the steps anymore.
Samuel is sorry.
Taking up even less
Painting's
space
not
to get to
good
the
for you, you
dorms.
know?
That's actually true.
Get the
Once
hell
they're
away
standing
from
up,
me,
why didn't
weirdo.
she could just walk past them.
Hold on.
So, like, unless they're about to throw hands,
So
like,
your ass before I dry. It worked. Don't mess with Max, bitches. Hey, Victoria.
It's kind of like
do you want,
could
Max?
play this game where Max is a good person or
Don't.
Max is a bad person.
Don't say a word.
And the storyline
Max.
is roughly the
hold that
same, but
pose.
how she treats people is different. And look right here. See how she's
And
got
no
one
filter
red
needed
wristband
before
and
I
one
post
blue
this.
wristband?
Now please move. I've had a messed up day and I'm
There's
going to my
a
room.
You do that?
Theory
I know where you live.
that not a theory, more
So
just
does
like a
Nathan.
loose observation that
Maybe I shouldn't have done.
characters that the player is meant to like or are generally good wear blue. Chloe's hair is blue. Joyce's work uniform is blue. And characters that you're not supposed to like are red. Nathan
Hurry, Courtney.
is wearing red. After Victoria changes her clothes, after this incident, she's wearing red. That kind of thing. You see this theme loosely throughout a lot of the characters.
Home sweet home.
photo in this room, by the way.
Looks like
Yeah.
Dana left great. Now I have
gonna
to go
grab it
get
on
the
the way
flash
back.
drive from Dana's room.
Because I'm playing with the controller and my mouse speed isn't very high.
The optimal time to get it.
Yeah. Where's the next photo? I should have a list of
Victoria-
photos up.
Victoria's room.
Yeah, that's right.
get out now, Dana.
Oh,
It's a photo of photos. Meta photo.
right. So I think it's interesting that, like, if you kind of look
Welcome
at
to
that
the
red
real
and blue,
drama queens of
and you
Blackwood.
think there's anything to
Juliet.
that, or that it was intentional, which
everything
it probably
cool?
wasn't,
Oh, yes,
then it's
Max.
interesting that she's
I've
wearing a
locked
red
Dana in the
wristband
room
and blue
because we're
wristband,
cool.
because you can treat people pretty badly in this game.
She's your friend.
Or you can be very
Friends
nice to
don't
them.
sex
you know?
with their best friend's boyfriend.
No, probably
It's
not.
a random little piece of trivia.
How did you find out?
Why do you care? Why are you even asking me? You never talk, just zone out with your camera.
That's why I'm talking to you now.
What's my last name?
Juliet Watson. Duh.
I'm flattered. I didn't even think you knew my name.
So
at
even
all.
though the correct
course I
answer
do.
is there from the start,
because
if
I
you
don't
do
talk
get it
a lot
wrong and
doesn't mean I
rewind,
don't
it still
care.
underlines the right thing.
So,
It's
how'd
like,
you find
it's
out about
this
me?
one.
According to
Well, it
Victoria,
gives you a different
Dana would
dialogue
do
option.
anything to date a quarterback.
Like, you can just say her
According to
name earlier in the
Victoria.
conversation
Huh.
if you already
She
heard
saw
it.
the sext, and Zachary won't answer his phone. Once
But
Dana
if
admits
you already
it, she
know
can
it
go.
before Max
Straight
knows
to
it,
hell.
you can just select it, which I guess is Max guessing. And there's a photo in this room too that we need to grab.
Grab it on the way out.
Yeah, but we're gonna grab it on the way out. And I don't know how
This
much we
better
should be
convince
talking about the
Juliet that
story,
Dana is innocent.
considering the story's right in front of us.
Let's play a little photo Tetris and leave Victoria a message.
Tetris is
Let's
canon
leave
in this universe.
Here,
Yes, yes.
and this one
I would think it
there.
would be.
A pattern is emerging.
I just like pointing out things that just call back to other things.
Yeah. It's interesting that they mentioned Tetris by name.
They also mentioned Final Fantasy as Spirits Within if you look at TV.
Well,
in
that's
Victoria's
because it's a
room.
Square Enix
Juliet,
game. They're
read
trying to
this.
plug their own things, right?
Exactly.
Of course.
So we've now
But
proved that Victoria was causing trouble, and that her boyfriend didn't cheat on her.
I'm an asshole.
But it's
I'm
like,
sorry,
out of
Dana.
all things,
You are.
Spirits Within.
And I hope so.
I mean, I don't know who on
I
the
really
dev
think I
team was
messed
a fan
around
of,
with Zach,
on
right?
the writing team was a fan
But
of
I get
Spirits Within,
stupid
but
jealous. I owe you dinner.
it's not a good
Still love
movie,
me?
and it's
And
probably
you do my
responsible for the
laundry.
downfall of
Thanks,
Squaresoft.
Max. You're like the Blackwell Ninja.
It wasn't shortly,
Now
it was
let's see
shortly
what
after
Zach
that
has to say about Victoria.
they started going bankrupt and were
You
acquired
set
by
me free.
Enix.
Thank you. Warren's
So I don't know
flash
why they
drive
would
is
be
on my
defending it.
desk.
And now for the trickiest movement in this game. Not looking at the trash can.
Get the flash drive, and then I'll go see Warren.
Or the laptop.
Must protect
hard to do
my
fast.
precious, so Max never has to
So we have the
chase
flash
it down
drive. Now we
again.
can go see Warren. We have everything we need. Although if I just gained the ability to rewind time, a flash drive and everything, it wouldn't be my top. I would go talk to him and say,
Fuck this shit.
I forgot your flash drive. I'm so sorry. Can I get it back to you later?
Damn, I better rewind.
This is Alyssa.
Alyssa, move your head.
Alyssa has a lot of
Yeah, insist,
unfortunate
Max.
incidents throughout the game that you can witness
Now
and
that's
then
what I'm
rewind and then
talking
warn her
about.
from.
I actually helped somebody.
But that's the only time we're going to help her, because this allows us to take a photo. Every other time we have the opportunity to help her, we would lose time by helping her, so... She's not going to have the best week.
There's kind of a meme category that brews in my head every time we save Alyssa, where it's you go through the entire game as any percent, and you just save Alyssa at every instance.
You can't fool me. I know everything about this school.
That'd pretty much
I cover
just be
the
any
waterfront,
percent
so you
with,
better figure out what side you're on.
Please, leave
like
me alone.
30 seconds tacked on?
Something like that.
So this is Kate. Kate's also having a bad week. We had the option to take a photo or ignore her, which
Hope you enjoyed the show. Thanks
we
for
took
nothing,
a photo
Max.
instead of stepping in, which she's not happy about.
And Kate's a precious cinnamon bun. I don't care what any of you say.
If it's not too macabre, I think a really good incentive for a marathon would be whether or not you save or kill Kate. Sort of like a much, much darker version of the Save the Animals from the Metroid runs.
Yeah, it would also tack on like 15 minutes to the run, I believe.
No, you can actually save her no matter what you do.
No, but you have to visit her in the hospital in episode 4.
Oh, you do. Yeah, that would tack on quite a bit. Worth it for a marathon. So we have a photo that we need to grab here.
Man, I should have done something.
We need
That
to go
guy
over
was
to
an
this RV.
asshole.
This is actually Frank's RV. We're going to meet him a little later. Take a look. The license plate is actually a reference to Breaking Bad.
It's not a dirty window unless somebody writes
All the
cleanly
license
on it.
plates in this game are actually references to other things. For example, Chloe's truck, the license plate is Twin Peaks. Oh, almost forgot to take the photo.
I
wouldn't be surprised if there's the
Arcadia Bay
Pixar
lots.
license plate in this thing either.
What's the Pixar license plate?
It's like A113.
That's probably in here somewhere. They paid a lot of attention to license
Max,
plates.
check it out. What up, Max?
Go
How are
give
you?
Warren his
Here's your
flash
flash.
drive.
Thanks.
No problem.
Warren's creepy.
Check out my new wheels.
Yeah.
He's
Very
clearly
old
only
school.
concerned with hooking up with
1978
Max,
to be exact.
and
Now we can go to the
we're going to
drive-in.
select the exact
There's one in
dialogue
Newburgh
options
just
that
60
have him
miles
admit
away.
it.
You're in
in a
the
way.
wrong time, Warren. But
And we just shut him down every time.
Okay.
Shut him down every time.
It's been one strange fucking
Not because we don't
day.
like him, but because this is a
Man, I
speed
saw
run
that
and that's
Victoria didn't
marginally
take down
faster.
that pic of you on Facebook.
Okay, it's also
Major
because we don't
bitch
like him.
move.
It's also because we don't like him.
I don't want to talk about it.
Jeez, you're a little missensitive today.
I wouldn't push your luck, Warren. Not in the mood today.
So, did you get a chance to check out the movie booty on my flash drive?
No, I've been way too busy with class and life.
Damn, girl, you had it like a year.
Or a week. I did browse through all the titles, Drama Queen.
So if Warren thought Max had it for like a
Make sure you
year,
watch
even though it's only been a
Cannibal
week, is he like
No
dog
fucking way
squared
will I
or
watch
something?
that.
I think
my
he's
mind is
just
twisted enough.
I laughed my
exaggerating.
ass off.
He thinks he's funny.
So you're sensitive.
And you see that a lot in his dialogue. He
Ouch,
always
that
thinks he's
sounds
funnier
awful
than he is.
the way you
See,
say
here we
it.
go. We're gonna say
How
hello.
so?
Sensitive usually means won't be having sex with you.
God.
Yeah.
You need a sensitive
You.
woman to kick your ass.
If I was lucky. Speaking of hip and fast, we should cruise out in my car to an
And then he goes and tries to
movie
ask
this
her out
week.
after saying that, like she's gonna say
But you
us.
seem distracted.
I don't want to speak about it. This is kind of a crazy day for me. I mean, I literally think I'm going crazy.
I may be a pest, but I'm a good listener.
For reals, Warren. This is between you and me.
Or
Not social
you're
media.
just a
Don't insult me. Max, go on.
I
He
had
ends
this
up being helpful
incredibly
to her.
bizarro experience in Mr.
Just
What?
not in
Jefferson's
a way that
class
he
today.
intends.
no wait.
I mean-
I take that back.
Life-changing.
Couple times.
Thrice.
Have you ever
Yeah.
had a
Thrice.
dream so real?
But only
it's
once on
like a
purpose.
movie?
Max Caulfield, right? You're one of the Jefferson's photo
Then we get
groupies.
introduced to Nathan
I'm one of the
Prescott.
students.
What the
Again,
fuck
but
ever?
directly
I know
this
you like to
time.
take pictures, especially when you're hiding out
Formally
in the bathrooms.
introduced.
You best tell me what you saw. Now.
What are you talking about?
I know you're new here, but don't
And there you
even
go, red
play
jacket.
stupid with me.
I'm not new. I've lived here for years.
If you haven't noticed it before,
Then
you'll
you
notice
should
it now.
know the Prescotts
Sort
own
of red
this
and blue
shithole.
themes that run through
Then
the
you don't have to
characters.
worry about me. Worry about yourself.
Do not analyze me.
Or maybe they were just fans of Chief Hunter.
Worry about
I mean, I'm
yourself,
sure it's
Max
coincidental.
Caulfield.
People read a lot
I
into
could call
fan
the
theories when
police.
it comes to this game.
Do it. The Prescotts own the pigs here.
Get away from her, dude!
Hey, leave him alone.
Hey, thanks for taking
Tells
that
me
punch,
what
Warren.
to do. Not my parents, not the
Or
principal,
headbutt,
not
rather,
that
but-
whore in the
I
bathroom.
mean, I'm sure it did hurt. Ever been headbutt? Say Twin Peaks on her license plate.
Max? Chloe?
No way. You again.
Oh, go! I got this!
Get in, Max!
Get your punk asses out of there now! Don't even try to run. Nobody. Nobody.
So Nathan wants to hurt Max, but he slammed the door shut, helping her get away.
Prescott is messed
He's
up.
not the smartest.
and
We know this.
dangerous.
He's not. Actually, he's not
This
smart at
day
all.
never ends.
Oh, and thanks, Chloe.
I wouldn't expect him to think it through all
After
that much.
5 years, you're still Max Caulfield.
And this is the blue-haired girl that almost died earlier. This
Don't
is
give me
actually
the
Chloe
guilty
Price.
face. At least pretend you're
We just didn't
Legacy.
recognize her because she had blue
I
hair.
am seriously glad to see you.
Because the last time Max saw her, she
Thanks,
was
Chloe.
about,
It
what,
makes perfect
5 years
sense
younger
to see
and
you today.
Yes,
blonde
it's
hair?
been that kind of day. So what did that freak want with you?
We
I
just
have
completely
no
lied to our
idea.
best friend.
I know he's a Prescott.
And an asshole. Your friend really stood up for you.
Warren? Yeah, I owe him big time.
You're not the only one in debt. And you're already causing trouble.
I thought it would be quiet here. Feels so weird to be back.
So I guess Seattle sucked hard?
No, it felt like a real city for artists. Big and bright. Great for taking pictures.
Yeah. Must be hard coming back to a hick town like Arcadia again.
Not after seeing you.
Please, girl. You came back for Blackwell Academy.
Only for Mark Jefferson. He was a pretty famous photographer in the 90s. I've always loved his work.
That's the pretty
Those
chill
that can't
part of the
do,
run.
teach.
I can't
Glad you
really.
found a good reason
I
to
don't
come.
have much to.
Don't you think
It's a
I'm
really
happy
good
to
time for
see you?
donations.
No.
There's no action to
You
the
were happy to
taker.
wait 5 years without a call
Yeah.
or even a text.
There's a lot of
It-
parts of the run that
I
would be good for
wanted to.
donations, but this is
I
definitely
was
one of
just so
them.
tripped out over leaving
No,
This entire
Arcadia.
section
This-
is nothing
Oh,
but dialogue.
please. I'm sure your phone and laptop
Yeah, this
were
part isn't
frozen
one that I
in
can
time.
really easily
merciless.
poke fun at.
You've been at Blackwell for
Yeah, there's
almost
nothing,
a month
nothing
without
really
letting me
interesting
know.
to say about it.
Enough said.
Except for
Pretty
like,
much.
wanted
the
to
first
settle
time.
in first and not be
except for
such a
like
shy,
all
cliche
outdated
geek.
memes in Chloe's truck.
I totally would have
Oh, yeah.
contacted you.
I bet you don't use these sad excuses on Mr. Jefferson. Don't use them on me, Max.
Although the truck that's
What?
parked, I think, is a few years old, to be fair. She gets the truck when she's a little bit younger. When she
Yeah,
first
but, like-
meets, Rachel.
She also draws one on the back of the rearview mirror. Like, who's gonna see that besides people just whizzing by at 40, 50 miles an hour down the
Man, are
road?
you serial?
Wow,
Are
haven't
you
heard
serial?
that one in a while.
No,
Not
she's
everything
Max.
Changes. Except my
You know,
camera
I don't know
has
that I've ever
officially
actually
taken
heard
a
somebody use
shit.
that one in real life.
My step
But I'm
douche has
sure
a
it's-
boatload of
if they did,
tools.
it's still
Maybe you can
outdated.
fix it at my place.
I need very specific tiny tools.
Nerd alert. My stepdad has a fully stocked garage, and he actually is a tiny tool. Welcome home, Max.
That whole scene is just Chloe complaining that Max moved to Seattle and didn't contact her for 5 years, which is a legit thing to complain about. Not that she's not gonna complain about it a lot.
Come on in, don't be shy.
The house still looks nice.
Home, shit, home.
Yes. Adolescence room with multiple posters on the wall, even ones
Yeah.
overlapping.
In the prototype, there was actually
My room looks
a
a bit different than the last time you saw
Slipknot
it.
poster on the wall. And
It's
a Radiohead
cool. At
poster
least
somewhere.
I can chill out.
This
I
is
can only
exactly
imagine how
what
well that
chill-out
would have gone
zone
over to
has
get the
set for
rights to
make
those
sure of that.
posters.
Come in and close the door.
They apparently didn't get the
Put on
rights.
some music while I medicate.
She's gonna ask us to put on some music, so... Hey, Eurocon! How's it going?
So tell me, what does Max Caulfield do for fun now that she's a grown-up?
What? This is not a dialogue tree that we need.
Yeah, I hit this on accident.
Not much. You know me. I like to
It's
observe the world
I've
more
learned
than
recently since I started
participate.
streaming. It's
I
actually
can't say I
harder
know you
to
anymore.
talk
Maybe you
and
love to go
play
clubbing every night.
at the
Can
same
you
time that
see
I
me
thought
at
it was
a
going to be.
rave?
I'd dose those candy flipping morons
So
and
I
watch
didn't
them
need to hit
twitch
this
into a
dialogue
DJ
trigger.
dance death rattle. Take a photo
Yeah,
of that.
that box is actually really hard to hit anyway.
This is what we're going after.
So, remember how nice Chloe was in that conversation? Just watch it all go out the window.
Yeah. It's the first time we get to actually hear about Rachel. Fun fact, Rachel's
Hey, give me that. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be
original
nosy.
name in the prototype was supposed to be
Obviously, she
Jessie.
was a good friend.
It's putting it mildly.
Jessie Palmer, which doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
So, who is she? Do you mind talking about her?
Rachel Amber.
We're going back to the blue theme, the
Angel.
blue feather
After
earrings
my dad
on Rachel.
died and you moved, I
Oh
felt
yeah,
abandoned.
that's true. That's true.
Rachel saved my life.
Man, I had no idea.
Well, you never made much effort
Rachel's
to
name
find
is actually
out.
a hybrid of the
I was
2
14.
directors of
We
the
were
game,
best friends.
Raoul and Michelle.
So, Rachel took my place. I'm glad she was there for you.
Which I think is
It's
a lot
really
better
com-
than Jesse.
That's a really convoluted name, or convoluted way to get a name.
We were.
It works. Somehow they
wanted to
take
be a
these two
star.
non-English names and they
She
turn
looks
them
like
into
a
Rachel,
model.
which is a very
That was our
American
plan.
name.
Our plan. Get the hell out of Bigfootville and into Los Angeles.
So what happened? Did your folks, your mom, try to stop you?
My mom was too busy hooked up with Sergeant Shithead.
I feel the love.
Chloe, please.
Now, when
Your
did
college
Rachel
fund has
actually-
been met already.
6 months ago.
Stop.
She just
We're
left
referencing
Arcadia.
something that's not even going to
Without a
happen
word.
until episode 3
Without
when we go
me.
back in time.
What about her
A little bit of a
parents?
spoiler.
Are they looking for her?
And
They're in denial.
find out that when they were
Max,
younger,
I
they
know
had
she's
a
missing.
swear
I
jar.
assume you know more than that.
Before Rachel
Crap,
left,
if Chloe's
she said
parents
she
or
met
if
somebody who
Rachel's
changed
parents
her
are in
life.
denial, we better get them out.
And
But just
poof,
because that hasn't happened yet
And you
doesn't mean we're
haven't
not
heard
going to make
anything
references
from
to
her
it.
since?
like everybody in my life. My dad, you,
I am not sorry for that dad joke, by the way.
gone.
Never
Can you
be
put on
sorry
some
for a
music
dad
now?
joke. All right.
Music time.
Now we can put in the music. The song that's playing right now is Santa Monica Dream. Which, and this isn't a reference they were trying to make at the time, but I think it's still really interesting, is that in Before the Storm, which goes
Anyway,
over Chloe and
you can
Rachel,
find tools to fix your camera in the garage.
before the events
Chloe,
that's happened while Max was
are
in
you
Seattle,
okay?
Sure,
Rachel
I'm
tries
awesome.
to convince her to go to
I just
Santa
want to
Monica
blaze
with
and be
her.
alone for a moment.
So we can retroactively kind of look at this and think about how she's listening to that particular song. She's probably thinking about that time when Rachel tried to convince her to go to Santa Monica. Because we're not going to stick
I
around for
haven't
that.
seen this place in 5 years.
we have to
I
fix
should
our
be able
camera.
to find the tools I need here.
And we're going to have another instance of
Ooh,
Max
precision
using
screwdrivers.
her
Except
rewind
I
power to
can't
avoid being
reach them.
clumsy. As we drop these tools.
Catch it! Aw.
And
That was
don't
very
try
smart,
to like look for a
dumbass.
long
You
object
can
to
reach.
reach them. Instead, we'll just rewind time.
Or she could have also used her cat-like reflexes as it fell, but
If
I don't think
anybody in the world
nerds
has
have
cat-like-
those.
Cat-like reflexes. It is not Max. And bam, because of the power of rewind
you
time,
have
we were able
mad
to
skills,
retrieve
Max.
something from underneath a cabinet.
I've got the tools. I should go back upstairs before Chloe freaks.
and we're just gonna leave that washer running, whether or not there's clothes in it.
Yeah, that's not really our problem. That's not our problem at all. We don't need to worry about that.
What's wrong, Max? Can you fix it?
So,
Apparently not.
I can't fix this thing.
are these your new
Man,
photos?
if only she was
Yeah.
sponsored by
I just took them today.
insert
Let me
company
see.
name here.
Booyah, you skank. Karma's a bitch. Nice framing, too. Are you shitting me? That asshole's everywhere. Wait, I've seen this before. No way. When did you take this? You took this photo, you brat? In the bathroom today. You set off the alarm. That's why Nathan raged after you. It totally makes sense. You hella saved my life. Now tell me the truth, Max.
I wasn't there.
Come on, even after 5 years, I can still tell when you're lying.
Okay, I was there, Sherlock.
That is so badass.
Oh yeah, I almost wet myself when I saw the gun.
So, did you recognize me?
Not at all. Your hair and clothes are so different.
Hair
I
and
hope
clothes,
so.
and she's aged by 5
I'm
years.
sure this is all so weird to you after coming back.
Which seems a
Like
little more
you said,
relevant to me.
It's been that kind of day.
Yeah.
So you must have overheard our conversation.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
There is no way you didn't hear every single vowel.
Okay, I only heard something about money, drugs, but that's it.
Now for the big question. Did you tell anybody?
We actually didn't. This is
No,
the truth.
I didn't know what to do.
I don't
At
blame
least in
you.
this playthrough, we didn't tell
That's some
anybody.
intense shit.
Maybe I should go to the principal.
The principal? Are you still 12? That drunk jackass only cares about cash for Blackwell Academy. Don't trust
Chloe,
him.
it's the principal.
Seriously, I didn't blab
I'm supposed to help
anybody.
you.
Promise.
Thank God.
I mean, fair,
I'll
she's
tell
right
you more
about Principal
someday.
Wells. He is just an
But I seriously
alcoholic
owe you,
who
Max.
only cares about the school. Of course, pretty much every character in this game does drugs.
I know
Like,
it was
except
your birthday
literally
last month.
except for Max.
Well, not directly.
Drugs or alcohol. Even Kate, you can actually find a bottle of liquor in her
This
room.
was my real father's camera. I want you to have
Well, Max doesn't
That's so cool
directly
you
do
remember my
drugs,
birthday,
but
I
you
can't
could
take this.
it. Of course.
argue.
My dad would be pissed if I never used it, and now I know it'll be used awesomely. And I'll snag this picture as a symbol of our reunion. Cool?
Yes, of course it's cool. Thank you. This camera is so sweet.
Now
I think
that
the
we got
moral
that
of the story
mushy
here
shit
is
out of the way,
don't
I
do
feel like
drugs,
stage
kids.
diving. Let's thrash this
That's
place.
a pretty good moral to come out of this.
Crazy.
Yep, I'm fucking insane in the brain. Let's dance. Shake that bony
No,
white
she doesn't
ass.
do drugs on
Or
purpose,
take my
but
picture with your new camera.
now we're talking about episode 5 spoilers. This photo doesn't count towards 100%.
Unfortunate.
This song fucking rules. Can't dance, hippie? Come on. Rock out, girl. Yes! Break it down, Max. Yo, turn it off! Turn it off!
How many times have I told you to stop blasting that punk shit?
Dude, the music's not even on! Asshole.
A, it's not on anymore. B, I don't think that was punked.
No
I
fucking way.
consider that
You
more
need to hide
indie.
now.
I'm not sure
My
David
stepdad
cares
will
what kind
kill
of
me
music
if
it
he
was.
finds you here.
Everything with a distortion on the guitar is punk music to him.
Chill, I'm changing. Is that okay?
Now we need to hide before he
Find a
comes
place
in.
to hide now.
You can actually just wait around and he'll barge in anyway.
Chloe, you're stalling.
This section is technically
Give me a
timed.
minute.
Don't get smart.
But of course, that's not the fastest way to do it. So again, we're going to use rewind powers to
Chloe,
avoid being
I'm
clumsy. That's a
coming.
running theme in this game. She does this all the
Chloe, you're
time.
stalling.
That's all she
I'm
can.
changing. Give me a minute.
Once she learns how to rewind time, that's the answer to every problem she can
Let
think
me
of.
in now.
Drop something, rewind.
Please.
1 second. My bra is shit.
What's going on in here?
It's my
Jesus, I'm
favorite
just trying on
combination of
clothes.
lines in the game if you get the timing right on it.
Combat. We'll do that.
What's that?
My bra is shit.
I don't think that's marathon
One of my
safe.
guns is missing.
Well, just don't rewind right.
Oh God, I didn't take your stupid gun. You do know I believe in gun control?
Wait. Is that grass? You been token up again in here?
Oh yeah, guns.
It's a very
weed.
good unintentional combination of
I'm
lines.
sick of your disrespect. Tell me the truth. That's an order.
This
Who
is
is it?
another major decision. We do have the option to jump out, but the dialogue's
Stop
a lot
treating
longer,
me and my
so
mom like we're your
we're not
family
gonna worry about
platoon.
that.
Hey,
We're just
leave
gonna-
Joyce out of
Yes.
this.
I wish you'd leave.
Spoiler
Joyce,
to episode
like
3,
now.
right where we belong. In the
Content
closet.
warning, domestic violence, by the way.
Chloe, I'm sorry.
But just this one scene.
I care about your mother, and you just keep pushing me.
By the way, I have proof you got all up in Kate Marsh's face today. Surveillance proof.
What? You best stay out of my
Actually,
work.
this whole scene where she's looking at the
stay out of
photos,
my
where she
life.
mentions
Chloe,
that, it's kind of an example of how
someday
even the
you'll
things with
grow up.
smaller dialogue options can have effects later on that affect timing, right? Because at the core of it, the main way that we save time in this game is just by choosing
Hey,
dialogue
you
options
okay?
that are shorter
Welcome to the real
speak.
step douches of Arcadia
And
Bay.
sometimes, like if you make fun of Victoria,
I'm sorry.
the timing is
For
shorter
what? He would have been a bigger
during
dick
that
if he caught you in
scene.
here.
But then later
That's
there's a
hard
few
to
seconds
believe.
added on because Chloe notices the photo and makes a comment on it.
Anyway, let's sneak out the window.
There's a lot of
There is
min-maxing
one
that goes
cool
on when
place
it
we can
comes
go
to
to in this hick
choosing
hole.
which dialogue options to choose.
David was such a mean bastard.
Yeah, because
to Chloe.
sure, being nice to Victoria would have
What if I
been
had stepped up to help?
the nice thing to do, but it wastes a lot of time in that immediate scene, and then we don't save anything here other than like 2 seconds.
Yeah,
and
the time save is just not that much. The time save of Chloe not looking at the photo is just not worth not making fun of her.
all right, so we are now at the final 2 photos of this episode.
2 photos, yeah, 2 photos in this scene. In this chapter.
I haven't been here in forever. So why do I feel like I was just here? Whoa. This is the exact same path I was on during my nightmare today.
So we're immediately going to turn around and hope that I can remember where the photo is.
I got you.
Excellent. Oh, and try not to get turned around. I always get a little bit disoriented taking that photo.
Yeah, it's weird.
Birds are so lucky. They can always
Having to
escape.
turn around, if you get it in the right spot, you can just teleport to where you're actually supposed to take the photo, and then you're like, oh wait, I'm here now.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. Whenever you go into any sort of scene that changes the camera from the default camera to a cinematic one, the
Sure you
actual
don't wanna
max
be
that you
alone?
play is completely
down if you
removed
want.
from the map. And the camera changes,
Are you
does the
pissed at
scene,
me?
and then Max
I
is
just-
placed back.
Wanted some backup.
I'm not as brave as you.
Which we actually
And
use
David
in
is
order to
indeed
skip
a step
things
douche.
a few times.
sorry you had
It's
to
called a
experience
look
it
skip, where you
firsthand.
look at something
You have to live
and
with
move
him.
while you're looking at it.
Has he always been this way?
Ever since my desperate mom dragged his ass to our
And
home.
then when it places it back,
never
it places
trusted
us
David.
back out of
I'm glad
bounds
I
so
took
that we
his
can
photo
clip
with
right
Kate,
through something.
Just
we
in case.
Why was he all up in his
make it
shit?
miss the
He has
positioning
some
by
kind of
moving
weird
as we're
agenda.
looking at it in just the right
He has
way.
a lot of secret files. Rambo still thinks he's gathering enemy intelligence. Did you
We're not
take
going
a
to see
peek?
that just yet, but since
What
Hanako
files?
mentions
David
the way
stashes
it
his
magically
secret
teleports
X-files
us,
in
it's
there.
kind of worth noting that
I
that's
saw
how
them
some
once,
of the
but he
skips in this
secures
game
them
work.
now.
He kind of creeps me out. I bet the truth.
I just like to think of it as
Most likely, but it's good you
secondary
didn't find those
powers to
files.
what
He
Max
would go
already
ballistic.
has.
I
He's a
guess that
total
makes sense.
surveillance fetish.
That makes sense.
Or there's spy cams in the house.
Sometimes
First power
ignorance is
being
bliss.
No wonder I'm so
rewind
miserable.
time, of course.
Everybody in this town
Second
knows
power
everybody's
being
secrets.
the ability to teleport very short
What's Nathan's
distances.
secret?
Very
He's an
short
elite
distances,
asshole who
and
sells
only
bad
sometimes.
shit cut with laxative. And he dosed me with some drug in his room.
What?
I met him in some shithole bar that didn't card me. He was too rich for the place and too wasted, and he kept flashing.
So we're
pills.
hearing now about
Just
how
tell me what happened,
Nathan
Chloe.
drugged
Now.
Chloe.
I was an idiot. I thought he was
Just a
so
little bit of
blazed it would be an
foreshadowing
easy
for,
score.
for what we
You
find out
needed
about
money
Nathan
that
later
bad?
on.
Actually, yes. I owe big time. And I thought I'd have enough for me and Rachel if she showed up.
How much do you owe?
$3 grand plus interest. And before I could get
We're
a chunk of
almost
that
to
from
the end of
Nathan,
episode 1.
he dosed my drink with some shit.
God, Chloe.
Another
I can't believe this.
2-3
I
minutes.
do. Then what?
I know I passed out on the floor. I woke up and that
Yeah,
person
about 2-3
smiling,
minutes.
crawling towards me with a camera.
Go on.
Everything was a blur. I tried to kick him in the balls and broke a lamp. Nathan freaked, so I managed to bum rush the door and get the hell out. Max, it was insane.
I am so furious, I can't even speak. What did you do then?
I figured I would make him pay me to keep quiet.
But Max, you're
So
speaking
then-
right now.
And he brought a gun.
That was Nathan's
She's not too
last
furious
mistake.
to speak. She's speaking.
He's still dangerous, Chloe. Not just to you.
Good thing you didn't tell anyone. Nathan Prescott.
But I guess the line of, Chloe, I'm so mildly frustrated, I'm going to continue speaking. What happened next? Didn't really make the cut, did it?
It doesn't really have the same gravity considering
Seeing you
what
after all
Chloe
these
just
years
told
feels
her.
like
Destiny.
Doesn't really feel like an appropriate response.
If this is destiny, I hope we can find Rachel. I miss her, Max. This shit pit has taken away everyone I've ever loved. I'd like to drop a bomb on Arcadia Bay and turn it to fucking glass.
Speaking of which, speaking of turning Arcadia Bay to glass, or dropping a bomb on it,
Oh no! Not again! Why is this happening to me? Why am I here again?
there's a lot of it's neat that they put that little touch inside the rewind sound. What were you gonna say, Hanako?
I think the only thing that I remember from when the game was releasing episodically, because I actually picked it up afterwards,
Yeah.
but it was towards the end of episodes 5's development, I guess, when they were putting the finishing touches on it. I think someone from Don't Nod posted something on Twitter, and they had a sticky note on their monitor or something where it was like episode 5 releases on such and such date or something, and someone saw that and they're just like,
I wonder if that was intentional.
probably
They
was.
knew that people were looking into this. They knew people were doing theories. There was I think episode 2 was
Being a
completely
superhero
leaked.
is... Okay, Max, let's hit the showers.
And it was unfinished.
forget I
and
need
I
those
think
papers
Don't Nod was
before
a little
tonight.
bit upset
Like
about it.
now. Thanks,
But
Sherry.
in episode 3, they
Yeah,
left
of
an
course
audio
it's
file. Here's another chance where you can save Alyssa from something, and we're not going to. We're just gonna walk right past her. But they left a hidden audio file in the episode 3's game files just for the leakers to find. That like shamed
Kate.
them for leaking episode
Sorry
2
about
or for
yesterday.
looking at it early.
Yeah, I'm
It's just
sorry
a
you
little
didn't
like
do anything to help.
Easter egg just for
But
the
you're
hackers.
just like everybody else here.
We have tried so
speaking of-
hard to
I
skip this
wanted
scene
to help, but
because the
I was
shower is
just about to bring that up.
It's
Yeah,
done.
because the shower actually is active.
By the way, Max,
There's just
do
no
you
way
still
to
have
get
my
through
copy
it,
of
and we
the
have a way to
October
get
Country?
past those kind of triggers if we have something to look at.
yes, of course.
But there's nothing to look
It's
at
great
here that
so
would get us
far.
into the shower
I didn't realize
to
Bradbury
press the
was such a
trigger
poet.
before Kate can talk to us. So we just have to run up
Can
and
you
talk to
please
Kate.
bring it back to my
There's a
room?
lot of
The
little-
trigger,
Go ahead.
I just need to take some notes.
the
for
trigger's
Mom.
actually active even
Absolutely.
through
I'll bring it
Max's,
by later.
even when we're in Max's room. So if we can find a way to get out of Max's room and just interact with the shower, we skip walking to the shower and even talk.
And so many of us have tried though. I couldn't find any way out of Max's room or past this trigger. Not to say that we never will, but it'd make all the difference.
It's also a potential skip that I really like, where you skip talking to Juliet in episode 1, grab the flash drive,
What's up,
Oh, the
Kate?
flash drive.
use Juliet to get out of Dana's room, and then
Magic
just leave with the
teleport.
flash drive.
Flipping didn't work
Exactly.
at
Because if you
homework.
talk to her from the other side of the door, you'll magically teleport in front of her.
Victoria, that wasn't me.
Oh my god.
But I
right.
can't find any way to do that. And one of the
Don't be
really bad
shy.
things about
I
that
think
is
it's
that we
awesome
use
you
out
set
of
a tongue
bounds
record on video.
for a few skips in this game. Because the way the
I'm
game
going to
works
be
is whenever you
sorry
do go out of
someday.
bounds, you fall
Oh,
indefinitely, and
boo-hoo.
when you hit a
I'm sorry
certain
you're a
point underneath the
viral
level,
slut.
it teleports
I'm sure
you
she had
higher.
fun.
So we get into this weird
Looks
state
like
where we're
it.
constantly
I know
falling,
Nathan
but we
hooked
can
her
also
up.
walk.
And you know he has the
And then
good
we
shit.
walk until we get
Preach
to a
it,
point back
sister.
in bounds. You'll see this in episode 3.
Yuck. I still
But we get
have
to a point
goddamn
where we're back
paint
in
all over my
bounds, and then
face.
when we fall, we
Mark
actually hit the
Selfie
floor.
thought she was a badass taking
And then
that
we're back in
picture.
bounds, we can do whatever we
I
want.
should have beat her
But
down.
the dormitories in every
That was
episode that I've
so
checked,
uncool.
there's actually
She's
collision
jealous
on the
because
ceiling.
Mark, Mr. Jefferson, knows I'm going to win the
So if
Everyday
we
Heroes
could get out of
contest.
bounds, we
He
wouldn't be
thinks
able
Max
to
is
fall
a
back
joke.
in bounds. We would fall on top of the dormitory ceiling, making it even harder to find a skip for any of the sections in the dorms.
She's a weirdo with that dumb camera.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
I hate
Mario
that I'm
C.
so
Bun,
quirky
thank you.
crap. Anyway, let's leave the link to Kate's video so everybody gets a chance to see her in action.
You are such an evil biatch. I love it.
Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. I don't know if it's Mario C. Bun, Mariok Bun. That's a link to katesvid.com. There's a lot of things you could do to either make Kate like you more or not like you more. As we'll find out at the end of this episode, you know, a lot of bad things happening to Kate right now.
And if you go to that link right now, it does just take you to the Life is Strange subpage of
It
Square
does,
Enix.
But when the game
I better
first
get
came
dressed and
out,
go
that
get
actually
back
didn't
Kate's
take you
book.
to the Life is Strange page. It actually took you to a WordPress blog with a single YouTube video on it that said, "This video has been removed by its user." So it seems canonically after Kate kills herself or attempts to kill herself and you save her, Victoria feels
no
bad and takes the
fucking
video
way.
down. The room is trash right now
This is
because
not
we
why I came to
made fun of
Blackwell.
Victoria.
And I still have to clean all this crap
This will
up.
happen if you get
after
Nathan,
I
if you do
find
the
Kate's
wrong thing
book.
with Nathan, or if you do the wrong thing with Victoria, one of them will trash your room. We're going to use her rewind powers here again in order to avoid being clumsy.
Of course she just spilled soda on Kate's book. I better fix this fast. Kate needs
So
the
we're gonna
book,
rewind
and
here
I don't want to add to her list of
in order
problems.
to avoid
Be
spilling
gone,
soda
foul
on a
soft
book.
drink.
She only moves like
Aha, you
3
silly
inches to the
book.
left.
You're mine.
She could have easily just knocked it over again.
She could have used, but then she could rewind
Maybe I'll
again.
just
I don't
put
think
on a
she's
shirt
really
and
all that worried
jeans.
about that.
Hey, Einstein had the same exact suit for every
But in
day.
hindsight,
And
there's
he's
that
not
much
moving.
soda left in a cup. Like, either it's full and you just forgot to drink it, or didn't drink it, or it's an empty glass.
Now I can finally take this
Here's
back.
another
leaves,
potential
like-
skip here.
You
If
in
we could
there?
somehow get into Kate's room at any point before right here, you don't actually need the book in order to place it down. If you can get in here, that trigger's actually active. Is there a photo in here?
Yes, it's the rabbit.
I want to say there's a photo in here, yeah. Photos of the rabbit. Please remind me of photos, because it's been forever since I've run with photos. Now we can speak
Hey,
with Kate.
Kate.
Hey, Kate, I brought your book.
Max,
Also,
why didn't
running
you
line
do
is,
anything
hey, Kate,
when
smile.
David harassed me yesterday.
Oh, I completely forgot to bring up my notes. We want to say
Left.
I wanted proof David was in your face.
I thought he was different.
Left, right, up, left, left,
I'm
left.
happy to see
You
somebody
memorized that.
cares.
I have my notes in front of
You
me.
actually do
Ah.
care.
Perfect.
So, what's the story with you and David?
Well, he's a total paranoid ass.
Wait, how
Makes him
could
part
you
of the
swear?
Vortex Club. Yeah, right.
It's like at least
Why
4
does he do
times
that?
as worse
Because he
as
saw the
Chloe doing
video.
it because Kate
Do
says
you
it
know
presses
how
cinnamon bun.
humiliating this is for me?
Poor
I
Kate.
know this sucks, Kate, but tell me about the video and maybe I can help.
See, we will find out she
Basically,
actually
I
was
went to
drugged.
one Vortex Club party and ended up making out with a bunch of people. And I have no memory of it.
It doesn't sound like you. I can't see
Of course, you can,
partying with
completely
Victoria.
blame her for what
I
happened
didn't.
if you just don't want
You
to be a
have to
nice
tell me more
person
than
here.
that. What happened at the party? Did you drink?
I swear to God, I had one sip of red wine, and then I drank water.
Are you sure it was just one sip?
I take a sip at church, and I don't end up on a viral video, okay?
Did somebody drug you?
I remember getting sick and dizzy.
Go on.
Then Nathan
I think I
Prescott said
might
he
have
would
to
take me to
find
the
an
hospital.
opportunity here to step out of my room for just
Did you
1
go?
minute.
Definitely not. I'm not sure where I went.
What do you remember
It's kind of one of the
about
problems running out.
All I recall is driving
5.5
for a
hour
long
game.
time. And I woke up in a room. I thought it was a hospital
let's
because it
see.
was so white and bright.
Go on.
Right. Oh, you've got
I'm
time
listening.
on the bus ride.
Somebody was talking to
The bus
me in
ride,
a
okay.
soft voice.
Perfect.
I thought it was a doctor.
When's our next
until
photo?
I heard Nathan and felt
Our
a
next photo
sharp
is when
sting
we
in
get
my
out of the
neck.
dorms. It's going to be the
And-
squirrel next to the trash can.
And
That's right.
And
that's all I remember.
And it's really
I don't
clear
know
from
what
Kate's story that
happened.
Nathan drugged her.
I woke up outside my dorm room the next day. I didn't have any marks or bruises, but I felt gross.
so, who took the video of you at the party?
I have no idea. Probably Victoria. She was there being her mean self.
Jesus, Kate. I'm sorry. This is serious shit.
How do I get a viral video taken down? I know it's already spreading. What if my church sees that? I need to know what to do.
Kate, we'll figure it out. I'll check back later, okay?
Thanks, Max. You can put my book here near my bag.
Yeah, this is the scenario. You don't actually need the book in your inventory. You just technically need the book to get into the room. So put the book down whether or not you have it.
Max, can I ask you a question?
We just can't figure out a
And
way to get
please be
into the
honest.
room.
Absolutely, Kate. Anything.
I need to find out if Nathan Prescott helped me or hurt me after that party. Should I go to the police?
And I think regardless of Kate's
you do that,
reaction to
they
this
won't
decision,
believe
this is
you.
the correct answer.
You're on
Because when
video
Nathan
grabbing
said
at all
they
those
owned the
guys
police,
and
he
they'll
wasn't
use that
lying. I think a
against
lot
you.
of the police
Bad.
really would
But
cover
I
this
know
up
I
on
was
behalf of
drugged.
Prescott's.
That's what you have to prove, not them. I'm just telling you how the cops in school will look at this. The video doesn't exactly back you up.
You make me feel so
I mean, not for the
hopeless.
reasons Max is
No,
saying.
no,
It's just
Kate.
that the Prescotts do
I
own the
just don't
cops in
want
this
you to
town.
get hurt anymore.
That seems
Yeah,
impossible.
they've got a lot of money.
So
They have
that's
a lot
your
of money and
answer?
a lot of
I think we
influence.
should wait.
We'll
There are
find out
other
later
things
that
going on that
Nathan
might
is
help
only
you.
still
But
at
not right
Blackwell
now.
because of the money.
So I can walk down the
He's got
halls
a
with
secret
people
file.
calling me a viral slut.
There's this
Thanks,
real file
Max.
and then there's the secret file.
They've got money where they could be like, I could buy and sell you. Please don't mess with me.
Yeah.
Good job, Dr. Max. She didn't like what I had to say, but
That's
we
everything
need
in
more
this
proof
place.
of what happened.
So it's time for us to leave. We've got one photo in this section. That we're just gonna go grab over here.
But you gotta
no
use the
squirrel
trash.
here yet.
How hard
But if
is
we
it
look
to
at this
dump the
trash
trash?
can,
Release the
we
Kraken.
can find a little piece of a
Come
donut
on,
that
squirrel.
squirrels apparently love
Time for your
donuts.
15 minutes of fame.
Shout out to squirrels.
Shout outs to donuts.
Shout outs to donuts. Just gotta walk away so he's not scared. And he's gonna come eat the donut. We can take a picture of a squirrel eating a donut, which is a really dope photo.
Yes, another Pulitzer for the portfolio.
Right. Donut. A squirrel eating a donut.
Just donut interrupt him.
Oh
He's
my
eating.
god. You didn't.
I did.
We can't get out of here without
fine.
talking to Warren.
What are
He'll
you
interrupt
doing
us if we just try to leave, so we're just gonna
Nothing.
talk to him.
Waiting.
Save ourselves
for a
the
call?
frustration of him
I mean, I
interrupting
already
us and
took the
bothering
call.
us.
Anyway.
But
I
we
wanted
didn't
to
save
rant
ourselves the
about that
frustration of
accident.
having to talk to Warren.
By the
There's
way,
no way to.
Thank you for stepping in.
The trigger to get out of
You
here
were pretty badass,
doesn't activate until
Warren.
after you talk to
I
him.
owe you.
Oh, yes, you do. I got knocked on my ass by that dick. I'm some personal superhero.
You're a real everyday hero. You stood up to a bully, and it was awesome.
Even though you left me with said bully and ran off with that girl, she's pretty punk rock. How do you know her?
Just a pirate I used to know.
I bet you were glad to see her blast up in that truck like a rock
All right,
star.
once we hit the
Which begs the question:
the
why
next
is
map,
Nathan Prescott getting psycho on you?
I'm going to go
He's
check on something.
dangerous. I
Hopefully
don't
I'm
want you
back
to get
before
involved.
Max gets off the bus.
You got me there, but lay low. Nathan Prescott is going to get his karma soon.
Weird fucking week. Like that bizarro snowfall yesterday. Speaking of dystopia, that drive-in is having a 70s Planet of the Apes marathon. Let's go ape!
No, we don't like Warren. I swear we
Yes,
don't.
that's
but
exactly what I
this is
mean.
the fastest
I
option.
love those old school ape films.
Well, that was easier than I thought. Cool. I'll text you the info.
I'll be right back.
David talking to Nathan cannot be a good thing. This has something to do with Kate. Or Rachel.
And I'm back. With pizza.
You brought enough to share with the entire bus.
Considering Max is the only person on the bus, I can share with the entire bus, as long as everybody gets one slice and I get nothing.
There's more people on the bus than just
Oh,
Max.
there are. I thought it was just Max.
Like, how can you forget the bus driver? This bus ain't driving itself.
Well, I was thinking of the bus driver. What I wasn't thinking of is the passenger behind the bus driver. I completely forgot about him.
We're not in this dystopian Tesla self-driving buses yet.
Oh, there's a lot of people on the bus. I'm not sharing this pizza at all. I've only got 2 slices. This is not going to spread between that many people.
Oh, come on. You can at least give each of them a piece of pepperoni.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces of pepperoni. Between
I think
2
that can go.
slices.
I think that everyone can have one pepperoni at that point.
Alright, everybody can have 1 pepperoni. One of the most important skills in speedrunning Life is Strange is knowing where the bathroom breaks are.
So just in case a stark reminder of when this game took place and where it takes place, look at the gas.
407. What are gas prices now? I feel like they're
Uh,
$4.
At least in this area, they're about 3.
Don't try to take it. It's mine.
I wouldn't dream of it.
We have a couple of photos in this section.
Be a millionaire. Hope nobody
Steals my
Talk about
lottery
going
ticket.
back in time.
Love that
The
dude.
diner looks exactly the same.
We're gonna take a photo here of the Two Whales Diner.
Got one more outside.
Yep, we're gonna loop back around and take a photo of something else. There's theories that this homeless lady is actually Chloe or actually Max. Remember how I said there's a lot of like crazy fan theories out there? None of those hold any weight actually, but there's a spot where you can see the police websites on one of the computers that's open, and there's somebody who went missing a long time ago who actually looks a lot like a younger version of her, which is interesting.
You know, they might not hold weight, but they also, I wouldn't give them any of my time.
Sound of clanging silverware. Makes me feel
Got
13
one more photo
again.
here. Take this graffiti photo. This is the, what's the name of the diner? Two
Whales Diner.
Huh? Blue Whales Diner.
The Two Whales.
The Two Whales Diner. It's actually based on an actual diner in Oregon called, what is it? Blue. This is why I should organize my commentary. I wish I had time to organize my commentary notes. It's based on the Blue Moon Diner in Beaverton, Oregon. It looks almost identical.
And there she is.
I think somebody on the
Lovely
Life is Strange
young
subreddit
woman.
actually went there and took a photo
How
once.
are you doing, Max?
Hi, Joyce. It's nice to see
There's
you.
a section later on in the game where
You
it
look
says
the same.
Two Moons
Like
Diner, or
I'm
it
still a
mixes the names
waitress at
somehow.
Two Whales after all these years.
No, like you still
Just to
look
kind of
pretty.
Nice save,
hope
kid.
that it is the diner
Still
that they
smart.
based it on.
But I wish you'd been here to help save Chloe. She got busted yesterday.
I like how out of all the empty booths in this diner, Max decides to sit at this particular one for absolutely no reason.
Your introduction to David.
Is there something
I hope you get
weird
to know
about this
him
one?
on your
Maybe she just doesn't
terms,
want to sit
not
around other
Chloe's.
people.
He's a good man.
I know COVID hasn't
Just-
hit just yet,
Yeah,
but
I'm sure he is since you married him, but
I mean, yeah, I guess she's just ahead of the curve.
It's good you're
she's ahead of the
here.
curve. She's social
I was
distancing.
hoping you could be a good influence in her life now.
I
I
will.
mean, she's also this over 5 years.
I know things were hard.
Some
for you,
dedication.
Chloe. I feel bad I didn't call. Now my folks are in Seattle and I'm all alone at Blackwell. It's my karma.
You did the right thing.
So whenever you
moved
see sections
forward
like
with
this, the
your life.
controller input is just
I did
us
after William
mashing the
passed
button,
on.
waiting for the
Chloe?
dialogue to come up.
Chloe
This is
chose
like
to
the
stay.
longest wait,
And
or one of the longest
I hope we
waits
see more of you.
between sitting
Chloe needs
down
an old
and
friend again.
doing the
Joyce,
first input.
I am so sorry about
It is.
William.
I just
have
mashed the
great
button the
memories
entire
of
time
him.
anyway.
I'm glad, Max.
Because sometimes there's nothing better to
That
do.
was his gift to us. Wonderful memories. Even if Chloe doesn't understand yet.
Chloe must
There
have
we go.
changed a lot.
There's
Now
the
the
first
dialogue
She
one.
hit all
That's
the
the first input
phases.
of this section.
Expulsion, running away, drugs, bad boys, tattoos, piercings, blue hair. Now she's got to rebel against her stepfather.
I see why. I mean,
Why? What did Chloe tell you?
well, Chloe texted me that David slapped her yesterday.
He feels.
I think that was a bit more than a
and he
slap,
will be
but
punished.
sure,
But
Max.
Chloe does push David,
Yeah.
and it's not fair. He paid
Not really a
his
fan
dues
of her
in the war.
apologizing for him either.
He does care about her, along with all the students at Blackwell.
But she's right. He actually does
I get
care
it,
about the
Joyce.
students.
I know Chloe still likes to stir things up.
David seems like a bad guy,
Yeah,
but
she does provoke
it's a
people.
bit of a red herring.
Especially David.
they must just
I just
think
want us
David
to
has
be a
something to do with the
family
plot.
soon.
He doesn't.
I guess it's
He turns
all
out to be a
about
good guy in
time.
the end.
I think you're right, Joyce.
So, now let's get down to the nitty-gritty. What do you want to
Bid
eat?
war incentive. Let's
I
go.
was dreaming about your
Mm-hmm.
bacon omelet.
Oh,
Now finish your coffee.
I wanted a Belgian waffle.
Well, I like the bakelit omelet, so that's where we're going. Here, there's a donation incentive. Belgian waffle or omelet.
young lady, stat.
It may seem like I'm just drinking a lot of coffee because
This
I
is
love
like
coffee,
fourth
and I do
dimensional
love coffee.
deja vu.
This is
I
exactly
keep
what I would be
going
doing if
back
I had
in
rewind
time.
powers. It's just rewind to refresh my coffee. But the truth is, drinking the coffee and then fast forwarding a few times saves us from having to sit here for a while because it speeds up
Rumbling from here,
the
Max.
time it takes for Joyce to get
Here,
back with the food.
you'll love this.
So what you're saying is, not only does Max have the ability to rewind time, she also has the ability to fast forward through it.
When I look at pictures
Only
of
things
Chloe,
she's done before, yes, exactly. A lot of secondary powers. A lot of
Speak of
secondary
the devil.
powers. She could just sit there
Mom and Max,
theoretically
together
rewinding
again.
and fast forwarding through the same
And Chloe
30
looking
seconds
for
of
a
her
free
life as
meal.
long as she wanted.
You put your whole damn college fund on your tab.
I'm
And
treating
you know what? It's a
Chloe
good way to
for
drink more coffee.
No, you're not. This is my treat.
That's the entire plot of a fan comic as well, where she just relives the same birthday over and over. Well, we finally realizes what Max is doing, and when she turns around, Max is just a skeleton with a post-it note on her skull that says, "Worth it."
Oh, wow.
You only get one damn slice.
Shoutouts to Tom Gould on, what is it, DeviantArt, by the way.
Huh.
You guys are still the same. Another reason to blow this town. What is this shit on the jukebox?
It's $1 for the swear jar.
Shoutouts to Chloe not liking country.
Let's talk about your superpower.
I don't have any explanation, and I can't explain why I saw that crazy fucking tornado.
Come on, that's just a daydream. I want proof you can rewind time.
This is all happening so fast.
We'll start slow. Right here, now.
I can tell you every single thing you have in your pockets.
You have X-ray vision, dude? I don't even know what's in my pocket.
So Chloe wants proof that we have
Let me
powers.
see.
So to do that, we're going to look through
Okay,
everything in
Max.
her pockets
Impress me.
and memorize it all
Do you have some kind of
and
power or not? Okay,
tell her
psychic
exactly
girl.
what's there.
Let me show you what's actually in my
The
pocket.
superpower of cheating.
Unfortunately, if you don't actually look at the items, you don't get the correct dialogue option for those items.
That was
So we do have to look through everything at least once for the dialogue option to appear. Otherwise, all the dialogue options are random and all of them are wrong.
Okay, Max.
So we're going to look through all of them once and then rewind so that they're all there. Now we can select the correct dialogue options.
So this is me telling you what's inside your pockets.
Okay, Max. I'm hella ready.
Your card.
I think it's just me on this scene, but I get a constant bug whenever I do like a manual rewind
Robot panic.
to the point where when the rewind ends, Max talks super slow and it makes me waste about 20 seconds of time.
Oh, weird. What platform?
Yes, you know I'm a smoker.
PC.
But how many cigarettes?
And the only way that I've found out to not
Oh my god, I was
forget
talking and I messed it up.
15 cigarettes. Okay, psychic.
Whoops, that was my bad.
No. That's just me not having a ton of practice playing and streaming at the same time.
But the only way I found how to not get it is just to do the auto rewind like it teaches you in the first episode.
Interesting. Yeah, I've seen that in the notes, but I never had any problem with it.
Yeah.
7 cigarettes.
There we go. Luckily, if we make a mistake here, we can rewind and fast forward to get back to where we were pretty quickly. It's not a huge time loss.
Some money.
Clearly I'm rich as fuck.
Yeah, luckily this is one of the scenes where if you do mess up, the dialogue options are the same throughout every subsequent occurrence of it.
Yeah.
So you can just skip past the dialogue you've already heard
What
before.
is the exact time I was busted?
10:34 a.m.
Booyah! Max can tell
In
And
a
it's
lot
kind
of
of
other
true that...
scenes,
Go ahead.
in a lot of other scenes, if you rewind and Max is like, "Oh wait, I messed this up before. Let me say something different," then you have to listen to the whole thing over again.
Yeah.
Amazeballs. I literally just got chills all over my neck. You have power.
Now, I don't know why that's the first thing she thought of doing to prove her powers, but the next one's going to be a little more interesting. Something you would expect somebody with time travel powers to do. Predict the future.
How's the food, Max?
Better than I remembered.
First, we have to
Very good
see the
save.
future.
Exactly.
Man, I'm hungry like the wolf.
Clearly.
Duran Duran is canon in this universe. Thank you.
I'm freaking out about what just happened. You have to show me more. Something way cooler.
Was there a Duran Duran reference that I missed?
Hungry like the wolf.
I didn't know that was a reference.
No way.
I don't think it is. I'm fairly certain it's just a phrase, but I like to think it's a Duran Duran reference.
Everything that happens in the next few moments, so you can dazzle Chloe with your mad power.
So now a lot of things are going to happen. We have to actually sit and wait for them to happen.
Did you
Yes,
break
but we don't have to
another
look at them. We can literally just go off by audio if we wanted to.
We could.
Now I gotta take this call and leave my breakfast. Hey, where is my partner?
You're a dick. Don't slap me, bitch. Take the Fight Club outside.
He started it.
I'm finishing it.
Joyce, you broke the rule of Fight Club. You're not supposed to talk about it.
This is sure the hell better than that other garbage.
I think.
So now we can tell Chloe everything
I'm
that's
going
about to happen.
4 events that will happen in the next 30 seconds or so. The trucker drops his mug, and Joyce rips him a new one.
So, what happens next?
And you know you got it right, because instead of watching the exact same thing you just saw before, it switches camera angles to show you everything from a closer up angle. If you get anything wrong, then it shows it to you from the same angle. There's a good little cue that we got them all right.
The jukebox goes crazy as
The one thing that freaks me out about this scene, I think I mess it up every time, is on the second occurrence when you're talking about, God, what is it?
The partner leaving?
The partner leaving. She's like, well, let's see how this goes down. The way that her tone and intonation is just like, it makes you think you messed that up.
Yeah. But she says the same thing, I think, no matter what options you choose. The only tell that you got it right is that it switches camera angles or it doesn't once you're done with all the options.
Take the Fight Club outside.
He started it.
I'm finishing it.
Trevor and Justin must be in love. You predicted a cockroach on the jukebox? I pledge allegiance
It's not a
to
bug,
Max
it's a
and the
feature.
power for which she stands.
I think that was a literal bug.
Boy, Chloe, I do have to be careful how I use it.
Screw that!
But it's a feature of the game, though.
The best toy ever?
True.
You can bang anyone with no strings attached, rewind time, and boom! It's like
I was working on my computer last week, right? And I left the side off of it for a little while. And I have
That's what I did.
I have this RAM, this LED RAM that lights up.
That's fucking
Fancy.
We have to play.
It is fancy. I enjoy this RAM. I had to get a lot more RAM because of some of the programming projects that I work on and whatnot. A lot of heavy programs open at the same time, right? But so the LEDs were on the RAM,
much excitement.
And
See what
the case
happens
was
when
off,
we
and there was an
forget.
actual fly that got in my room and landed on my RAM.
You need a sidekick to guide you.
There's a lot of really hot components in there.
Show me the way to
And I'm trying to get him to move, and he doesn't want to. And I'm like, this fly is gonna die in my computer from the heat,
Supergirl, let's go to my secret
and it's
place.
gonna damage something, and my computer's gonna be ruined by a literal bug.
Come on, before Mom starts some more shit.
I just thought it was funny that the idea that a computer can be ruined by a literal
You
bug.
don't call me once in 5 years.
That'd
and
be a
now
fun
you're
one
all
to
over
explain to
some
everybody.
biatch you see every day at school.
My computer died because of a bug. What happened? Something with Windows? No, a literal fly died on my video card after landing on my RAM. Kate's calling us right now. We're not going to answer because we don't have time for a phone call during a speed run.
If that were me in that situation, I don't think I'd be able to tell that there was a fly in there because my computer was built in the age before RGB was a big thing. I wouldn't be able to see it. Everything's black.
Kate doesn't get upset.
I'm one of the RGB obsessed folks. So if I can have RGB, I probably will. So this is the junkyard. This is where we're going to go to really prove that Max has powers. Obviously by getting drunk and shooting things.
Max isn't getting drunk. Chloe is, but
Chloe's getting drunk, and we're going to tell her where to aim to shoot things. The scene was actually originally supposed to be a robbery, believe it or not. The original writing for the scene thought that they would do a whole robbery scene in order to prove she has powers. And they
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it's one of the hidden gems you can get from watching things like director's commentary and interviews, but there was never supposed to be a junkyard scene. It was originally supposed to be like a robbery that you go do, and obviously this is before the game was made, back in the early writing steps. But like a robbery, and use your rewind powers to get away with the robbery.
But you did steal his gun.
I guess that would explain the gun, at least.
Only the ones who shouldn't be.
I think that's probably the only thing that carried over, I'd imagine.
Yeah, they replaced it with this scene, which is exactly the kind of thing Chloe would do. Probably a terrible way to prove you have powers to rewind.
Drink? Yuck. You are so.
But we're gonna have to go and look for all these 5 bottles that she wants us to collect here in a minute, and we're gonna have a photo to take while we're here.
2 photos.
You can handle it. Now go find us 5 bottles.
2 photos, yeah. Well, 1 photo while we're looking, and then another photo afterwards. So.
Really, I do them both while I'm looking.
Am I missing one? There's the one on the other side of the bus, and then there's the one after Chloe is
the
bus
bus itself.
Is there a photo of the bus itself?
Yep.
Well, I am glad that we talked about this before I completely forgot one of the photos. What a terrible 100% run this would be if I didn't actually get 100%. Again, using rewind powers to avoid being clumsy, running theme.
You can take it just by walking to the left here. It should
But thanks
be
for
like
reminding me about the bus. I almost nearly forgot about it.
It's a really weird isometric shot to it.
Oh, that's probably a good photo, but I'm not going to click into the journal to look at it. You can actually look at the photos if you go to her journal. There's a whole journal. Somebody spent a lot of time working on it that you can look at. Read. She writes regularly in it. There's really fun doodles. There's actually a Pinterest board that the author used to put it together that you can still go and view to this day on Pinterest that's used for inspiration. There we have the doe again, which is confirmed to be Rachel, standing over a spot that's going to be very, very relevant later.
Fun fact, you only have 1 shot at this photo.
Oh yeah, if the doe runs away, you can't take a picture of it again. And of course, because the doe is not real, it's just the spirit of Rachel. If you look at the photo in her journal afterwards, it's just a photo of the landscape, and the doe's not actually in it.
It's weird how you went to that spot. I usually go to that open little spot in the area there.
Do you?
Yeah.
Three down, 2 more to go. Talk about finding.
Oh boy, we kicked a can, which then caused a resonance cascade somewhere in some other universe, and those fell for no reason.
Unforeseen consequences.
This looks like a graffiti museum for Chloe and Rachel. I bet I can find out more about Rachel. 1 more bottle to go.
Now, after we get this last bottle, we do have a tiny little time save we can do.
Yeah, people expect this game to not have speed tech because it's so story driven, but there is a little bit of speed tech. Just, we wish we could use it more often than we actually can. So what we're going to do is a sort of checkpoint warp where once we collect the last bottle, it keeps our inventory and we reset from checkpoint to warp back to in front of Chloe, and we get to keep all of our bottles. In fact, she's going to talk right now about delivering them as we're delivering them. Now, this particular one only saves like, what, 5 seconds? But there's one that we use later on that saves a lot more than that.
5 seconds, if that.
If that, but we do get to use this trick again a little bit later to save a little more time than that.
You're serious about this. We're gonna shoot all these bottles without wasting a single bullet. Max,
oh boy, my favorite scene.
You want to talk for a minute about the meme run?
Show me the way, Max.
Yeah, I guess I'll talk about the meme run. So there's this run that we had probably about 4 years ago at this point, I'd say, where we played all the way up to this point in the game, and once we get to, I believe, the last shot, you're going to be shooting at the car that's hovering over the bottles there. You can either shoot the window, I think, the bumper, or the tire, and there's probably one other spot. What we do is we shoot the bumper, get this, 97 times.
Watch out.
Bumper has the bullet ricochet back into Chloe, and she collapses on the ground, and Max freaks out. We watched the cutscene 97 times.
This is all based on a comic where somebody made the joke of Max doing that and Chloe getting shot, and her saying, "Max, rewind," and Max just has this look on her face, and she's like, how many times have you done this? How many times have you watched me get shot? And Max just gets an evil grin on her face. 97. So it's the, I don't know what the run is called. I don't think there's an official leaderboard for it, although there totally should be a category extension for it. And this is the tire that he's talking about. This is exactly where you would do it. It's like shoot Chloe 97 times %.
Yeah, it's just I call it 97 shots percent.
97 shots percent. We really should get that like in a, at least in a category extensions.
Uber cool.
I think somebody had the idea, like what was it, a year ago or so, to do a 97 shots percent race.
That's how it started. We all did it. We like
You guys all
6 of
did
us
it in a race. We should do that again.
Damn.
I don't know why.
I mean, it's only about a 2-hour run, so about 40 minutes of which is watching the cutscene 97 times.
Maybe we could donate. Maybe we could do it and have, you know, like donate $1 for every time Chloe dies or something like that. Make it some sort of charity run.
Each person do it? Oh lord, that'd be depending on how big the race is.
Yeah, it depends on how many people join.
You freaked me
That'd be
out.
$97 per
Do
person.
you feel any better now?
A little. Thanks for helping me. Just give me a minute.
Too much action for Arcadia?
Make a donation for something that prevents gun violence or something. I don't know.
This is kind of fun.
Is that
Scary and stupid, but
is
Let me know when you feel okay.
God, this
We do have one
power
photo to
really
take
messes
here.
with my head.
Pretty easy to miss if you don't know about it, because once you just talk to Chloe right away, the only thing you can do other than talk to Chloe is look at her or take this photo. You have to take it exactly from the side.
yeah, and if you talk to her, you can't rewind to this scene. Trust me, I've done it.
Looks like you're ready to lock
It's a good way to kill a 100% run.
Yep.
I don't know about this.
Are you afraid of getting in trouble? Oh, boo-hoo.
Especially an hour and a half in.
I know you can handle it.
It's
And I'm here to
like
guide you.
just long enough to where like I don't want to do another run, and it's just like, man.
Hey, Stelman Louise. Or is it Bonnie?
Speaking of which, what's our next photo?
Excuse us, Frank.
Our next photo
Don't let me get in the way in your
is
bonding. I heard
Warren
the
in the
gunshots
school.
and the breaking glass.
Okay, yeah.
It's cute.
Warren in the school with the failing grades.
That's right. So this is Frank. We're meeting Frank officially for the first time. We took a picture of his dog earlier, and we drew in his RV earlier. He's a drug dealer who Chloe owes money to. He's trying to get that money
They all
back.
say that, you know, even when they're broke and acting tough. What are you hiding there, girlie? Let me see.
Now we're gonna get the option to either shoot him or not shoot him in just a moment. And this is actually a bigger decision than you would think. I think it's actually faster here to shoot him. I'm not sure, or to try to shoot him anyway. But if you try to shoot him, you find out that the gun is empty, and then he takes the gun. Which is a problem for us later on, because in episode 3, if we still have the gun, meaning he didn't take it because we tried to shoot him and a different sequence happened, we can use the gun to do a look skip, like we talked about earlier, to get out of bounds in order to save a huge time save somewhere else.
It's the left choice.
So we're going to shoot him, or we're going to try to shoot him.
Oh,
If you don't shoot him, though, he takes your gun, and then you don't have a gun. You can actually get the gun back in episode 3, but not until after we need it for the skip. Actually, if you get the gun back, I don't know what effect does that have later in the game.
Don't ever pull crap like this again.
I don't know. I don't really experiment with this. I just wait for someone to sweep the boards, and I just, yeah, those shots are mine. I'm a bad mod. I apologize.
Well, being a mod of a game is not the same thing as
Thanks for standing up for me.
being the top runner. It's not the same as being a glitch hunter or somebody who does routing. There's a lot of different roles when it comes to people in a speedrunning
At
community.
least Frank is gone. He won't fuck with us again. He just wants his money.
Jesus, I almost shot this guy. And now he'll be more
Sometimes get
dangerous
turned around when
Chloe.
you're leaving.
Chloe's waiting to go for a walk.
Again, and that's a major decision. It wants us to second guess our choice.
Who wants to go for a walk, Chloe? Let's go for a walk.
You remember how we talked about earlier how later on we break into Blackwell and she says it's not breaking and entering because we didn't break anything? Well, fun fact, in the state of Oregon, walking on railroad tracks actually is an act of criminal trespassing. It's explicitly outlined in the law that walking on railroad tracks is criminal trespassing. Like it's there by
Why the
name.
hell are you hanging around scary losers?
So if Max is worried about trespassing, she's
Weird.
really not handling it well right now.
Well, what if I wanted to have a penny flattened on the rail?
Feels like a different world, huh?
Does that actually work, or can that derail a train? I think I've been wondering about that since I was a kid, and only now remembered it again.
Pirate fort and keep the world out?
I think that's one of those wives' tales. I don't really expect something that weighs like a gram to derail something that weighs about 100,000 tons.
I wouldn't either, but I can't say for sure, and I'm too busy to Google it right now, so we're just not gonna know.
I can Google it. I'm just.
Hey, Mario Bun, just saw your chat. How's it going? Mario Bun, Mario C Bun. I'm sorry, if you want me to pronounce that correctly, you're gonna have to post the pronunciation in chat. But how's it going?
Plan to leave Arcadia Bay without paying Frank off. Now, tell me exactly what's
We are recording a submission video and doing full commentary, but this is also being streamed live on Twitch as part of Extra Life 2021.
Pot from you, remember? Anyway, Frank and I kind of hung out. Hung out? You don't mean you... no, we didn't have sex. Gross, man. He never even tried.
Chloe's definitely
I
gay.
just made the mistake of borrowing money so Rachel and I could bail out of here. That's it?
Hella gay.
I want to know
Hella
how
gay.
Frank got Rachel's bracelet. What do you think?
She's the only character that actually doesn't
I don't know anymore.
talk at all about being with
My
boys.
brain is so fried from all this.
But from her obsession with Rachel in this game, and then also the events of Before the Storm,
We haven't hung out this much since
you
we
can
were
tell.
twins.
You know, you can tell pretty
No
easily.
time has passed.
At least that's my
Rachel
headcanon.
was here to meet you.
And I will fight you on this.
I mean, there's a reason why I speedrun this series of games in June.
She
That's a good point. Yeah.
has a great eye for imagery.
Although
Entire series.
I've seen people play Before the Storm and then argue that Rachel and
We would all be hella
and
best
Chloe
friends
are not like into each
I know
other.
She must be as cool.
And
Oh, that's a load.
I have no doubt.
And I'm like, how do you play this game and see it as anything other than a teen lesbian romance?
Kerouac knew. It's the romance of travel and movement.
So I'm gonna do a playthrough of this game sometime where I try to play it as a straight girl,
Beat poet here.
just to see how they figured, just to see how they came to that conclusion.
I'd rather be a good photographer.
You are. You just have to stop being afraid.
God, after this series, I don't think I can think straight.
We call this scene "Chloe won't take off her boot."
Perfect.
I call this scene "The train has powers too."
Why does the train have powers?
Because if you're fast enough and you dislodge the big giant spool of wire, the train isn't there when you're running to Chloe. And
But the
all of
train
a sudden,
teleports.
boom, it's there.
Yeah, the train teleports. The train has teleporting powers too, so we really have to get it before the train teleports. Or Chloe could just take off her shoe. I don't know.
What's that?
It looks like she can.
Oh shit.
But anyway, Chloe's stuck in the railroad. We need to save her. So we're going to... Where's the crowbar?
I can definitely use.
There's our crowbar. And there's a lot of different...
yeah.
There's actually a few different ways you can do this. We're going to do this way. Did I get it wrong?
That was really weird because I saw on your screen that you jumped down and then somehow you still did that.
I didn't. I'm going to have to rewatch that because I didn't jump down. I saw a little graphical glitch, but I definitely didn't jump down.
Yeah, I saw.
Did you see that? It gave me a fast forward option when I was jumping down. How did that happen?
I think you were. There's a train teleporting, by the way.
There's a train teleporting.
I think you moved far enough to jump down, but you still hit the trigger for the dislodging the spool.
So I jumped down, and then I teleported back to the spool, and then I was able to fast forward jumping down. That's actually a new skip. That's actually a time save.
Aren't you glad I took you away?
Because that means you can, because running down the slope is faster than jumping down by about 1 second. But if you can fast forward the jumping down because you start the cutscene before you do the other thing, that probably actually saves like 5-10 seconds.
That's okay.
Somebody tell E-Ray.
Forever.
I'm gonna see if he even did that because I don't know if he knows about that or not already. Let's see.
I've never heard of it.
Neither have I.
I've never seen anybody fast forward jumping down. I think that's just an accident. Oh, we found a new glitch.
Sorry to be so boring.
Nothing exciting ever happens to us, right?
Listen, Your rewind power has to be connected to that snow yesterday. That might explain your tornado.
Now the question is, can we do it intentionally?
I don't see how. It's so friggin' random.
Wake up, Max. You saved my life twice now. You altered the course of my destiny, yours, and whoever. Do you know about chaos theory?
And for that matter, is that a technique that we can use anywhere else?
Shit happens, right?
No, crazy shit happens.
That
I
would
wonder.
be really interesting to know.
It's kind of interesting that that's how the mechanic works. If you start a cutscene, you can fast forward
Perfect example of strange attraction.
and trigger something at the same time, then you can fast forward through the cutscene, even though you've never seen it all the way through. Just because it was triggered means you can fast forward through it. I can't say off the top of my head if there's any applications of this anywhere else, but at least we know you can do it there. If I can do it once on accident, then I'm sure it can be done on purpose. But I'll bet the timing is really tight. I'll bet if you screw it up, you just jump down. And this is an hour and 40 minutes into a run, so on world record pace, that'd be a terrible time to have to run back up.
Unfortunately, I made the clip too late.
That's okay. I will be
that afterwards.
Yeah, I'll load it up in video software. Now we have 2 skips coming up in the next section, and they are super inconsistent, or not inconsistent, but they can be difficult. I'm gonna turn my VSync off here for this. Sorry, VSync on, because it makes the skip a little easier to perform. I might miss it. That's okay. But what we're gonna do is,
I find this first one with David easier. Jefferson's the one that's the pain for me.
I haven't practiced either in so long, and even then, it's still super easy to miss. But what happens is that when we run past,
Max, can we talk?
well, we have another shot at that. Actually, it's fast enough to try twice. But when we run past him, we look at him as we're running past, and if we keep looking at him, we can make it past the trigger that makes him talk to us. So I'm gonna try it one more time. If we don't get it, we're just gonna talk to David.
I have a little time before Mr. Jefferson's class, so I can do some wondering. If only
I think I hit it too soon.
If only I knew what.
Do it. Keep going. Keep going.
Ah, I got it. Oh, we have another one coming up right here.
Photo.
I'm gonna walk past here so I can trigger this dialogue, and then I'm gonna go do it.
Yeah, true.
Now we're gonna talk to Warren, who I actually looked this up. I've been trying to figure out exactly what experiment they're doing here, and I can't figure out what experiment it is, because they only mention what chemical you're mixing in, not what chemical he's mixing it with. So if anybody knows, leave a comment.
Potassium or sodium. It's up to you to decide.
Not that I'm counting on a lot of people to watch this on YouTube, but it'd be awesome to see what experiment he's actually doing that results in these particular explosions.
That's the worst pun I've ever heard.
Right?
Yet Max has spoken. Sodium it is.
See, he's gonna blow up right now.
Damn. Zip. No.
Now we're gonna find out what the real ingredient is by talking to the science teacher.
Hi, Miss Grant.
From what I'm seeing and seeing how they want to add chlorine, I think it's some kind of pH experiment.
Every signature counts, and yours might be the one that decided.
Miss Grant, can I ask you
I have to admit, I don't know anything about chemistry.
You know my stock teacher answer. There are no.
I'm a programmer, I'm a musician, I'm a speedrunner. I don't know anything about science outside of computer science.
Neither.
But what kind of experiment would the options be potassium, sodium, and chlorine?
I'm sorry, Miss Grant.
In any case, now that we have the right answer, we can go back to Warren.
Go on, Max. We'll talk again.
We can give him the right answer, and after that, we can take a photo with him. Or of him, rather.
Hey, Warren.
Luckily, we could skip this dialogue until we get to the chlorine.
Warren, you need to add chlorine, not potassium or sodium.
Chlorine? I didn't think of that. Can't argue with.
Now, if you think it's a pH thing, then how come adding chlorine results in purple coming out?
Eureka!
But apparently that's the correct answer. And now we can take his picture.
From what I googled, I'm like chlorine, purple liquid. So usually when you do like pH test strips and everything, some of them turn purple. So
He's pretty cute when he's in full-on geek.
Do we have another photo here before I move on?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that's it.
So we're gonna try to do the skip.
I bet Mr. Jefferson.
It's the same as the other skip.
I bet Mr. Jefferson.
But a really much
go.
And
Yeah!
We got Jefferson skip. We have one photo to take here.
We got there in the end.
We got it. I can't believe I got both skips.
I can't believe you did either. Also, Max teleports.
Max teleports from... we didn't go to talk to Nathan. We went to talk to Victoria, but now we're in front of Nathan because of Max teleporting power.
Yow! Bring out the claws. I love seeing chicks fight.
Can I sit down, please?
I don't know. Can you?
Let her have
You get the same dialogue whether you talk to Nathan or Victoria anyway, so... I see you're already telling the Discord about it.
Just gonna leave it vague at that until you post the clip.
So to post a clip, I'm gonna have to wait till this is done, download the entire VOD from Twitch, and then load a 50 gigabyte file or 30 gigabyte file or however big it is. It's gonna be large into video editing software and clip it out, but I will.
So wrong.
Let me know if anybody is on and gets excited because I don't really have time to check Discord. Actually, I do have time to check Discord. Literally nothing happened in this part. Good time for donations while we sit here and wait for Warren.
Really, because this is the time where I just spin the camera in a circle, because when Zachary bursts into the room, it does that stupid little thing, like, if you've ever seen a video of someone, like, moving a chicken or a bird where their head stays stationary, it does the same thing if you're moving the camera when he bursts into the room.
Not in this class, beat it.
I just think it's, like, super interesting.
I think spinning the camera around in circles is going to make me dizzy, so I'm not going to do it.
Well, don't do it until he bursts into the room.
Anybody seen Kate Marsh?
I think everybody has seen Kate Marsh by now. She's not feeling good.
Sounds like you're giggling about a video gone viral. Maybe it involves a student.
I do sometimes doodle here,
friend?
just to kill time.
I wonder how it would feel to have false images of yourself shot out all over the world for people to judge. Usually, people need something to judge, so they never take a good look at themselves. We can thank reality TV for some of that. In the end, we can only blame ourselves for participating. Speaking of participation, there are a few souls here who have yet to enter a photo in the contest. Like Max Caulfield, for example. Who I know can't wait to enter, right? I'm sure you
There's no input here until the next chapter.
Studying chiaroscuro. That beautiful word about the contrast between light and dark. The shadow play that gives photography such visual power.
The term chiaroscuro, super crazy when you hear the AI pronounce it in the prototype, or just any screen reader try to say that word. It cannot pronounce that word.
Some crazy shit is going down at the girl's door.
Oh.
Do not come into my class like
That was a little weird.
Listen,
give it a little shot.
Yeah, it forces you to look at Zachary, but the camera still goes around as if it were still orbiting around Max.
Yeah, weird. So here's the big scene. I said a content warning at the beginning that this game deals with suicide, and it does. And when it comes to a marathon, if Kate killing herself is a problem, we actually can save her. So if that's kind of a problem for content for any particular marathon, then we can choose to save her. For the normal run, though, we do let her die, because if she lives, we have to go visit her in the hospital, which takes several minutes. It could also make a good donation incentive, like I was saying earlier. In Metroid, you have the option to save or kill the animals, and in Life is Strange, you have the option to save or kill Kate. A little more macabre than Metroid, but same vein.
Also, this is a really, really bad time to bring this up, but to me, Brooke dabs in this scene, and I can't unsee it. Why?
Oh my god, I will never be able to unsee that now that you brought it up. Did you have to say that out loud?
Yes.
Now I will never be able to unsee it. It's not an inappropriate time for you to bring it up. What it is an inappropriate time for Brooke to be dabbing. Shoutouts to dabbing. But yeah, Kate's about to kill herself, and we spent so much
now is not the time.
We spent so much of our power avoiding being clumsy that we don't have enough left to save her life in an easy way. So all she can do is manage to stop time, but not actually rewind it and make it up to the roof before she runs out of steam. And all the things you could do earlier, picking up the phone with Kate, talking to her, a variety of other smaller things that you have to go out of your way to do, and just other dialogue options, will make it easier or harder to save her. But we have no rewind power here. Our dialogue options are all we have, so we need to either say or not say the exact right thing to save her life. And because this is a speedrun, and we're doing this fast, and there is no incentive in a submission video, we're going to do the thing that makes her die the fastest, unfortunately.
Now I have to do this by myself?
Did you come to get another Pulitzer shot like yesterday, Max?
I've been bullied too, Kate. And even when I got...
Do you know several of these dialogue options actually have no effect on whether or not she dies?
Stand up for yourself. That's why you let David get in my face, like everybody here.
That's not true. People want to help you.
Yes, they want to help kill me. And they can get their wish.
Kate, your life is still yours. And we can get through this together. Let me help.
You are such
I see you telling the Discord. I see in my little notifications on my laptop that you're telling the Discord about the new tech.
I was with Chloe, and she was having a serious problem too. I'm sorry.
Apparently her problem is worse than mine. So why even bother with me? I'm done anyway. No!
And there we go. That's the fastest way to make Kate jump off the roof, so that we don't have more dialogue with her. Again, happy to make this not happen if it's either a content problem or if there's an incentive. And you know what? If there was an incentive for this, I wonder what people would vote for. Save Kate or save the frames?
I know this isn't pleasant for any of us.
Well,
what do you think the popular consensus would be?
Before she did what she did. Officer Barry will be taking notes
I don't
for the
know.
official police inquiry. I'm sure you'll give him your full.
Because I know.
Such a tragedy.
I don't know how much time it would really add on to the run. I think it's in the neighborhood of about 20, 30 minutes, maybe.
20 or 30 minutes to save Kate? Why?
30 is probably pushing it. It's probably close to like 15, 20.
Wait, why does saving Kate add that much time? It only has the hospital scene, right? That's not a half-hour scene.
I don't... I've only played it once during my casual playthrough, to be quite honest.
No, it's definitely not that long. I can't imagine adding more than 5-10 minutes max.
But I don't think the scene is just as easy as walk in, walk out. I think you have to have like a full conversation with Kate.
True. Maybe I should check that out and time it sometime.
But Kate has assisted you in class.
And since we just completely skip it anyway, I don't think anybody has routed it or attempted to.
Okay, well, if this run is accepted anymore, I will do that timing, and I will let you know before we make it an incentive. For now, Kate dies. Or we have to just add on to the estimate.
Miss Coffee.
But I want to route that sometime, see how long it takes.
Were you on the route with Kate Marsh? Did she tell you her plan?
So we have the option to blame several characters here.
Tell us
most of them are time saved, so we're going to blame Jefferson.
I saw Mr. Jefferson talk.
I think if we blame David, there's a conversation we don't want to have later, and if we blame
Mark, I do know that Miss Marsh has assisted
Nathan, then
Kate, Miss Marsh.
I can't remember what happens, but this is the fastest option.
I assume this awful video was the cause.
So I think blaming Nathan might be just as fast.
She was upset Miss Caulfield didn't return her calls. She felt rejected by the school.
She shouldn't have asked to be on video, macking with some dudes.
You ass! She didn't ask for any of this.
No, on the contrary.
And last input of episode 2 is coming up here in a moment.
Now, I wanted to help, but I guess I was too late.
Well, now this is problematic. The publicity is rising, and perhaps you shouldn't represent Blackwell at the Everyday Heroes contest in San Francisco.
Are you serious?
I am. We don't need any negative press about that event. And we need to involve the Academy in possible disciplinarian measures for you.
I understand. There are bigger things at stake than me. The life of a young girl, for one.
I think the episode 3 cutscene, any cutscene is fast enough for a bathroom break.
I believe every ending video except for the one for episode 4 is like somewhere in the neighborhood of like 3 minutes at least.
That's the last input, right?
Yep.
I'll be right back.
getting started. We'll be assisting the police with further inquiries. I know this has been a stressful day.
This is a wonderful day. I don't know what you're talking about, Wells. We just found a new skip.
So thank you for coming in.
I just can't believe it. It's like it wasn't even real. Watching her drop like a weight, I really thought I could save her. Like a superhero.
Come on, Max. Do not for a second blame yourself. Kate was on that roof for her reasons, not yours.
My hand just reached out.
Stop it. You were the only one with balls enough to run to the roof. You were the only one who cared.
Yeah, I sure made a big fucking difference. Maybe if more people cared. Better people than me.
You're the best person around.
Warren, I screwed up today.
That makes no logical sense.
Warren, I don't mean to sound weird, but there's something ominous going on at Blackwell.
Today proves that.
And I'm working on proof that Kate Marsh is connected to Rachel Amber. Somehow. Along with Nathan and Mr. Madsen.
I'm not a big conspiracy guy, but I wouldn't doubt it. Nathan did scare me yesterday, and Madsen is a straight-up dickhead. So, what do you think is really happening?
What the hell is this? The weather confirms this weird day. Feel that chill.
Max, there was no eclipse scheduled today. I would know. I would.
I believe you, Warren. I'll believe anything this week.
And I'm back. You're right, I have plenty of time. I think one of the hardest parts about doing this game in a marathon is going to be not using the bathroom for 5.5 hours.
I mean, that's why you have a couch. You just have the couch to do it.
That's true. I know people have done speedruns this long. And marathons like GDQ before, things like Final Fantasy games and whatnot. I wonder how they handle that then, because I've watched this before and I don't remember anybody getting up to use the bathroom in all that time.
They just have bladders of steel.
I guess so. Plus, I guess if you're in person, it's probably harder to, like, go to the bathroom in a hotel when these marathons are in person. Then it's just literally go to the room right next to the room that I'm in and then come back in a minute and a half.
I'm not sure about the venue for GDQ, but I know when I went to ESA, there was the hotel that we had, there was like a line of bathrooms. It was probably like 12 or 13 stalls or something. So it was pretty easy to just go in whenever you needed to.
That's good. Did you run there or just attempt?
Oh, I ran there.
What'd you run?
Catherine Classic on PC. It was a 2-player, 1-controller run.
Oh, interesting. I've seen those runs before, and I can't imagine how anybody actually coordinates doing 2 players with 1 controller.
It's a lot easier to yell at yourself in your head rather than out loud.
So you're talking about 2 people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Well,
Have you ever... Go ahead.
It was me controlling two characters with 1 controller.
Oh, so it's 1 person, 2 controllers. Is that right?
1 person, 2 characters, 1 controller.
1 person. Okay, 1 person, 2 characters, 1 controller. Is that the way the game's intended to be played?
You can rebind the keys onto a single controller, so yes.
Interesting. But you're still playing a 2, like it's meant to be played with 2 people?
Yes.
Interesting. Have you seen Super Mario Odyssey speedruns?
You've only really seen single players, but I do know that people like use their feet to control Cappy and stuff like that.
Yeah, so you don't see that much in any percent. There's any percent, which is just a little under an hour, and then there's here, just take a moment. We can see who came after Rachel. Find out exactly what happened to Kate. So whatever dark conspiracy is going on here with Rachel and all the people before her, Kay was definitely a part of it. No, there's also a 2-player mode, which typically has 2 actual people playing it, or always has 2 actual people playing it. But there's also a lowest percent mode, which is called minimum captures in that game.
Yeah. I like minimum captures. That's where I can't believe that they found that many stupid setups just so they wouldn't have to.
They're not all stupid. Some of them are insanely hard. And there's a method called, I hope somebody does minimum captures at a GDQ one day, but there's a thing called a Cappy Return Cancel, a CRC, where it's super complicated. I'm obviously not going to explain it in the middle of a Life is Strange run, but suffice it to say, you have to control Cappy separately from Mario to do this insanely hard trick. And you can only do that in 2-player mode. So what they do is they used one Joy-Con with their hands and another Joy-Con with their feet in order to control it, while doing like extremely precise and difficult setups, right? It's just crazy to watch somebody actually playing with their feet in order to do these really insane skips.
I think it was like the community came up with like, oh, you need to time this to like 64 beats per minute, and we'll emphasize the ones that you actually need to pay attention to, or something like that. And then
yeah, it's because you have to put Cappy in a very, very specific spot without being able to see him. So they have a whole thing where they put on music, and then they count the beats of the music, and they move it exactly. It's their way of timing it, just by having music and counting out so many beats before they take action. It has to do with the way Cappy comes back to you when you do something, and they can get him to teleport in strange ways by setting it up correctly. But and if by the community you mean like Small Ant 1 and the other like 4 people who run this, then yeah, it's such a lowly run category that at one point they removed it from the leaderboards, and quite a few people actually got upset, because even though not a lot of people run it, it is super fun to watch and super interesting all on its own. So the official community had a vote on whether to keep it or get rid of it, and
So I better get moving.
I remember voting in that because I actually run Super Mario Odyssey as well, and they voted to keep it. Okay.
I still can't stop thinking about Kate.
If I recall correctly, we need to go talk to Dana to get our next photo.
We need to talk to Taylor.
Taylor, yeah, sorry, missed the name.
Scary dark.
And she's in the girls' bathroom.
You can also talk to... Is it faster to talk to Taylor or to talk to Dana?
I always talk to Taylor.
Because I actually do this talking to Dana. So I don't know what the fastest options are here.
Hey, Max.
Left and right.
Left and right, okay.
On the roof to try to help Kate.
I don't think there's too huge of a difference, but this part's not in my notes.
I can. I just wish I could have stopped her. Are you okay?
Hey, E-Ray, thanks for the good luck.
No.
I don't know if you saw in the Discord, I haven't been able to read what Hanako actually said, but we accidentally stumbled on new
I
tech.
didn't think you'd be so upset considering how much shit you and Victoria gave Kate.
Sharfers, how's it going?
My own person, not Victoria's bitch.
Discord's popping off.
She's freaking too. She already broke curfew tonight.
Is it really? Are people actually talking a lot about this in the Discord?
Where did she go?
My lips.
No, they're just coming in chat.
Victoria will seal them for me.
Yeah, we found some new tech where you can you start to jump off, and then you
Victoria isn't here.
use the crowbar, and it triggers the fact that you've jumped off without actually jumping off, because she teleports back to where she needs to be. And then when you do jump off, you can fast forward. I'm just glad I got it on video, but I'm gonna have to get the VOD from Twitch and cut it so everybody can see.
Since you found it, what are you gonna name it?
I'm gonna have to think about that. Open to suggestions. What's our next photo after this, by the way?
Squirrel outside.
Squirrel. Shout outs to squirrels. We need to stay there for a minute because that's glow in the dark, so.
Very nice mechanic for that, by the way.
And I ran the wrong direction because her teleporting got me confused.
Hey, Max? Come here.
No, Dana. We're not going.
No, we're not going. Although I wonder if it's faster to talk to her, because even just going into that room unlocks the ability to run.
I think...
Were we able to run after going into the bathroom? Okay, where's the squirrel? Wait a minute, where's the squirrel?
He's on the bench. You gotta rewind for him now.
Yeah, there we go.
Look at the lens and say nut.
I believe Avoca showed off that you dip into Dana's room for like 1 millisecond, and then you run the rest of the way to the door.
Oh yeah, it saves an entire second at 8%.
Principal Wells. Are you serious? I'm toast if he sees me.
But I wonder if did we run after going into the bathroom? I can't remember.
I believe so.
Okay, so it probably has the same effect. We have a lot of talking coming up here again. No actual player action. We can go to the left here to save just a little bit of time to hit this trigger.
Get it? Booyah. Like a scary punk ghost.
Well, like a scary...
Thanks, Chloe, for that dad joke.
Chloe, I watched my friend jump off a roof today.
Not super appropriate after Kate killing herself. Hey, thanks for the follow, Sharfers.
Is this how you're there for me? I'm sorry, Max. I wasn't even thinking. I suck.
I'm not trying to be a bitch, but I'll never get the image out of my head of Kate jumping off.
We don't have any photos for a little while after this. No, we break into the school, then we have a bunch of photos, right?
Yeah. You have
that's right.
three.
We have three in the next
I don't
section.
even know how to deal with that, so I just act like an idiot. But it's your badass power that's gonna bring all this to a close. You just need to connect the plays.
And find out who really killed Kate. We have to stop this from happening to anybody else.
Oh yeah, and somehow stop that tornado from wiping out Arcadia Bay, right?
I hope so, Chloe. But how? Snow and eclipse are bad omens.
This whole town is a bad omen. And notice that Blackwell seems to be ground zero.
Chloe, I just feel weird about some of my decisions. Especially after I just got Mr. Jefferson in trouble.
Dude, do not even torture yourself like that. Let's focus on looking for clues, okay?
We need to find out more about who Rachel was involved with.
Good time for donations.
She was able to blend in with everybody. Even with people I hate.
And even though I don't
Not a whole lot to talk about here.
It feels like Rachel is
it's
guiding
kind
us
of
to the truth.
exposition central right now.
And she said she feels like Rachel is leading us to the truth, which is kind of an interesting line because we know that the doe is Rachel and is leading us to the truth, so they're on the right track.
Not as much as I hate thinking it. Max, we have to find Rachel soon. We have to.
I promise you we will. Like you said, it's time.
By the way, even Rachel's original name in the prototype, Jesse Palmer, I think that's a Twin Peaks reference as well. This game is full of all sorts of references. Not super current references, but references.
I just don't want you to get into any more trouble.
Look at all the trouble dropping in Arcadia Bay. At this point, who gives a fuck anymore? We're in it to win it, Max. Lead the way.
I'm so glad you're my partner.
That's our last input of the section. The rest is just dialogue.
Insert groan here.
Good time for me to work on this pizza.
So much for helping me put together a portfolio.
Hopefully the rest of the class will follow your lead. I'm sorry I was distracted, as you know. It's not been a good day for Blackwell.
I know this has been an awful day, and you can talk to me anytime, Mr. Jefferson.
Thank you, Victoria. I imagine you're pretty upset over Kate as well.
I'm like still in shock. I've never seen anybody die.
Now here's a piece of potential,
Katie?
you know, theorizing, right?
I had no idea you two were that close. Did she?
We have a pretty good idea
How does this affect
that
the
Mr. Jefferson was sleeping with Rachel.
The contest will go on.
And there is a
Blackwell at the event this year, thanks to Max.
line in the nightmare sequence, the end of the nightmare sequence, that Mr. Jefferson can say. We're not going to hear him say it because we're going to run right past him. We're not going to give him the opportunity to talk very much, but which is good because it's not really a safe for work kind of line. It's a little disturbing actually, but it does give us the idea that as long as it's not just entirely in Max's head, he was sleeping with Rachel. Which makes me wonder, since Victoria's next on his list, makes me wonder if he's actually sleeping with Victoria, and that's why this whole line of dialogue happens.
That could be fun.
You know?
Don't you think?
I'm going to think that you didn't say any of that.
You might as well choose me.
What do you think?
Otherwise, I might have to tell people you offered to choose my photo.
There's a lot of stuff in this game you don't really expect like that, huh? Just because, like, something that you just might not hear.
I suggest you go back
just
to
because you're so focused on getting the end of this stupid maze.
Plus, I don't think it's a very common line.
Fucking kidding me?
But I'm not going to repeat the line during a marathon submission video.
So just when I think Victoria can't get any more evil.
Now, luckily, the next section is a lot more action heavy. We get to do a lot more.
Oh, yeah, now that we're in episode 3, now the glitches start coming full force.
Episode 3 is when we see a lot more glitches. In fact, we have 2 major glitches in a row in episode 3.
Chloe the Keymaster. You know it.
Now, we're trying to get more information. Remember, our whole goal is to find out what happened to Rachel. So, we're breaking in to Principal Wells' office to try to look through student files, try to look through his files, try to see if we can find any clues.
We're breaking and entering. If I have a key, how can it be breaking?
And here's the scene where she's talking about breaking and entering. She said they can't charge us for just entering, while Oregon law says this is both an act of burglary, because they entered with the intent to commit a crime, and an act of criminal trespassing, because they weren't authorized to be here. So, yeah, they can't arrest you. Breaking and entering is not an actual crime. Actual crimes are things like burglary and criminal trespassing. But like I said, this is obviously not something they care about all that much, both because they're actually doing this right now, and because it's an act of criminal trespassing in the state of Oregon to even be on the railroad tracks.
That's it. What the fuck? The security officer should have the key to the principal's office. He's hiding shit, like everybody here.
Well, now we definitely have to get.
Although, according to Oregon state law, the fact that she doesn't actually have a set of lockpicks on her helps her defense quite a bit.
I might as well test out my thief skill.
Otherwise, it could be seen as
We're already in this deep.
a lot more intent to commit a crime. That's true in a lot of states, I think.
Why, yes, I could.
So we're going to go look for the keys, and unfortunately, we have to manually look through every single drawer.
Dead end.
Can't miss any of them.
You know, Max, you have a smartphone. You could just load up like one of those lockpicking lawyer videos and just hand it to Chloe and just go to town.
Was lockpicking lawyer making videos back when this game takes place?
We have to find.
He's been doing it for a while. I'd imagine he has.
I'm curious.
But I'll use my DIY.
Also, if you know anything about lockpicking, she's not doing it right at all. She's not putting any tension on the lock. So even if she managed to actually get the pins, there's no tension on the lock, so it wouldn't open. She's terrible at this. I've also watched too much lockpicking lawyer.
I need your physics expertise stat. Without naming names, if somebody had access to the art and science labs and wanted to construct a device that would, say, open a locked door, would you maybe kind of know how? Huh? No. I'm just.
When does the game take place? Because he's started making videos on like
No. Stay.
June of 2015.
Just send the text instructions now.
I think that's around the time the game was released.
Yes, I'm still all in.
Also, by the way, why is she telling him to bubble hearth?
Thanks for the help.
Like, in what situation would she be calling him on the phone and that's the thing he should do?
Ass. Goddamn door. Try not to wake up everybody at Blackwell.
Sorry, Max.
I played a priest in World of Warcraft for far too many years, so as soon as I heard the word bubble hearthing, I'm like,
I'm gonna go put it together. Can you stay here?
That's
and
not.
Not get caught?
I might get on the other side of that door before you, Lupin.
The race.
I want to hear his side of the conversation for that. What could he have said in just a few seconds that makes that make sense? All right, so we need to go get all the ingredients to create a bomb. But there's a few photos we need to take while we're here. While we're collecting all the ingredients. Starting in the science lab, we're going to grab the sugar, which I misclick every time I try to grab it. And then we're going to go take a picture of these fish.
Everybody's asleep. I hate to wake them up, but I want a picture.
I've Googled this, and I cannot get a clear answer on whether or not fish sleep at night. I know that fish do sleep. I know that some of them sleep at night and are awake during the day. I do not know that turning on the light is actually what woke them up, and I'm super curious whether or not she actually woke up the fish or not. And this is the only time in the game she avoids being clumsy and using her rewind power. Maybe she learned something from Kate dying when she was out of her power from having, you know, used it to avoid being clumsy. But instead of having to rewind, she's actually going to go to get a chair before she has to alter the space-time continuum. And then we're going to go grab a photo here. We're going
Halfway home, Max.
to take a photo of the, somebody put a cigarette in the skeleton. You can't actually get a soda from the a can from the soda machine, but it's faster to grab it right here. There is a can in this trash can that we can pick up instead.
Also, we could use that money we save for donations.
This is like
Donate $1 for every time she gets a can from the trash can instead of buying one. There you go. We're gonna pick up this duct tape.
Oh, really?
And that's
There's a piece
everything we
of duct
need.
tape over there?
And this checkpoint skip actually saves us quite a bit of time, because that's not a short walk back.
Let's try this instead.
I legitimately didn't know that there was a roll of duct tape on the opposite side of the room.
I don't know about any other roll of duct tape. Is there another roll of duct tape?
Yeah, it's over on literally the opposite side of the room, on the opposite wall.
Ait, so which duct tape is faster? The one that you're talking about or the one that I just did?
I don't know!
Learn something new.
So fucking cool. Oh, we are toast.
So since that's the thing that set off the alarm, not any of the other breaking and entering we just did,
So what should we do?
we're going to pull a really fun trick on Chloe. Go over here and rewind so none of this ever happened, and then just open the door from the other side.
None of this ever happens so hard. We have all...
Yeah, we have all of the things back. She just keeps those for the rest of the game. They're just in her pocket for the rest of the game. Not that we ever need duct tape again, other than this one scene. But she has it.
You are magic. I have no clue how.
I'm sure someone later on gets to use it.
The company I keep. Now, let's find what we want and beat it. My powers only.
We have another photo in this room.
Man, I can see why the principal locks this room up.
One photo, right? Just one?
Crap.
Yep,
want everybody
it's
to
just
know he
Chloe.
has money,
Just, I thought so.
but no taste.
So another thought, isn't making a pipe bomb against like the Geneva Convention? So isn't like
is it
breaking into the place like the police there was at that point?
Wait, is a pipe bomb against the Geneva Convention? Why is that? Why would that be?
I don't know. I think making an explosive in any capacity, it's improvised, I believe.
Huh. Well, you know, it doesn't really matter because we rewound and it never happened.
Ugly, but damn, is it a cozy chair?
So, no problems there.
This is your chance to truly get all deductive and shit, Sherlock. Find us some clues about Rachel, or Kate, Nathan, anybody. I'm on the case.
So we're going to turn on this lamp so that we can see, search this file.
This pretty much sums up Kate. Only 2 more.
Then we're going to go get the rest of the files that we need.
Weird.
We're not going to look at them though, we're just going to pretend to look at them.
Rachel doesn't seem so troubled based
Don't
on
forget
this.
the photo of Chloe.
I think we found everything in here.
Wait, do you take the photo from the front or the side?
From the front.
I was supposed to grab it a little bit earlier then. But there we go.
Chloe.
We'll take this photo. I was supposed to grab it on the way to the files. Would have been a few seconds faster.
To the bad guy.
And because I waited too long to take the photo, we should be able to talk to her right away. Otherwise, it can take a second. You can do it a little faster by looking at the files next to her, and then it'll make her prompt
And my
appear.
step troll went along because he thinks Rachel was a bad influence on me. Assholes.
This is where we get to learn a little bit more about what's going on. They're still trying to use the red herring of David having something to do with it, but we definitely know something's going on with
Major
Nathan.
bank to bury Nathan's real file. Look, it reads like a rap sheet. Bad grades, teacher complaints, secret probation. But I was expelled.
I'm not qualified enough to go through the Geneva Conventions, but I'm assuming it might be in there.
You could try Googling Geneva Convention pipe bomb.
It's just some crazy drawing.
Maybe somebody else has already done the homework.
That's what I've tried.
Well, if you couldn't find anything, then I'm assuming it's fine. After all, Max wouldn't break the Geneva Convention, would she?
That's it. That's fucked up. What does this even mean? Nathan is
After all
truly
she's done, she might.
I know he has something to
Yeah,
do with
especially if she can rewind and pretend like it never happened.
Listen to
Like,
me.
let's make no mistake, Max is not the good guy in this game. She's neutral at best, right?
I do know that modifying the weather is actually seeing how there's a tornado that Max indirectly causes.
Ah, you know what? There's no proof in this game that she actually causes that. In fact, there's a lot of theories that it's Rachel that's causing the storm.
We got our info. Let's bail.
And
Well,
considering that well, she's dead, so I think she get. Oh, spoilers! Sorry. So I think she can get away with it. Considering that the doe is in her vision of the tornado, it's a little plausible that maybe Rachel is the one behind the storm. Especially if you play Before the Storm, there's a lot of evidence that she controls fire. So she makes the fire in Before the Storm, and when she yells, the fire gets bigger. But more interestingly, when you're in the hospital later in Before the Storm, there's firefighters who talk about how the fire just went out suddenly.
That's a lot for the
And that's when Rachel was unconscious. So if she can control fire, maybe she can control storms. And since the doe is in her visions of the storm, I don't think it was Max that's causing it. I think it's Rachel.
You bring up a good point. I always thought she just controlled the wind whenever she screamed.
Mm-hmm. Now, we have the choice here to leave the money or steal the money. Now, we owe Frank $3,000. We know that from the previous chapter. But we need something from him later. And probably the most... I mean, it's an ethical dilemma, right? This is one of those big choices. If you steal the money, then you're really stealing it from a bunch of rich people, first of all. Even though it's a handicapped fund. You're stealing it from Principal Wells and Blackwell Academy. It's not like they don't have the money. But also, you can use it to pay back Frank, which is probably the better thing to do when it comes to Frank compared to what we're going to do, which is shoot him.
Care for a midnight swim?
We're going to intentionally choose options that make him get angry and attack us so that we can shoot him, and then we get what we need. It's the fastest way out of there. And leaving the money means we don't pay him, which means he's that much angrier at us when we talk to him, allowing us to get to that point even sooner. So we're going to leave the money.
We hella deserve it.
Can someone like run the numbers on what interest rate Frank charges?
No,
because I believe
she only mentioned the amount of money owed like once, I think. So we don't know how much money she originally borrowed versus what she owes now.
The only money I can remember Chloe ever owing Frank is 175 for some bag of weed or something.
No, she borrowed money specifically, not for weed, but to, it's $3,000, I remember that. But, specifically to get out of Arcadia Bay with Rachel.
Chloe's so psyched for girls' night out, so I better follow her.
Most people choose boys' locker room here, but I'm gonna choose the girls' locker room.
Girls? Ooh la la. Let me check to see if the pool's heated.
And fun fact, just like we went to the other side of the door to open it when we had the pipe bomb, we can actually do the same thing here. If you go under the door and rewind it and open it from the other side, she actually says that joke's getting old and calls you out on it, which I think is really funny.
Because
yeah. If you go inside and then rewind, she'll be waiting for you to talk to her, and then you open the door, and she's like, "That's getting old." She doesn't think it's funny the second time. When's our next photo? It's not until Chloe's house, right? That's right after Makeout Breakout, I think, right? That's the next photo?
Yeah, it's the one in the bath, the bird down in the...
Yeah, so there's not a whole lot to do. There's not a whole lot to do here. Good time for donations.
It's just a bunch of reflections.
Yeah, it's a lot of dialogue, and then we get a few choices to make. A little more evidence that Chloe's gay, I think, in the dialogue that comes up. That's about it. That's about the only thing interesting that happens here.
Why look, an otter in my water. Dun, 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 dun,
After they get caught, I'm gonna try to go for the getting out early from David, but I'm not very good at it, so I don't think I'm gonna go for that skip. Do you know the skip I'm talking about?
No, I'm not. Is it?
So it's when you're supposed to hide, and then once you're done hiding, you find Chloe and you talk to her, and then you leave, right? But if you kind of wait in the corner right where David comes in, you can just sneak right past him. You don't know what I'm talking about?
Not in the slightest.
So how do you handle the situation where you need to hide from David?
I run to where you come into the pool area.
Yeah.
Okay, so you run to David's door. You're forced back into the locker room. I run to the door where the other guard comes in, rewind a little bit, hide in the corner, and then go out the door.
Oh, sorry, not David, the other guard. Right? You go to where the guard comes in by the swimming pool. The door from the locker room to the swimming pool, right? That's the door you go through?
Yes, yeah.
So you just go into that corner, you hide in that corner, and then as soon as he walks past you, you can run out.
Yeah, you confused me by calling him David. I'm like, what?
Sorry, I thought it was David for some reason.
It's because you were there to kickstart my power. So it's time to start moving forward in time. And we're obviously connected since without me, we're discovering
That'd be
power,
freaky.
right?
It's like, I've learned... I was like, what?
No, I just used the wrong name. My apologies for the confusion.
I'm trying. As long as we don't waste this power. Stop being so goddamn humble. You're like the smartest, most talented person I've ever known. More than Rachel Amber? Dude, I'm not her groupie, okay?
I gotta say, Rachel Amber is a much, much better name than Jesse Palmer. I am glad they changed that.
You're the bro killer. Tats and twos.
You did not just say that. Plus, I am not down with these Arcadia Bay hillbillies.
I don't blame you. Anyway, we have bigger fish to fry, right? No worries.
Also, the notes that we all use says sneak past David, so...
Don't look so sad.
In any case, I have not practiced that very much, so I'm going to do a bit of a safety strat instead. It's a little bit slower, but it'll be okay.
Instead of attacking each other, otter versus shark style.
I think I've had my pool experience for the year. Let's check. Let's call it a draw. I'm gonna freeze my ass off when I get out. Gross. I feel like we just went swimming in Chlorine Bay.
You look cute with your hair soaked in chemicals.
I've been completely forgetting to split here. That's okay. We don't need splits for this. Still there?
I'm still here.
Right, where was I? Yeah, so what you do is run this way.
We have to go now.
There we go. Got turned around for a second. Try to leave, but that doesn't work.
You're shitting me?
Because there's David. I got confused. I thought you were going out that door.
No, I was talking about the other guard.
I could use my power.
Also, Chloe, that is a really crappy hiding spot.
So you can run straight back here, but I mess that up more often than not because I haven't practiced it a ton. I actually did my first runs without realizing that existed because I had never watched somebody do it. So I'm just going to wait till he walks past here and then run out, and that should be fine. It's going to cost me about 15 seconds, but that's not a big deal.
Hello? Anybody there?
But yeah, if you hide in that little corner.
Better not try any Halloween pranks after today. Serious.
There you go.
Halloween was last week, dude. Come on. Well, technically, in the lore of the game, it's like, what, October 9th or something right now?
Wait, does it actually say the date at any point?
It says the day that the tornado comes is October 11th. And
oh, that's true.
She also says that it's 3 days away, so this would be Tuesday or Wednesday when the game starts.
Still almost a month away from Halloween. Also, who does Halloween pranks? It's not 4th of July.
They're called tricks, not pranks.
Oh, I thought he said prank. Halloween. Does anybody do Halloween tricks that I'm not aware of?
No, he does call them pranks, but it's like it's trick or treat. call them tricks.
It's trick or treat, but have you ever seen anybody do a trick? I took my son trick-or-treating last week. Or, I guess it's the 7th, so yeah, last week. And, plenty of houses we went up to, and nobody answered, and we didn't do anything to their houses, which maybe we should have. Maybe we should have brought some eggs and gone old school with it. Not the lesson I want to teach my son, but maybe those houses deserved it, because they didn't give us any candy.
I mean, the real play is to have candy-covered apples and candy-covered onions.
Oh.
It just have them all in a tray. You don't even know which one's what.
You're evil.
That's the play.
You're evil. That's awful. Okay, so this is the part he was talking about, Hanako was talking about earlier, where we have a couple of major skips coming up all in a row. Or 2 in a row. And one of them involves that out of bounds with the strange gravity that I talked about earlier. But we have one coming up here. And I also think it's the first instance of using a look skip, if I remember correctly, isn't it?
Look clip by...
Look clip,
yes.
Yeah. So you can use a look clip to get through something. But if you use a look clip in the right place, when you're in front of something like this bed, you'll clip into the object, not past it. So we're going to use a look clip here to clip into the bed, and then once you're once you're inside of an object, if you look at something, you'll get teleported on top of the object. So we're going to look at something once to clip into the bed, we're going to look at it again to get on top of the bed, and then we can walk straight out of bounds from there, because our Y position is high enough that we can just get through things. And we're going to use that to get out of bounds. Then we're going to use another look clip to get back in bounds so we can take a picture. Although if this were an any % run, we would just end the level right there. This is 100%. We could still use the clip to get back inbounds and take the photo and then leave. And we still get to skip all of the dialogue here, including a major decision that apparently has no long-lasting implications later on, because we're not going to make that decision and nothing's going to happen as a result.
Illusion of choice.
But the decision is whether or not to kiss Chloe when she dares you to kiss her. You can kiss her or you cannot, and because it's a major decision, you can rewind and go with the option that you think is best. Casual playthroughs, I always go with kiss her, but here we're just going to skip it because we don't need to do any of this.
Okay, I need to get dressed now.
And we're going to use the gun that we mentioned earlier in order to clip into the bed.
Frank might think twice about messing with Chloe now, but if David finds out...
Now we're in the bed, we look at the gun again, and this will place us on top of the bed.
Now, but if David finds out...
And now we just need to make our way through the desk. Come on. I fell, so we're going to have to do it again.
Frank might think
I believe you'll need VSync off for this, because you'll need it for the upcoming skip design.
That's true. Do you need VSync off for this exact part?
I think so, because you need to climb upwards just a little bit on the desk.
Yeah, so...
Frank might think twice about messing
I did just turn VSync off now, right? I always second guess myself after changing it.
Frank might think twice about messing with Chloe now, but
I have it off for the rest of the run. Because look clips, you can do that
there we
with
go.
or without VSync.
And we're out of bounds. And if we fall off there, that's the ending trigger right there on the stairs. So if we fall off, we can just get straight to it. But we need to take a photo over here, so we're going to clip back inbounds.
for everybody else.
You can also accidentally clip on top of the roof, which is a little frustrating. But we clipped back in. And you're supposed to be wearing Rachel's clothes at this point, because she's supposed to have already done the entire sequence where she changes into Rachel's clothes, kisses Chloe, there's a lot of dialogue.
Where did she get that camera?
The magic, it's one of her powers that when she uses her power to move through objects, she also gets all her stuff back. And then she magically changes clothes.
I didn't know Max was Houdini. Come on, this is silly.
You think this game is about rewinding time, but it is about so much more. And there's another clip we're going to do, but we have to prep something first for a photo. We have this bird, we're going to scare it. And now we're going to open this window so he can get out. And this whole scene, you're supposed to be helping Joyce make breakfast, which is a good lot of story building about Joyce and what happened after Chloe's dad died, and talking about Chloe, and you help her get the ingredients for breakfast, and you sit down and make breakfast. So, we're going to skip all that, and that's why it's called Breakfastest. The skip before, where you don't kiss Chloe, is called Make Out, Breakout. And there's our bird, so we can take a photo of it. Now we're going to do Breakfastest, where we get out of bounds. Go ahead.
I'd like to say Breakfastest, stupidest
Breakfastest.
name I came up with for that skip.
Were you the one that named that?
I think I just called it Breakfastest and everybody just went with it.
So, this is something you can only do on
the right
PC.
side, bird. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the bird's kind of got in the way. You can only do that on PC. With a VSync off, it just kind of lets you... Okay, that's...
You went to the
went a little
other
too far.
side.
But what we're going to do is fall out of bounds here, and then fall in bounds in the spot that we need to be. And we just skipped all of that. We can go directly to the next section.
No shit.
The only problem is...
you went on the opposite side of the house than what I do.
Did I?
Try again.
I take a left and go to the front that way.
Yeah, I always do it that way. And we know exactly where he keeps the password, obviously. Wouldn't be very good speedrunners if we didn't know where to get the password immediately.
It's not a very secure password either. It's just numbers and...
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Nobody in video games and movies uses very good passwords.
Get a password manager, like...
Now we're going to have to... get a password
company
manager. Now, we're going to have to reset from checkpoint here, because as you can see, Chloe is not there. I usually do this a little faster. But Chloe isn't there because we didn't hit any of the right checkpoints. But if we do reload from last checkpoint, everything will be exactly where it needs to be, and Chloe's magically there as if we did not skip everything, and now we can talk to her.
This scene is really, really fun to break if you want to go break it.
Yeah, you can get a lot of weird stuff to happen, like the fork just moves through the air because Chloe's model isn't there.
What happened?
Some little shit-ass punks.
You can also make breakfast after Chloe is sat down there, and it's great because you can sit in Chloe's lap, then Chloe's model forces you out of the seat, then Joyce walks to give you the breakfast, Max T-poses.
Oh, wow.
But then as you're sitting down, you can still talk to Chloe to progress the scene to this point, and now it's got two cutscenes going on at once. You have the floating photo album book, and it's teleporting models everywhere. It's great.
That's amazing. I'd love to see that. I gotta try that sometime.
Stop threatening students.
I know a lot of weird stuff can happen when we skip those kind of, all those triggers.
Like he spies on all of us here.
Don't start, Chloe. Not now.
Yeah, I'm just always starting shit, right? You're a total paranoid, David.
Not now, Chloe.
You used to call me a loser for getting kicked out of Blackwell. So who's the loser now, David? Who haven't you accused or harassed? Between your investigations into Rachel and Kate, what have you done besides get in trouble?
So we're siding with David here. Not necessarily because we agree with him. He does turn out to be a good guy in the end, but that's not why we're doing this. We're doing it because if we don't side with David, then we have to hear a little lecture from him later, and we don't want to do that, so... It's easier just to side with him and not have to have that conversation with him later on, because that's a time loss.
He's related to Frank West. He's done his dues in a war. He hasn't covered wars, he's done his dues.
That's what Joy says.
Well, I agree with that. Now, if you all don't mind, I'd like to forget about work and sit down and eat some of this incredible grub.
I have to take a dump. Are you coming, Max?
Maybe I went too easy on David for Joyce's sake.
Again, it wants you to second guess your decision. And, like most of the major decisions in this game, it's a bit ambiguous which one is better.
When I went through David's laptop, I found pictures of Rachel and Frank being more than friends.
Right, no way, Max. She was just posing to tease Frank.
If you're not gonna believe me, why don't we check out what Frank has in his RV?
What's that gonna prove?
Frank has Rachel's bracelet. What else does he have in there?
Motherfucker better not have anything. For his sake.
Now this scene, we need to get into Frank's RV.
Let's check the door.
Because we found out from David's files that Frank has something to do with this. So we need to get into his RV and get his files and get his client list, which he's obviously not going to let us in.
I can't.
So we're going to do a little bit of, there's a whole thing here where you can talk to people and rewind and use that knowledge to talk to other people. It's all very fun and casual play. We're going to do the fastest version of it possible.
Okay, here's the plan. I'll go to the
And we have tried several times to try to get into this RV before we get the keys, and it turns out this RV is not the RV that you actually go into. This is a placeholder RV. And when we open it, the dog's going to jump out, which is what they're talking about right now.
Chloe, I got this. I'll be right
But
back.
if you move the camera inside of this RV, Pompadour, the dog that we took a photo of earlier, he's actually just sitting there by the door, wagging his tail, looking happy, like he's happy to see us. And they actually animated him wagging his tail, which I think is really, really funny. We're going to take a detour real quick and get a photo.
2 photos.
Hey,
2 photos,
how's it
yeah.
going?
Peachy. Interview over.
Can't remember the dialogue options for this.
Having a bad day
Left
at the
rewind,
office?
and then you do
Some
up right.
punks messed
Right.
with the train tracks, and now I have to
At least that's what I
3
do.
days until I get my cargo. Time
We can
for
actually
money
clip out of
back.
bounds using the truck and run over to the truck, which obviously has no collision because you're not supposed to be able to cross the street. She's supposed to stop you. But this is one of those places where you can clip out of bounds for absolutely no good purpose.
Also, if you clip out of bounds,
Maybe you should leave then.
you can find the trailer that you're, or the RV that you're supposed to be in.
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
next scene.
And that's not
And there's-
necessarily the out of bounds for that you can use the truck to go across the street, but there's an out of bounds on the other side where you can shimmy up a little pole just like we did for Break Fastest. And we can actually get to the RV that you teleport to when you first open up, the real RV that everything takes place in. But in order to finish that section, you need to talk to Chloe. And
Actually,
Chloe's model is just T-posing and is not interactable. So even though we can get there, there's nothing we could do about it. It's not a skip, it's not a time save. And I actually put a camera inside of the real RV and played through up until the point that you go into the RV. Her real model does not load until the instant that she walks in, so it's one of those potential skips that I proved isn't possible. Unfortunately, I'm lucky. I'm happy that I found a skip during this run accidentally, but my contribution so far has mostly just been proving that potential skips aren't possible, which is kind of a disappointing way to contribute to a community, right? But he just told us we can take a picture of his truck after we manipulated him by using time travel to make him think that we know something about trucks. So we got that photo.
I mean, that is a pretty good 1977 Needham 18 trailer over there.
You know, I honestly wouldn't know. And then we're going to take a photo of, there's dead birds everywhere. We haven't really looked much at them, but they're everywhere. If you go in the backyard during Break Fastest, there's actually dead birds. I don't know if anybody noticed while we're just playing.
Also, I'm not sure if they wanted Max's eyes to look weird there, but they looked really, really weird because they were staring directly at the camera from that angle.
That is really, really weird. One of my favorite things to do here is I wish Max would do this more often, but you can just like throw his spaghetti on the ground or his beans on the ground, or you can just like pour soda on his head. And she goes, I just wanted to see what would happen. And I'm honestly surprised that there's not more options to do that throughout the game. Because if I had time travel powers, I would do that, right?
How do you know these are
It's so great.
They're some of the best scenes in the game, just because they're so like nonsensical. I can do what I want because I have the power to control time.
check out your RV?
Let's not. You fucking creep me out.
In
So
other
his
words,
beans.
Alright, so we talked to him.
maybe I could chat
We could
up
talk
the
to Nathan a little bit faster if we do this
That will be fun
first.
to take
Not sure
a
why.
look.
Otherwise, we have to wait a second when we get to Nathan before we can talk to him.
Rachel.
Because Max's inner monologue is too powerful for her to do anything else.
Yeah. But doing that kind of short circuits her inner monologue, and we get to just talk to him early. Only a few seconds, but it's worth doing.
She's a single-threaded organism.
Considering we're in a public diner,
You had to interrupt that task before she could do anything else.
No worries, because you're the one trying to fake it till you make it. At least you were smart enough to keep a big mouth shut in the principal's office.
I bet Frank hooked you and Rachel Amber up with party supplies.
One of the rare occasions where designers were like, oh, that's a lot of options we can talk about. Let's add a next menu.
Like you.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of situations when that happens, but this is one of them. It's the only one that's not optional. There's a lot of optional conversations where that happens. Now you're supposed to rewind and do a bunch of stuff, but and there's other ways to get this to get the keys by rewinding, but we have a route where we don't need to rewind in order to do any of this.
Yeah, you can rewind a bunch of times, play with everybody's heads more than Yokotaro, but
it's super fun casual. I think it's a really fun scene when I first played it casually, because it's such a little puzzle to figure out, you know, who you can tell to who and whatnot. We just learned something from Nathan that we can bring up with the cop. There's a dozen examples in the scene of things you can do like that. We don't have to rewind a single time, though, with the route that we take. We don't have to re-listen to any dialogue.
That boy does love his dog.
Especially when the dog is your personal drooling bodyguard. You can bet he trained.
I think this cop is actually based on a police officer from Twin Peaks as well.
I wouldn't bet. Where did he get the pup?
Frank used to bet on dog fights. To his credit, he had a revelation. He saved a bunch of the dogs, kept one for himself. He's still a creep.
Getting to that point in Extra Life where I'm getting pretty tired. Always happens. So now we can talk to Frank. And we can talk to him about the dogs he saved.
You did save all those dogs.
And trick him into taking his keys out and putting them on the table where we can then steal them. And then rewind so he doesn't notice.
You're an animal lover. Could I pet the doggy? I could go grab him from your RV right now.
I won't even let you pick up the dog shit.
Still there, Hanako?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Besides, you don't want a leash.
You're right, I don't want a leash. I do want those keys. You're right.
Look at your eyes.
I do want those keys.
You're worse than a junkie, Max.
We're just like a baby. Give us the jingly key noises.
Give us the jingly, give us the jingly. One time, instead of taking the keys, I accidentally poured the soda over his head because the triggers are right next to each other.
I did the same thing with the beans.
You did not.
That was a fun time loss.
Give me back my keys, bitch. Give me my keys now.
And just like we learned in episode 3, or earlier in episode 3, we keep what we've taken. We rewind time.
Unfortunately, we can't use a checkpoint skip here either. I've tried. This is another opportunity to stop something bad from happening to Alyssa. I moved the camera over there because otherwise the camera will move to her and it's a little disorienting. So just watch her the entire time while it happens and do nothing about it anyway. Because it's just too much of a time loss to help her. Okay, I promise to viewers ahead of time, nothing bad happens to this dog. The dog is fine. No need to worry. This is not a game that harms animals. But we are going to throw the bone into the road, and it is going to trick us into thinking the dog might have been hit by a car. But he's fine. He's fine.
Please, please do not let that poor dog.
I'm not just saying that for marathon purposes. He actually is okay. Frank confirms it later.
Donation incentive, harm, or save the animal.
Oh, what a terrible incentive.
Please don't let that dog.
It's literally the same incentive as Metroid. Why is this more, why does this feel worse? And so now we're teleported into the other RV. What were we gonna say?
Why are we in story-based Metroid? I want to go back to action-based
Frank has
Metroid.
issues, but he's not creepy.
So this is the real RV. It's not the one we just walked into. All that one had was pretty empty except for Pompidou wagging his tail. Just being a cute little puppy who's totally not about to attack us. Now we're in the fake RV that's way off scene, off camera, where you can't see it. Which we can get to out of bounds and watch Chloe T-pose the entire time. What's that?
Asserting dominance over the RV.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I was daydreaming.
She wants to steal the RV. Which, I mean, we have the keys. We could do that.
But that would be theft.
So we're going
The area while I
to
hack his computer for info.
find this, which we cannot open.
Okay,
Because Max is clever, but not that clever. So we're going to go grab this knife.
This is almost as good as a set of keys.
And now we can pry it open.
My blade will open any portal.
You can actually hit one of the triggers for something to look at in the kitchen from here, which I've accidentally hit a couple of times, which is frustrating when that happens.
Man. Rachel, I don't know if I should be touched or disturbed.
And this is where Chloe needs to not be T-posing for us to move forward. This is where we need to actually talk to her. We can get all the way up to this point
It makes me ill that
by
Rachel
clipping
posed
through
like
into
this.
the RV, but not any further.
I love critters. I can't believe she was banging Frank.
I believe I've seen someone speedrun this, get to this point, and submit soft lock to where you couldn't give Chloe the account.
How did that happen? They didn't clip to the RV early?
Let me down. My dad gets killed. You
I don't know. It was they got the like normal, but they just it just soft locked and never gave the option to.
Oh, that is so weird. That must have just been a bug then.
Fuck everybody. Chloe.
Oh, she's mad because we defended David. This is where Chloe's emo side really comes out.
Oh, your tats and toot are showing again.
Mm-hmm. Tats and toot showing again.
Everything wrong in your life. It's so not fair.
I blame somebody. Otherwise, it's all my fault. Fuck that.
Grow up. And I'm not
What's our next
trying
photo,
to
by the way?
win, but you're not the only one
After we go back in time.
Kate Marsh killed herself.
The camera.
Yes.
Is that the last photo in episode 3?
She's dead.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Such sad, okay? That doesn't make me feel better about my fucked up life. Get it?
So who do you most want to blame?
My fucking dad, of course. Hello?
You blame William? Really?
Yes, I do.
Chloe, you just can't play the vague game and say dad because you have 2 dads right now.
Chloe.
To be fair, I do not think she considers Steptooth her father.
I know that, Max. My mom actually.
I think it's pretty obvious who she's talking about.
Just because she wanted to
I
ride
mean,
home from work.
technically.
True.
Sometimes, even I blame her.
No, you don't.
What happens if you select David anyway? I don't think I've ever tried that option.
You know what it's like to wait for your father
I
to come
think
home
I
when
did
you're
David
sick.
in my casual. I
He
don't
never
remember.
does.
No, of course not. But I was with you that day. It was just a terrible accident.
I wish that made me feel better. But ever since he died, my life has been dipped in shit.
You don't want to hear this, but you're still here.
Chloe, quit being so
alive,
emo.
With me.
It's not all about
And
you.
that is no accident.
You're right. I don't want to hear this.
Chloe, I can't do this out on my own. I need you with me. And Rachel needs you.
Back to school? You mean we gotta learn?
This is actually its own chapter, by the way. Just this. There's nothing here. There's no dialogue. There's no options. There's no input. But this is actually its own chapter. You can skip to this chapter in a file and just go straight to that chapter.
Fantastic.
And just watch the cutscene, and then it takes you back to the menu. And now we're going to learn about Max's other second official power.
Yeah. So
Which is
we're
actually
going on.
traveling through time. Go ahead.
So second official power, but like 5th overall or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know how people do this with the keyboard and mouse quickly at all. Do you do this keyboard and mouse?
I used to, because when I first started speedrunning this game, I used the Steam controller, and you could not do this with a Steam controller.
Oh, really? Interesting. I play with a PS4 controller for everything.
Yeah, I do. I play with a PS4 controller now.
So we just need to focus. This is basically the Batman Arkham puzzle and a dozen other games where you have to put the joysticks in exactly the right position. And she will travel entirely through time.
And this is the only part of the game that's actually RNG and requires skill.
Wait, what?
The Flash didn't scare
It's like the only part of the game that has RNG that requires skill.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought you were talking about being back in time requires RNG and skill. No, the actual photo is...
I mean, kinda, because Max was randomly chosen to have this power.
The only thing you have to do in this scene is wait around. The entire thing is timed. If the game has an auto-scroller, this is the auto-scroller. Fun fact,
got a lot of auto-scrollers.
You can actually clip into that fireplace, by the way.
Chloe is just a kid.
And just soft lock.
Am I that far back in time?
Oh, you mean I can actually go to where all the dumpster fire my runs are? Wow, that's English. You can tell it's really early in the morning.
Wonderful English, beautiful English. We're gonna get one photo here, back in time. But yeah, you can use a look clip to get into the fireplace, but there's nothing behind it, so you're just stuck in the fireplace. and the thing to look at is a little too far ahead to look clip back out, so you just get stuck there.
Mom said it depends.
Something I found when I was randomly looking for, so you can look clip on the snow globe. But he's gonna look around for his keys, and we know exactly where they are, so we're gonna wait. But this is back in time, the day that William died. Chloe's father died, and we're gonna stop him from dying by hiding his keys so that he can't get in the car where he has a car accident, and he takes the bus instead, and he lives. And
here's what we do: we take the keys, we clip it in the fireplace. We're burned alive with them. He can't go anywhere. Max can't go anywhere. We're saved.
Okay, what happens? What happens if you're holding the keys when the timer is up? Have you ever tried that?
No, I think he's just like, oh, hey, that's from the keys.
Does he like click the button and they beep and then he finds them on you?
Yeah, I believe so.
So what happens if you clip out of bounds before that happens?
I think it just happens regardless. I would imagine.
I mean, it's not like you can progress any further. What we end up doing is throwing them out that window, and that is the trigger for this ending. Fun fact, this is the only end of episode in the game. Move my splits. This is the only end of the episode in the game where a cutscene starts, but we get control of Chloe for just... I rewound too far. we get control of Chloe very, very briefly. Oh, come on, really? This is what happens if you accidentally press the wrong button. You rewind way too far. But you get plenty of time now. Just 1 second. Plenty of time now. You get control for just 1 second before it goes into the actual ending cutscene. See? Which is frustrating writing the auto splitter, because when I started working on the auto splitter, what I do is the camera, they use the camera's FOV. This is why the game doesn't have an FOV setting. They use the FOV of the camera in order to focus and unfocus different things in the scene for cinematic reasons. So what I do is I get a hold of the FOV in the memory, and I use that to detect when it goes from the normal FOV of you walking around to the FOV of a camera scene. So when the FOV changes from 70, the default value for walking around, to whatever it is for the ending cutscene, that I know you've ended the level, right? This is the only situation in which the FOV changes, then changes back, then changes again.
You sold me already. Off to yonder bus stop. Joyce will love this.
But that's the last input of episode 3.
It didn't get picked up on my mic because I'm using RTX voice, but I just made the explosion sound of my brain imploding when you explained that.
It was a pain to get all those values from memory. Not as bad as the auto splitter I wrote for I Am Fish, where I had to actually like decompile the code in order to find the values that I needed. But yeah, that's basically how I do it for most of it. And I've learned a lot about reverse engineering games since I worked on this auto splitter. So when I get back to it, I'm gonna know a lot more about it. I should be able to get everything in a much more reliable way. If you know anything about reverse engineering games, I can nerd out about that a little more, but I don't think that's super great commentary for the game, although we have nothing else to talk about during this entire cutscene. We just changed time. What it's doing is it's showing us what changed, and what changed was that William didn't die, so Chloe's life was completely different. No more tats and toot. And now we're back in the present, and everything is different. In fact, look at this, red and blue. Nathan's actually wearing a blue jacket here, and Victoria's our friend. And I think it's really interesting that Nathan wears a red jacket, except for in this scene when he wears a blue jacket. You know, because Max is friends with him.
I know, sorry.
Really lends to the whole red and blue theory.
Pissed at me, right? Right?
We're now in the Thanos timeline where everything must have balance.
Yeah, I guess so.
She's acting like so weird. You cool, Max?
Nobody listened when I said we shouldn't let her in the vortex.
Courtney, you don't want anybody in the club.
Like whatever, bitch.
Lauren, you hooked up with Stella?
Oh, Stella can have Warren. Power to you, girl. Come on.
I mean, Brooke is the one that really likes Warren, though.
Oh no, this is totally...
I mean, anybody but Max can have Warren. It's just, we don't want Warren. But in a casual playthrough, you can actually, if you use the right dialogue options, you can get him to date Brooke instead of trying to date Max. That requires a lot of optional dialogue, though, so we'll never see it in a speedrun.
Ah, yes, the perfect timeline. Where he's not interested in us anymore.
That's the best part about this, right? It's almost worth Chloe being in a wheelchair. You know, maybe that serves her right for trying to steal money from the handicapped fund. I'm sorry, that's terrible.
I mean, I don't think it's as bad as me in my thing for this scene.
What's your thing for the scene?
I call her R2-B2.
I don't get it.
R2-D2?
Yeah.
R2-B2?
R2-B2. Arcadia Bay.
No, Bay as in B-A-E.
Ah, gotcha. That's not so bad. So, dead birds weren't enough. Now we have dead whales. Because I just decided to stop doing splits, I'm just going to skip ahead for a little while. I can't be bothered to split manually with this game. I'll have proper splits again when I fix the auto splitter.
This is why I have a foot pedal for splits. It makes it so much more convenient for any game.
Really? You know what I did is I have a PS4 controller, right? So I went in, so my normal splits are 1 on the number pad to split, 3 to reset, and then 2 to skip, 8 to rewind, but 1 is my split button, 1 on the number pad specifically. And so what I did is in the Steam controller settings, I set it so the left half of the touchpad on the PS4 controller does splits. It's pretty convenient because I don't use that for anything else. It is typically, when you're using Steam, the select button.
Taking a break after
but
I don't use the select button for anything, so it just works for a get split button.
We thought we'd never see you again after you left for the big city.
But yeah, William is still alive, and the side effect of that is instead of William getting into a car accident, Chloe got into a car accident.
I know she's been dying to see you.
And we get to see that for the first time here.
Well, William, that was really important. She's been dying to see us. Like, you could have left that last part out because that would be totally accurate as well.
He doesn't know what's coming, but he does know that Chloe's dying. So yeah, that wasn't poor taste, and he should have known that. Considering how wholesome William is supposed to be, I really expected better from him. But there's Chloe.
Without her blue hair. So if that whole blue hair thing...
There's no David, no Tats and Tude.
If that whole blue-red thing is a thing, we're not supposed to like Chloe now? What?
Well, there's a couple that are ambiguous. Even Mr. Jefferson has no color. Although, that could have a lot to do... Could have a little bit to do with the, you know, that being a little bit of a spoiler. But Kate doesn't have a color either. She just wears black and white. Both Jefferson and Kate both wear nothing but black and white throughout the entire game. Oh. Wait, which file was I on?
You were on save file 3.
Save file 7/11/2021. Yep. My bad. Hit circle too many times. And we're going to continue with episode 4.
For a second there, my American brain was like, wait, we're not back in July. We've really gone back in time. What the hell?
Oh, the dates were backwards, weren't they?
Yeah.
Now, see, I know a lot of people argue over whether it should go month, day, year, or day, month, year. But as a programmer,
Hear me out.
I'm going to argue... Go ahead. What's your take?
Hear me out. Year, month, day.
That's exactly what I was going to say. And maybe that's because I'm a programmer and I'm used to the ISO 8601 standard. But I think it's the only one that makes sense. I think it's the only one that has a very unambiguous order. More importantly, it's the only one that when you put it in alphabetical order, sorts alphabetically. Or sorts by date when you put it in alphabetical order. But definitely, year, month, day is the only way to go. But nobody else will follow along. So I've just given up at this point. Except for programmers, which we all use explicitly year, month, day. It's the only thing we use. Although if we're going to nerd out about programming for a minute, technically speaking, in the internals of every computer, dates aren't recognized as a year, month, day combination. They're actually stored as the number of seconds that have passed since January 1st, 1970 UTC.
Ah, yes, the Unix epoch.
Yep. Which is why when that gets too big for 32-bit integer, it's going to be, you know, Y2K, but 10 times worse.
Y20K?
I can't remember the exact year that it happens. It's going to be in 2050 something, I think. But what's going to happen is that basically the highest number you can have for a 32-bit integer is going to be more than the number of seconds since January 1st, 1970. So anything that tells dates is just going to have an overflow when it tries to get a date, if it's a 32-bit system, which is going to be a big problem.
January 19th, 2038, by the way.
Yeah, that's right, the 2038 problem. If you thought Y2K was bad, that's going to be the real killer. Hopefully by 2038 we're not using 32-bit systems, but God help us, we probably still will be.
You deserve the best stationery.
And I just hope I don't personally have to worry about it as a programmer.
And then you've got 64-bit time, which is longer than the depth of the universe, so...
Yeah, once everything is 64 bits, we don't have anything to worry about.
To avoid awkward conversations like this.
So we unlock immortality somehow, and then we're screwed.
At least we have the ability to tell very long dates in the future.
I still want to laugh and talk shit with my friends. Can we stop?
Well, what's the point of it if we're just going to rewind the same thing over?
Seriously, the best.
Right?
Thanks, Max.
Thanks, Max. By the way, when's our next photo? I know it's not for a little while.
The golden hour.
It is not until you go back to the actual timeline.
Some amazing shots.
I just can't remember when.
Those beach whales are so sad.
I know it's back in the real timeline.
It's when you get out of bed and you take a picture of Chloe after either before or after looking at the evidence that you guys have collected so far.
You just take a picture of her. I actually went through all of these earlier today, but it's been such a long day with Extra Life that I can't remember
along with my parents.
all of them exactly.
You have Chloe in her room and the nest that's downstairs in the garage.
The nest that's downstairs in the garage, I do remember that one.
Remember everything. I saw everything in bullet time. I felt my back snap, and that was the last thing I ever felt in my body.
I'm just mashing a button right now, waiting for the first dialogue. This one takes a little while to get started.
It takes like 2.5 minutes before your first dialogue.
Don't say anything.
It's a good thing timing doesn't start until that first dialogue, but...
It's actually super frustrating when trying to write an auto-splitter that works, the auto-splitter, when it's not broken, obviously it's not working right now for whatever reason. Probably just because the offsets that I'm using, you know, don't use an AOB scan. They're just offsets that I found, so they're stale, and I need to pare them down more. Which is why I never released this, because this can happen. But when it does work, it doesn't always work for the starting and ending because they have weird conditions, right? So when you choose the first dialogue option here, that's when timing starts, but absolutely nothing that I can measure changes. It doesn't change the camera angle, it doesn't change the FOV, so I have no way of determining that you actually selected a dialogue option. So when it comes to starting and ending the timer at the right places, this one is the most frustrating that I haven't been able to figure out yet. Though, like I said, I've learned a lot more about reverse engineering since I first started working on this, so when I go to revisit, I might be able to figure something out that's better.
Would you be able to hook it into a draw call for the option or the text showing up on screen?
I haven't been able to find anything about the text showing up on screen, and unfortunately, since this is an Unreal Engine 3 game, it's not easy to dig into. Like when I wrote the auto splitter for I Am Fish, that's a Unity game, and it's really easy to dissect anything that uses Mono and C#. But this, running in C++ with Unreal 3, much harder to dig into. So even after all the other ones work, this one is still going to be a headache. But you know, who knows how much I've learned. Maybe it'll be easier later on. Maybe I'll figure something out now that I've learned more about the process.
Definitely don't ask me. All I did with programming was make a crappy little platformer game that took me 2 weeks to do a randomized little platform generator.
That actually sounds super fun, though. Good
And
job
that
on that.
was oh god, that was probably
Pretty high-tech lair. Feels like a high-tech cell.
8 years ago, and I haven't touched it since.
No, I code every day. It's my full-time job. Usually not with games, and definitely usually not with reverse engineering games. I'm a web developer, but I dig into other stuff for fun once in a while.
Sometimes I act like a total teenager.
There's nothing interesting to do in this section of the game, by the way. We're just talking to Chloe about everything that happened, a lot of interesting dialogue. We could shut up and just let the audience listen. If this gets approved to a marathon, that's probably something I want to talk to the organizers about. Whether we want to be chatting the whole time, or whether we should stop sometimes and let the user listen to the dialogue and have a story. But there's no skips here, there's nothing interesting, just a lot of choosing the right option and not exploring and just getting through it.
Always have been since we were kids.
Fun fact, all the dialogue options we've chosen at this point are all right.
What do you mean?
Can you bring me some water?
Right button.
Oh, that's true, yeah. That's true. And the next 4 of them are going to be the right button, too.
Yep.
Which is circle on a PS4 controller, B on Xbox, is what he's talking about.
All the way until we get to the major choice of this part, where then it's like, oh hey, left.
Have you ever thought about doing a podcast or something?
We like to do directions for options because we don't want to write out the individual buttons on every controller that anybody could want to use.
No, the Google Doc that everybody uses actually does list Xbox controllers. It actually says A, B, but when talking about it out loud, we usually just use upright left down.
Seems like we were kids in
Yeah, we want to be ambiguous whenever.
It seems like yesterday we were little brats.
I guess all covering because we don't know what controller someone's going to use.
I mean, I'm using PS4. You said you did this once with a Steam controller.
Even my parents. That was so hilarious.
Yeah, this is why I like the directions, because
You're the only person that I can
seeing how Steam can use basically any controller you want.
Yeah, anything. Switch, PS4, Steam controller, generic.
Yeah, I honestly think it'd be better just to do the directions.
I think it is too.
I am trying to make things right.
That is until Don't Nod decides to be evil and then make a game where all your decisions are randomized every run.
That's... Oh god. That's not a game I don't even know if I would bother speedrunning that.
No, if they do that, at that point it's like, nah, I don't want to actually pay attention to the conversations, thanks.
Of course, I'm not like 100% interested in speedrunning a lot of the other games. I probably will at some point, but one of the things I like about the original Life is Strange is that it actually has speed tech and skips.
Can they pay all the bills?
Whereas, from my understanding, a lot of the other games don't. Life is Strange Before the Storm is a Unity game, and everything after that's written in Unreal Engine 4. Probably the remake for this game is also going to be in Unreal Engine 4, if I had to guess. We'll find out for sure when it comes out. That's probably so we're not going to have any of the skips there either.
Yeah, I would have to guess that they're just making the remakes just so they're all relatively up-to-date engines.
I mean, it's quite possible they'll keep it in Unreal 3 so they don't have to recode anything, and they'll just replace it with like higher text, higher poly models and higher res textures and whatnot. But we're
seeing how True Colors had ray tracing support of all things, I'd imagine they'd want to do that with the remakes.
That's true, and they'd have to switch out of UDK3 for that.
You better not fall asleep on me like you always do when you watch movies. I remember, Max. Swear I won't fall asleep.
Oh, here's another stupid category I've been thinking of for this particular episode. It's called Blade Runner %.
Is it just getting to the Blade Runner scene?
It's getting to the Blade Runner scene, popping it in the DVD player, then watching the actual movie, and then continuing the run.
You go ahead and you run that first. Do you have to actually like watch Blade Runner in your stream?
You have to watch the director's cut of Blade Runner. obviously can't show it because then you get to see it. But you just have to do what they're doing and just have the colors flash throughout the whole room to prove that you're actually watching it.
That'd be amazing. Do you just like pause the game here while you watch it?
Yep, I'd say pause it on this black screen, watch the movie, and then go back to the game when it's done.
Fantastic idea. Wonderful meme run. We got to get a category extensions page up.
You really do.
Now, super interesting, by the way, I wanted to mention this, is that in the previous scene, you can actually clip out of this room. Because what's going to happen after this is that we're going to go upstairs to get her morphine. And William's there, we could talk to him, we can look around, we can find out just how bad her medical bills are. They're very, very expensive. And we can find a note from her doctor when we go upstairs showing that she actually doesn't have that long to live and she's going to die very soon. But before we watch Blade Runner, we can actually clip out of bounds. The only thing is we can't go upstairs from there. Nothing out there is loaded. And the reason for that is after you watch Blade Runner, it actually switches to a different map. So this chapter we just came from was called Alternative Chloe's Room. And once we wake up, we're in a chapter called Alternative Chloe's House Downstairs, which is a completely different map and contains William and the trigger to go upstairs. So even though we can clip out of the door, we can't do anything with it until after we wake up. And we can actually clip out of the door here if we wanted to. It's just faster to open the door at this point.
Yesterday was such a blast. It was great.
One of the reasons there's less skips in this than there could be, technically, is for that very reason. It's because every single chapter is a completely different map, so going upstairs to downstairs just reloads an entire map, and there's nothing shared between them. The only case where they use the same map for different chapters is when you go downstairs to get the tools, and then you go back upstairs with the tools. That upstairs, both times, is the same map. And it's the only case in the game where they reuse a map for two different chapters.
It's total Star Trek shit. You can't even see the needle.
I've dug into this game far more than most players.
My parents make me swag upstairs because they think I can't get to it. But you can, Max. Like a pirate, right?
So now she's asking us to go get the morphine for her. Even though, like, she's not asking her parents, which makes me think maybe she's not to have it. By the way, the clip is on that wheelchair. If you're curious how it's done, you just clip with the wheelchair. But she'll get out here, and William's not here, and nothing is loaded. So we're just going to go directly upstairs. Our next photo isn't here. It's in the normal timeline. That's right.
Yeah, you gotta wait until you do your next focus.
And there's a lot of snooping that we can do in here for story reasons, but we're going to go directly to the morphine.
Here it is. Never thought I'd be delivering morphine to my best friend.
And shortest chapter ever. Grab the morphine and leave. And this is a completely different map as well from the one that we just came from. This one's called, or maybe it's the same? This might actually also be the same. But we're now in the chapter Alternative Chloe's House Downstairs with Morphine. And we can give her the morphine.
Give me the blue pill.
I'm sorry. I'm nosy, but not precise.
Go ahead and plug it right in. It's so easy. And painless.
I like to do in this scene, she says this line right here.
Oh, trust me.
I just like to randomly scream whenever she's like, oh, just scream for your folks when I mess up. She's like, don't worry, I will. And I just randomly decide when I want to scream. It's like, oh, you messed up. Try again.
Max, I'm so grateful that I'm...
Help, she's dead.
You see, when you have a 5-hour run, when it's basically all auto-scrollers and occasional button mashing, you need to have ways to make fun of this game.
Yep, and that's one of the big reasons Hanako is here talking to me, because it can be a lot trying to keep yourself entertained throughout the entire run, let alone entertain viewers. So having them here helps me a lot. It's always nicer to be able to talk to somebody.
Speaking of which, the next line that Chloe just said, "Stop me if I've been too." I like to pause after she says that line.
You're being too emo, Chloe. You're always being too emo. If you think alternative Chloe is being too emo, wait till you hear about regular Chloe. I think it's interesting that you can give her the photo album from either side of the bed, and if you give it to her from the other side, there's a short cutscene of Max walking to the side of the bed instead of teleporting. So, I don't know if her teleporting powers work exactly the same way in alternate timelines.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah, it's the only time when instead of teleporting, it has a short scene of her walking.
I don't feel like teleporting. It's too much energy. I just woke up from a Blade Runner nap.
I mean, it's a little bit of a shock, everything she's going through, so I get it. I get it. Teleporting takes a lot out of you.
We should have taken over Arcadia Bay when we had the chance. There's still time for you.
This is all we can do now is turn the page
Oh man,
twice.
There we are making pancakes.
And now we're going to be faced with a decision. Another major decision. It doesn't have any lasting consequences, even though, you know, it's one of the ones where you can rewind and change your mind. Because both options kind of suck. Huh?
He's brought up later on in a different scene in episode 5. But to be clear, like, this entire timeline just fizzles out.
And it should. Like, we want it to fizzle out, right? None of this is canon. Because this is really just Max learning not to go back in time and mess with things. Because just like the butterfly in episode 1, she's learning about the butterfly effect the hard way.
I know I'm just putting off the inevitable while my parents suffer along.
A lot of parts of this game are kind of a throwback and a reference to the butterfly effect movie. Going back in time and completely altering just the wrong things. But we're going to have a choice here in a second of whether or not to euthanize Chloe. Because she doesn't want to live through all this pain. She knows she's going to die soon. And if you snoop around upstairs, you can find out that she's going to die soon.
So shoutouts to whoever decided to. So the models chose crying.
You're breaking up just a little bit.
Just crank up the IV to 11.
Shoutouts to whoever decided to make the model slightly change to show that make it look like they were crying in this scene.
Oh yeah,
it's great, and I can't wait to see what it looks like in the remaster.
I hope they put work into this to make it look like that, because it actually looks really good here. Even just the little shine that they put under their eyes and making the eyes redder, I think is a really good effect. I'm curious what they're going to do in the remaster, if they're going to make it even better.
Actual tears from actual drama.
They have the technology.
Drama-laden teenagers.
We have the technology. Make this happen. Come on, Donut.
We have ray tracing. Now we need tear tracing.
Ray tracing for tears, yeah. I want to see every reflection in that tear. But obviously we just chose to kill her. It's just a little bit faster in terms of dialogue. This might be a good donation incentive, though. It actually has very, very little impact on the timing. Just how long it takes to go through the dialogue afterwards. If you refuse to do it, she gets mad at you and calls you selfish.
Yeah, she gets mad.
And, like, think about it from Max's perspective. If she weren't about to go back in time, like, she knows, because she commented earlier when looking through the photo album, that she can go back in time. But she's really kind of assuming that that's going to work a second time, right?
Right.
Like, she got here by accident. What if it didn't work a second time, and the parents came in, and she was OD'd on morphine? Max would be going to jail. Like, that's a hell of a thing to ask your friend, isn't it?
I'm sorry, Willie.
Luckily, her power does work.
I guess.
Huh?
Power X Machina.
But her power does work, her assumption's correct, and we are going to make none of this happen. With the only skill-based RNG in the game, again, which I'm not doing great at. There we go.
I usually do one stick first and then lock it in.
I did, but I messed it up. I changed the position of it on accident.
Someday Dad'll get one of them newfangled computers.
I hope the Flash didn't scare you, Max.
I wonder if they're going to handle it the same way in the other one. Or the remake.
Probably not. I don't think they've changed the mechanics. It's probably just going to be new models and textures, if anything. Better lighting. I don't think they're going to go anything more than better lighting, higher poly models, and higher res textures. Just changing the lighting in a game has a huge impact on how the graphics look.
Yeah. That's how we got through the 2010s, because everything was like mildly better looking than Half-Life 2, but it just was just all about the lighting at that point.
Yeah.
Max, you're being so fucking strange. Like you're never gonna see us again.
Chloe, I'm so sorry. I tried to make things different for you.
We did just.
I did try. I'm sorry.
No, we didn't finish anything.
I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but
For some reason, I thought this was the end of episode 4, but that might just be because we're doing this run in the middle of the night as part of a very, very long marathon.
We'll be best friends forever.
So
And when we grow up, we're taking over the world.
I'm just getting a little bit lost sometimes in my thoughts.
I want you to be strong. Even if you
Good time for
feel like I
donations.
was
This is all just a big cutscene. There's nothing we could do.
Because I will never abandon
But
you.
Chloe just ripped up the picture, so she can't stop ever go back in time and do this again. She's learned her lesson about the butterfly effect and altering the past. Go ahead, Hanako.
This brings up a really good example of like the grandfather problem or whatever in time travel with the storm, because the bonus episode has you playing Max before Joyce comes home, but after William has left. So it's like, since this game came out first, you know that Max is really sad and stuff about this.
Oh yeah.
About knowing that William's about to die.
The bonus episode pretty much starts immediately after this scene ends.
Yeah, so it's like, it's the grandfather. It's like, do we go back in time and say, oh, this never happened, whatever, or are we like, well, Max is completely guilty of the entire thing throughout the entirety of the bonus episode?
No, she just restored things to the original timeline. So canonically, what happens is that Max goes about her day like normal. She tears up a photo for seemingly no reason. She has some weird dialogue to Chloe that she never explains, and then they go and play pirates for a while. And Chloe's just like, well, that was strange. You want to go play pirates? Right?
Well, it's like the entire time she's more worried about the fact that she's leaving than she is the fact that she knows that William's about to die.
Yeah, but she's worried about that, and then she's not worried about it during the section where she's actually future Max. What's super interesting is how Max operates autonomously in the present, in the normal timeline, while she's actually in the alternate timeline. Because clearly they did a bunch of stuff. She doesn't remember it though, so while she was in the alternate timeline, there was a regular timeline Max doing stuff in real time.
Arcadia Bay, I was still spaced out here trying to put all this info together.
Yeah, she alludes to that in episode 5 where it's like, Chloe, it's not going to make any sense, but you need to tell me about the following things I'm about to tell you.
Yeah, and then when you come back from the nightmare, she goes, there you are. Or right before nightmare, she goes, there you are, you're back. Anyway, so now we're in the real time, so we need to take a quick photo of Chloe here.
Let's look at the big board and see all our pieces in the puzzle so far.
And they've apparently spent the entire night that we were in an alternate universe, putting together clues and taking this thing, which we can no longer shimmy on, and putting all those clues together.
After we get some more clues.
We don't have all the clues. She's just kind of checking it out because she's been in, La La Land for the last day. So
close,
she's kind of figuring out what happened.
We have to do 3 main
and making a game plan,
right.
Which they're gonna say now.
1. Decipher Frank's logbook. 2. Get Nathan's phone to find out where he's been during the Vortex Club parties with Kate and Rachel, and see whatever hidden shit he's got in his messages.
3. Beat Stepdouche down until he tells us about Frank, Nathan, and...
So there's 3 things we need. We need info from Frank, info from David, and info from
We'll have to
Nathan.
do this on our own.
Dude, at least let me kick his ass, then rewind. Fine, whatevs. It's your power.
Which I can't waste on shit like that. Or Blackwell would be in big trouble.
You didn't even let me take that money to pay Frank off.
And I'm glad.
Yeah, we don't want to pay Frank off. We want to piss him off so it gives us an excuse to shoot him.
You should get busy in the garage to see what dirt you can dig up. I'm gonna cyberstalk some names and see where that leads.
It's funny enough.
And be careful of
So, I can't remember who that. Oh, you guys know that there's a 2-minute time skip when talking to Frank in episode 4? What?
I can't use this level of my rewind.
Yeah, we didn't always know that there was talking to Frank the way we do now was actually a time skip. We used to.
By the way, no more photos up here, right?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
We used to just diffuse the situation, and then he just like, okay, fine, I guess I'll give you my code book or whatever. But someone was like, no, just make him mad immediately, shoot him in the leg, and then it's 2 minutes saved.
It looks like David finished his
Seems
call.
obvious in retrospect.
Maybe there's some new clues around.
I wish we can clip in here and skip this little exposition. We're not going to talk to him, though. That would take too long.
You know what I wish? I wish that opening the door in episode 1, when you go to get the tools, and coming out of the door that's in this room right here to the stairs, would leave it unlocked so you can go in through it when you get out of the stairs here.
That would be really cool.
Another photo from my Arcadia Bay wild.
So we're going to grab this photo. And then we're going to go check out this locker. Pay attention to this dialogue here.
Whoa, that is a serious padlock on that locker. Hey David, what you hiding?
So Hey David, what you hiding is actually a reference to Ashley Birch, who is the voice actress for Chloe, had a sketch comedy show called Hey Ash, What You Playin'? So that's actually a little quick callback to the voice actress's previous show.
Oh, maps, notes, coordinates.
So we've stolen all of David's stuff now.
Nathan.
Perfect.
Score.
As we should.
And now we can go through the door. Which we couldn't go through from the other side because this, you know, it's Dark Souls.
Chloe!
Door does not open from this side.
I have to get back to my dorm. Are we happy? Very happy. I hit the secret file jackpot. It's Kate.
Because it would be really interesting if it kept the fact that we've gone through the door before and just left it unlocked.
I wish.
Because going through that door when you get the tools and going back the way you came is about the same time, but going the way that you just going through it now to get the info would be so much faster.
Now, at some point between then and now, they locked the door again.
Yeah, it's almost as if they live in a bad neighborhood. So
maybe. Hey, when's our next photo?
Our next photo is
Squirrels, right? Squirrels is our next photo. Are there any in the boys' dormitories?
It's going to be the pile of rocks in front of the totem pole, actually.
Oh, pile of rocks, right? The cairn. That's the only one here in this scene, right?
And then the squirrels. Because
okay, and the squirrels. So we got the cairn and the squirrels. So we have 2 photos in this scene.
Yep.
Hey, Max. How you doing?
No dialogue options here. Nothing to skip. We just have to wait for them to have a short conversation.
And this is my friend Chloe. Yo.
Chloe. Why isn't somebody as cool as you going?
The tech with the squirrels is you talk to Samuel, get him to feed the squirrels, lay down the food, then go talk to Brooke because the squirrels will still move while you talk to Brooke.
Really?
Being on campus, like everything's normal.
I know, lame as it sounds.
You see, I always, when I was doing this in practice, I did the cairn, then talked to Brooke, then did the squirrels with Samuel.
Remember, I'm going to announce the
But it's actually faster to talk to Brooke last.
So I
Is
hope
it?
you'll be there to celebrate.
Yep.
Ah, good to know.
Just set down the food for the squirrels, go talk to Brooke, and by the time you get back, the squirrel will be there.
Very good to know.
So, you don't hate me for what I said to the
Yeah, I think it's fascinating in this game. It's 5.5 hours long, and we think about the time saves that are going to save 10 seconds here and there. And what's super interesting is that over the course of 5 hours, those really do add up.
Get in the habit of putting your work out there.
Thanks, Mr. Jefferson.
Maybe not by a ton, but when one run is minutes faster than the other, it's because of those really small optimizations. So this run is full of very small optimizations that add up over time.
Speaking of which, we also have the quest for the first sub 5 any percent.
Yeah, the any percent record for this game is just over 5 hours, and there's what is there, $125 now on a bounty?
Something like that. I was actually gonna double mine to about 50 or so come December because it would have been unclaimed for a year. So
yeah, so that brings the total bounty up to $150. I'm actually gonna get this up later this month on the Speed Hunter Bounties website. Just so I put my money where my mouth is, and I hope you do the same, so the money's there for anybody who wants to go after it. But there is now that Hanako has announced that he's doubling his portion of the bounty. There is a $150 bounty on anybody who can get sub 5 hours in this game. Which
legitimately, not through a speed hack or anything, cheat engine, because we've had that before.
Yeah, an actual run, and it will be verified. But do you think it's possible with current strats?
Yes, it has, Samuel.
How far away are we? Like 2-3 minutes?
Yeah, it's just
everybody else in Arcadia.
The world record is so optimized right now.
You look like you
Unless we just accidentally got something wrong with the dialogue options. Wait, animals.
I definitely have
Then
questions about what's happening to the animals.
E-Ray's movement is just so optimized.
Many do.
That unless we can find something with the dialogue options that we missed, and something's actually faster than something else, whoops. Then I think it would require a new skip or a new strat. And I know we just discovered some new tech today, but I don't think it's going to be more than like 10 seconds.
If something happened to them,
save.
Yeah, I don't think.
And 10 seconds is something, but it's not enough to get us sub 5.
The only thing.
Yeah, but imagine now that we know that particular tech exists, you can apply that to so many different places in the run.
Well, I'm curious. Can you think of any off the top of your head? Because it requires hitting 2 triggers at the same time, one that's location based and one that's button based.
Option based.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to be digging through the game to figure it out, but I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Not really, because
I need to find Nathan.
the only thing that's similar to that is like the trigger skips with David and Jefferson.
Yeah, but that's just using the fact that she's talking and it's in a cutscene, and you get a tiny bit of movement to go past the trigger. We're talking about hitting 2 triggers, hitting a trigger that starts an animation, and then hitting another trigger before the animation plays, so that we can fast forward when we actually do the other one.
Yeah, it's that concept, but the exact opposite of what we need.
I talked to Samuel, but I forgot to hit Laura, so I didn't get the time save.
Get that food in your belly.
Whoops.
That's okay.
I guess the squirrel's just going to have to starve then.
I guess this would be the point where I go talk to Brooke, wait for them to come back over.
Yep.
Luckily, it doesn't take long for them to actually move over. A few seconds. But that's what I was talking about. It's those few seconds that we save everywhere that are the difference between, world record and not world record. Anyway, now we know where Nathan is, so we can go into the dormitories.
Coast is clear. It would be so cool if you and me were going to school.
I'm trying to go.
Are there any photos in the boys' dormitories?
Yes, the window, off to the right.
That's right. That's right. And then there's another one on the beach. Yeah, but do not worry. I will be going through every map in this game and just trying to see if there's any other places where that can be applied. If they're there, we'll find them.
Good point. Wait here. Give me the signal if Nathan or anybody shows up.
I won't let you down, Batmax.
Now I just have to find Nathan's room.
So we're going to get a quick photo here. Take the Bigfoot photo right outside this window.
Every photographer should have one blurry Bigfoot shot.
And then we're going to go find Nathan's room. We know exactly where it is. And there's actually a potential skip here. Because we have to go through this whole thing where we have to check this, see that it's Nathan's room, and then break the door. And it's actually possible with the whiteboard on the other side, Warren's whiteboard. We have to wipe everything off of it, and then we can use it to do a look clip. Get out of bounds and get back in bounds in Nathan's room. But from what I remember, it's not actually any faster.
I think it's like on par at the same time, if not like once, depending on execution.
Yeah. And it's actually not an easy skip to pull off either. It requires like 2 or 3 look clips to get out of bounds. It's one of those things where it's a big maybe.
Let's find out.
I don't think it's going to lead to anything, but
oh yes, little phone. You are mine now.
Now there's something about the scene coming up that I want to mention, because what's going to happen is that Warren is going to beat up Nathan. Nathan's going to get mad. He's going to yell about how his dad is coming and everybody's in trouble and whatnot. And there's actually unused dialogue in the game files of Nathan talking about the storm.
What did you find? His room was
Nathan yells, "The storm is coming. I've seen the storm. Everybody's going to die." Have you heard about that?
Vaguely, I think I've heard something about that.
Yeah, there's the audio files make it seem really, really clear that he knows about the storm, and he doesn't seem like he's just talking generically about like he's a storm or his dad's a storm or something. He's talking about an actual storm that he's seen, and it opens up a lot of questions. Like, has Nathan seen the storm? Has he had the visions? Does somebody that he knows have the visions? How does he know about that? And a lot of people think that there's like they had a different idea for the ending, where there was more storyline, where Nathan knew something about the storm too, or somebody else had powers. There's a lot of speculation. We're gonna stop Warren here. But this is where that unlocked dialogue would have been used. And what's super interesting is that this is a major choice, and it has absolutely no effect on the game except for dialogue options. And there's not a lot of major choices in this game that only have implications on dialogue options. The fact that that's one of them is a little telling, considering the alternate dialogue and the unused voices.
Well, if Nathan has something to do with the game, he's got the money to do it.
I mean,
he's probably got some sort of weather modification device, so he'd be breaking the Geneva Conventions again. Boom, full circle.
No, I think it's just... I think it has something to do with him having the same visions that Max did, or knowing somebody who had the same visions, but we'll never know. We'll never know what other ideas they had for what the game might have been.
Stick with you guys.
And of course the speculation goes further, because fans of this game love speculation and theorizing and conspiracy theories. So there's a theory, for example, that the entire nightmare sequence in episode 5 was supposed to be something else. Something not full of reused assets, you know? But they had to cut it for time or financial constraints. I don't know if any of it's true, but it is all pretty interesting to think about. It's interesting to think about why that dialogue exists and why they chose not to use it.
Thank you.
Instead, he just yells about his dad coming instead of yelling about the storm.
I'll call you later.
You better.
I wonder, you know?
Pretty alpha now.
Ooh, Warren's feeling alpha.
So this is the first edition of Warren. Good, there's going to be a fix later on.
Man, that guy is so fucking in love with you.
I know.
He really did give a serious beat down to Nathan. It wasn't.
You know what's funny is that how she groans and says, "I know." Like, even if you chose all the options up to this point to like Warren and to agree to go on a date with him and everything, she still makes that groan and like holds her face like, "Oh, I know." Which means that no matter what your choices are, I think Max canonically is not into Warren. Alright, so we got what we need from Nathan. We got everything we need. Now it's time to go get what we need from Frank. We got everything from David. We got everything from Nathan. Let's go get Frank's book. And this is what Hanako was talking about earlier. This is before I started running the game, but people used to take all the options to calm him down as fast as possible, so he agrees to help you. And it turns out there's a faster way to do that. You do have to have the gun.
I hate seeing those poor whales like
So that's another good reason to keep the gun. If you lost the gun in episode 2, then you can't do this. But we're going to piss him off so that he tries to hurt us with a knife, and Chloe shoots him.
Do not count on my rewind. Seriously.
And since everything else we did, things like not stealing the money, he already starts off kind of mad at us, so we only have one dialogue option to end this entire scene. So when Hanako says it's faster, it's literally so much faster that we only have to press a single button during the entire conversation.
I'm looking forward to the day when we can just go on a road trip to Portland.
Fuck yeah. You, me, and Rachel.
Absolutely. So let's play this cool, okay? Just talk to Frank so we can get that code for the book from him. That's all.
Got it. No dicking around.
Let's roll.
And Max expanding her macabre portion of her portfolio by taking a picture of these whales.
Yeah, right? That's some... Her photography is getting a little more macabre. She also took a photo of, she took a photo of the bird with the ants. Now she's taking a photo of the whales. Seems like she's escalating.
It seems like something a serial killer would do. Max, are you trying to tell us something?
Where's the one we can take a picture of? There it is. And we still make it to the RV before Chloe does, because she's that slow. At least we should.
It blows my mind that
Yep.
I was just here with
Still gonna make it here
Chloe
before
in an
Chloe.
alternate reality.
If you take your time, Chloe will be there first. Instead of knocking, you talk to her and she knocks. Which is, exactly what happens.
Oh, look. The Wonder Twins. You should have come alone.
She's my partner.
Yeah, we're bodyguard. So let's get to business. Where's my fucking money?
I don't have the money. Yet.
Oh, really? Then why did you text me that you did?
Because I wanted to tell you in person.
Oh, I'm truly touched, Chloe. Now why are you losers really here?
We just want to ask you some questions.
You have some serious lady balls. No.
I love this entire scene, just the way
okay.
that Frank delivers his lines.
So I'm not getting you high.
If you're not ending the scene in a single dialogue choice,
No.
you can actually find
Not like
a dialogue tree of every single option for the scene. Somebody drew them all out in an image, and it's actually super complex, like how deep the dialogue tree for the scene gets. Have you ever seen that?
I've seen some dialogue trees. I don't think I've seen this one.
Fucking mental. I lost my keys, but I changed the lock. You better goddamn not be snooping around here.
No, I'm not.
Christ, I hate you, Blackwell. Shit. You expect
I know when I was doing my casual playthrough, I rewound the scene so many times and just like, okay, Chloe, throw the gun away, try to be nice, don't say anything stupid. She says something stupid anyway, and then it just escalates from that, and then I actually had to rewind because Chloe was in trouble and I couldn't see her.
Oh no.
How about a blade up the ass, huh?
Calm down, Frank. Let's just talk.
Don't you ever tell me what to do. Get it, bitch?
So now Frank's pissed. Which means we can just shoot him, get what we need from him.
Oh my god!
Gosh!
Fastest way to end it.
Shot me. I wasn't gonna hurt you. Oh, this fucking hurts. Oh, it hurts.
Chloe, you shot him.
I know.
You're both fucking crazy. What do you want?
We just want the code for your account book.
Now!
You're fine, whatever. Just put the goddamn gun down. You already shot me, all right? There. Now leave me alone, all right? Just get out of my life.
Do you want us to call an ambulance or?
No, thanks. You know what? I'll manage somehow without the police.
Oh, right.
Let's bounce.
Frank.
Shit.
Poor Frank.
How'd Chloe get back there so fast?
Frank might be.
Does Chloe have teleporting powers too?
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if she does. Because that was actually some good aim, too. So she actually learned something from our shooting lessons.
Yep. Yeah, she did, huh? Our next photo's in the barn, right?
Next photo is, yes, at the barn.
Excellent.
Chloe,
Next two photos are at the barn.
Are you okay?
There's a little red triangle in my OBS.
Sorry.
I don't know what it means, though.
Keep thinking about
I don't
Frank in the
know if I should Alt-Tab to see what it is.
You saved us.
I've never seen a red triangle, so...
We have to keep moving forward.
Probably just my bitrate dropped or something.
I better focus on this board and start tying these clues together.
Alright, so now we have everything we need, and we just have to put it all together.
Oh, are you using Streamlabs OBS?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's drop frames.
Yeah, so I guess I had drop
Look at
frames.
Frank's drug deals during the
Where's
weekend
my...
party.
Why isn't my controller working? Oh, you have to look. I forgot. Okay, so luckily we know the ones that we need to grab.
Yes, the game is on.
Be poor speedrunners if we didn't know exactly what to look for.
Tell us everything.
And let's see. This one? Go ahead.
I still mess this part up sometimes.
I don't mess it up. I don't always do it as fast as I want to.
That's hit, Max.
I think the strat for this is like a hybrid method between controller and keyboard and mouse, because you faster with the mouse, but then you use your X button or A button for controller in order to select it faster.
That makes sense. That probably is the fastest way. The fastest way always uses a little bit of hybrid, mostly because sometimes you could save just like a second or two by turning around a lot faster. So okay, I need to focus on the focus on this real quick so I don't take too long doing it. There we go.
Yes, now we're finally getting somewhere.
But there's a lot of times when you can turn around really fast by using the mouse where you just can't do that with the controller.
Aye, aye, Captain. Here we come, Rachel.
Now we just need to look through Nathan's clues and figure out how to unlock his phone. We're going to get his student file. We're going to get this paper. We're going to get the SIM card, and we're going to get the phone.
Okay, Max.
Now we need to unlock his phone. There's a variety of ways looking through the clues to figure it out. We are just going to unlock it the correct code, which is 0829.
Oh, score. Now let's check out all the messages from the week Kate was drugged.
Fun fact, if you look through all of these, you can actually find out that Stella has been getting drugs from Frank.
Find out where Nathan took Kate after the party.
Which one is it? Is it
the rightmost
this one and that one? Yeah. Stella got a lot of painkillers and ADD meds and benzodiazepines from Frank. Which, considering that she needs the job, I think she's on a scholarship and she needs that job at the party later. Makes you wonder how she spent $800 on drugs, but it's all there in the files. Unless there's another Stella somewhere.
I'm on this. Hold on.
There's also a Katie that's in the files that a lot of people think is Kate, but the developers confirm that Katie is not Kate.
I'm shocked.
And Kate didn't buy any drugs. That being said, there is a bottle of liquor in her room that you can not examine per se, but if you look at the right angle, you can see it.
So messed up. As you've noticed, this whole town is messed up. We can't trust anybody.
And that's everything for this scene. Now we figured all the clues, and they're going to go on the computer. They're going to Google these coordinates. We basically cross-referenced the some GPS data, some phone calls, Frank's drug list. We can figure out who's who and figure out where they were going, and found the location of a barn that looks like it's nothing at first until you figure out that it's actually owned by a Prescott.
We still have to be careful.
Anything owned by a Prescott is bad.
Anything owned by a Prescott is definitely bad. So this is the barn, and there's a really fantastic skip where, just like when we did the thing where we went out of bounds with gravity, there's a really cool skip here that we use in any %. I wish I could showcase it here, where we get out of bounds, we run all the way to the edge of the map, we get out to where we're falling continuously, and run all the way back to the barn in order to get to the safe house that's under the barn, because that's ultimately where we're trying to get to, is the safe house under the barn. And it's really cool because it's also really easy to mess up and end up in the wrong place. But we kind of get out of bounds, run through the void that's really chaotic and hard to navigate, but there's a weird void underneath the map, and then magically kind of fall into the right place. We're not going to look at that today, but I did want to mention it because it's very cool. But since this is 100%, we need to... wrong button. We need to take some photos, and one of the photos is inside the barn, so while we can get some stuff faster, we can't skip directly to the dark room under the barn. We can, however, get into the barn a little easier by using a look clip on this here, and it looks like this.
No.
And you can see how Max has just completely disappeared from the shot, even though we're standing literally right there. You can see an example of how her model is just removed while it does this.
Somebody run all that electricity into an old empty barn.
And we're going to get another opportunity to see Max's teleportation powers here in a second. Or not Max's, but Chloe's teleportation powers. Because everybody's got teleportation powers at this point in the game, I think.
Actually, I think this one's more of a clone, I think.
Oh,
Well, if you do the 100% version, it's a clone.
Is this? It's totally brand new.
But I think the game's still...
Why?
You want to do the hook first.
Is it faster to do the hook first or to have Chloe do the hook from the top?
These hooks are used to lift haystacks.
Right, I forgot to hit the,
I saw the...
You gotta try to open this first.
No,
Because here you have to try to open it and then you attach the hook. But if you do it from the top, you can yell down at Chloe and have her do it. And I wonder which one's faster. One of those.
Really? I've always done it myself.
Oh, yeah, yeah. If you don't do it here, but you do get up here, and...
Chloe, can you give me a hand?
And Chloe's here to help us. Good teleportation, Chloe.
Don't worry, she just BLJ'd through the front door.
Exactly, exactly.
Away, Supermax.
I dig having minions.
One side effect of this is that she's still spouting lines about trying to get into the barn while she's in the barn.
Yeah, that's true. And the same thing if you go directly to the dark room like we do in any percent. She'll, there'll be a second Chloe that's in the dark room T-posing while, we can hear Chloe outside of the barn still trying to get in. But here is where we attach it on this side. And this is the point where you can go attach it on the other side. The only thing is I think you need to look at it anyway in order to be able to climb up. So I'm not sure which is faster.
And don't forget your second photo, by the way.
Thank you for the reminder.
Also, imagine how screwed they would be if that landed on the door itself instead of just barely off of it.
Right? She'd probably rewind and do it differently. That's pretty much her solution for everything. She's a lot better at jumping down than she is at climbing up. Wrong direction. There it is. So now we can open the hatch. And no, I think this actually might be the is Chloe still outside? I don't think she is.
I don't see her through the cracks, so she might have
And
actually
she's not
teleported.
talking, yeah. Because I think there's a Chloe that's up, and then there's a Chloe that's inside the room, right?
Do I even need to say how weird this is?
He just did.
Who built
Do we have
this
the
kind of
code for
place?
this?
A Prescott.
542.
542. It's not in my notes for some reason.
It wouldn't take you very long to figure out because it's only 3 digits and...
True.
Yes. I thought that only worked in the movie.
There are so many of these little keypad puzzles that there's actually a fourth wall break reference in the next episode about the keypad puzzles that you can get.
Stocked and ready for the apocalypse.
Yeah. Max basically gets her revenge by using yet another power by unlocking it out of pure spite without doing it.
Yeah. Only if you fail it too many times in a row. So I think it's a fun little nod. This is exactly where you clip back into bounds if you're doing the any percent skip for this. But we just found everything. This is the dark room. This is a secret underground bunker paid for by the Prescotts and used for photography for the girls that are kidnapped. It's called the Stormbreaker, interestingly, which also ties into the theory that Nathan knew about the storm. And you can actually find an invoice somewhere. This cost $1,357,650 to make.
All those binders are filled with other victims.
Imagine the coincidence that if this gets into a GQ and that happens to be the donation total at the time.
That would be amazing.
Tonight at the Vortex Club party.
That would be the coolest coincidence ever.
This can't be real. These are all post shots, right? Right?
Chloe, look at her face.
Or imagine just like the biggest Chad just donating that much at this exact moment.
She probably would have.
Or donating whatever they need to get it to this amount.
Putting her in the ground like that. Where?
Maybe we can get Don't Nod to make a donation?
We have to find that spot now.
Maybe.
Then we can see what he...
Eyes emoji?
There's no way.
Shaking eyes emoji?
She posed for those pictures, Max. I know it. Please, let's go.
So we have a lot of cutscenes to watch now. It's a good time for donations once we get out of here.
Rachel.
We're just gonna go find out exactly what happened to Rachel. Which, spoilers, it's not great.
Chloe, slow down! Wait for me!
I know exactly where I'm going.
Chloe knows this junkyard like the back of her hand. She randomly knows about this dirt pile that's been here for, I don't know, about a month.
Right? Well, she understands the surroundings and everything.
Are you gonna help me?
And fair enough, we actually came over here. This is where the dough was when we went to take a picture of it. All the way back in episode 2. Standing right over Rachel's grave.
Please no.
Oh, that smell.
Rachel. Oh, Rachel, no, please not her.
So this is the point in time where any sane duo of people would go to the police.
You would think?
Chloe and Max are not these people.
I mean, even if the Prescotts own the police, they're still going to care about a dead body and they're still going to investigate it. It's something they really should notify the police about, whether or not they think the Prescotts are involved.
What kind of world does this?
But once Chloe starts crying, all she's concerned about is revenge.
She's always been concerned about revenge. It's just been even more so.
Like, they really need to call the police now. While she's going out and getting their revenge, the police could be setting up a crime scene. All I'm saying.
Episode 5 could be avoided if you just call the police right now. We can get this sub 5 super easily if they just call the police.
If she just called the police, we can get a sub 5 hour run. Come on, Chloe, just call the police. We'll get to skip the entire scene in episode 5 where they get that text and go back to the junkyard. That's a whole cutscene we'll be able to cut out.
It's like you Chad move and just you saw what happened to Rachel in the junkyard. What's going to happen to you next? And it's like, no, it's not.
Yeah, that cuts out like all of episode 5. We could skip a whole episode. Think of how fast the run would be. It'd be like a 4.5 hour run for 100%. If Chloe would just call the police.
I hope Nathan enjoys his last party. Chloe, we can go right to the cops. We have proof. Fuck the police. Rachel wanted us to find her, so we could get real justice.
Rachel did want us to find her. That much is true. We see the doe looking at them.
And nobody's gonna
But I don't know if that's what Rachel had in mind.
Right.
We found her. So
to the
mission accomplished.
You know
Yeah, we found her. Of course, if you buy into the theory that Rachel is also responsible for the storm, Rachel just wants to tear down Arcadia Bay. Hey, what happens if you don't have the gun here?
Don't know.
It's been so long since I played a playthrough without the gun that... I mean, it's not like she uses the gun by the end of this chapter, so...
She tries to.
Probably nothing happens.
Chloe, look up at the sky. Beautiful. I don't give a shit. The world is ending.
So we have 2 photos coming up in the next scene, and another cool skip.
Major is going down.
That's right. Nathan
Probably like one of the best time-saving skips that requires the least amount of effort in the entire game. But just like we can shimmy up the wall for breakfast, there's a scene coming up where we can shimmy up a bench.
Are you alright after today?
And once we get up the bench, nothing else beyond it has any collision, so we can just walk straight through a whole area.
Oh, so are you going to get the bathroom photo first?
Yeah. Yeah, my plan is to go in, get the bathroom photo, get the 2 moons photo on the way to the bench, and bench clip in. Is there a faster way for 100%?
I personally think that might be a little bit faster than what I do for 100%, which I might change up just to see what it is. I get the moons first, then go to the bathroom, and then I use several look clips to clip into the VIP area on the bathroom side.
Oh, that makes sense. I wonder if it's faster to use the look clips or if it's faster to just run and use the bench clip.
Well, I figure since you're already there getting the moons, like, as soon as you spawn in, just get them there, run to the bathroom, so that way you're not backtracking.
Right. But how fast are the look clips?
You need to do, if you're good at them, you need to do one to clip into the table, one to clip on top of the table, one to clip through the
Nathan, text me immediately, okay?
the curtain, and then you need to walk out of the curtain, walk back into it.
I know how to be.
So I don't know if that's faster.
Not to me.
It might be. It sounds It sounds like it might be faster. And
I think if you get it, I think if you get it first try, it might be faster than backtracking.
Right. And of course, there is a third way to get in. We don't use it anymore because it's not as fast as the bench clip. But I'll point out the area when you come in. But there's this little lifeguard bench that oversees the pool that you can actually shimmy up in order to get out of bounds and just walk over the pool all the way to where you're going.
Okay, Chloe, where the hell are you?
Hi, Stella.
Of course, it would be wonderful if we can skip this scene because everything past that curtain is active. We've taken Max past the curtain, and you can completely just do everything. So if there's a way to get through that curtain without talking to Stella, that saves so much time.
Wait, some girl just asked about Nathan before you came in. What girl? She had blue hair, dressed like a punk. I've seen her putting up those Rachel Amber posters. I'm stuck here, so I'm sorry I can't help you.
So why are you working at a Vortex Club party?
Shoutouts to my favorite misheard line in this entire thing.
What's that?
This current line right here. So I misheard that line as, how high are you? Because it came over somebody's mic during a race. I'm just like, what line is that?
Yeah, it does sound like that. And considering that she bought $800 worth of drugs from Frank, she might be really high right now. Who knows?
Your face looks so intense. Are you okay?
No, I'm actually not okay. I just need to find Nathan. And don't get too close if you see him.
Hell no. This is homework, not a party. I'll text you if I spy him. Good luck.
Alright, so I've never practiced those look clips. So I'm just gonna do the route that I mentioned. That's the lifeguard bench. Oh, yeah, clipping in here would save a lot of time, mostly because of this cutscene. So many potential skips in this game that we wish we could figure out a way to make them work.
Like, if we're going for sub 5, something of this length needs to be cut out.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do, this is where you can shimmy up, by the way, just on this pole right here. This is a little bit of showcase. Now, according to Hanako, there's a number of clips you can use to get into the VIP area here. I'm not practiced at that, and I'm not 100% sure it's faster. It probably is, but probably not that much. But we're going to stop in here. We're going to get a photo. If I can line it up correctly. There it is.
I'm not in the mood, but...
Don't know what she's not in the mood for.
This could be an interesting shot.
When she's looking at this. All Justin's doing is looking at himself in the sink mirror.
I'd also like to point out another glitch that can happen here. Some of the times when I come to this room, the music doesn't start, so you hear a lot of people just awkwardly yelling at each other.
Oh, that's hilarious. So, did you notice the people in the pool are actually like these super low poly models? And sort of. And you know, that's a trick that a lot of games used to, huh?
Yeah, they're the same kind of sprites that just always face towards you as well.
Yeah, there's just these 2D sprites that always face towards you because they're off in the distance. Same people in the VIP area. But what's really funny is that if you get into the VIP area and then somehow get out of the VIP area, that's the bench clip, by the way, then everybody in there is a number of sprites. And one time when I was playing around with just moving Max wherever I wanted because I was turning off gravity and then just going over the curtains, I actually got it so that the sprites and the characters were loaded at the same time. It was super weird.
That sounds weird.
They were all dancing next to each other, and they're not in the same positions either.
Sorry, I'm on the guest list.
I'm taking you off. Go fuck yourself.
She's not on the guest list. You can add yourself to the guest list during the pool scene with Chloe if you go snoop around, but it doesn't actually get you in here any faster, even during a casual playthrough. I don't think.
Don't you even try to
Taylor's the one that's guarding the... So I don't know what the conversation is or what it would be for that, so that actually might be a little bit faster, just like getting the...
In casual?
Yeah, if you
I thought that if you add yourself to the guest list when you're in the pool area, they don't carry the tray on the guest list and they don't let you in anyway, but I don't remember. This is one of those games where we've been speedrunning it for so long, we don't remember what the original story is all the time.
I'm a teenager at an art school. I'm only here to become a photographer and get famous.
I don't know, that seems like something I want to try out when I'm not sleep deprived.
So that was the wrong dialogue choice. I wanted to talk about Jefferson there.
Know how this art game has to be played. It's brutal. No, it's art.
So just because it's faster, we're going to choose not to warn Victoria about Jefferson. But that's actually the choice that stops Victoria from being in the dark room later. Because if you warn her about Nathan, then she runs to Jefferson, and then she becomes Jefferson's next target. If you don't warn her, then she doesn't do anything and she's fine. So warning her here is actually the thing that gets her killed.
Like fate we're not supposed to be friends? Maybe, but who says we have to be enemies? Whoever makes that decision. That would be us, Victoria. Well, Max Caulfield, I could always choose to let you in the Vortex Club.
So I think in terms of major decisions in this game, this one is probably the most impactful one.
You look so serious.
This is literally the choice that gets Victoria killed or not.
It was good talking to you, Victoria.
And that's actually the last dialogue choice of the game, but we still have a little bit of movement we have to do left.
Of the game or of the
episode?
Yeah. We have one more button press, and then a little bit of movement.
Principal Wells wanted to see us, man. It's no big deal.
Then why ask me? I haven't even seen him tonight. Adios.
We do have a bit of a cutscene to watch, unfortunately. But there's no way to skip that, because ending triggers for these are sometimes based entirely on dialogue. There's somebody who came into the Discord a while back wanting to look into skips. I had to explain to them that they're not proximity based. A lot of the ending triggers are just kicked off after a dialogue tree. Like that one. That was the... that sets off the set of cutscenes that at the end of the cutscenes triggers the end of the chapter. There's no way to end the chapter without going through all of it. So while I wish scenes like this could be skipped somehow, it's just out of the question.
I haven't seen him since this afternoon. He seemed pretty upset. I think he's still quite upset over the whole Kate situation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's talk later, Max. I have to announce the winner of the contest. I do wish you would have entered. You have to build up that resume and portfolio, but I know you will.
Thanks.
So when the music's not playing, they're just awkwardly shouting at each other at this point.
Oh my god, I would love to hear that so much. I wish there was a way to reproduce that. If you turn off the music here, does it do that?
Probably.
Okay, everybody calm down.
I should try that sometime. Just turn the music off in the settings. Which, this is a good time to point out that there's actually quite a few copyrighted songs in this game, which anybody who's uploaded Speedrun to YouTube has found out when Content ID flags them. And there's nothing too consequential from it. It stops it from playing in a couple of countries. That's why a lot of us just, like, mute those sections. But,
is the most important step in being an artist.
if you happen to be watching this for the purposes of wondering whether or not to accept it into a marathon, I want to point out that I am more than willing to memorize all of those locations and turn the music off just for those locations and then turn it back on so there's no copyright infringements and nothing gets flagged by YouTube and Twitch.
Or we can go just as far as doing like the same thing with the voice lines and bleeping them out, but with the audio as well.
That'd be a little bit more work, modding it to take out those songs, but that is doable too. The point is we can definitely if the songs are a problem. Now they're not content IDs that take down your video. Just content IDs that set attribution and stop it from playing in a couple of countries. But there's definitely ways around that. We can mod the game to take out that audio, or we can just go into the settings beforehand and turn off the music part of it just for those sections. It's easy enough to memorize where they are. There's something like 10 of them throughout the entire run, I think. Most of them in episode 1.
They're mostly like the beginning and end of episodes.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
They'd be easy enough to mute during an actual marathon event.
Rachel is still dead.
You know, we can go at any time, go to the audio settings and turn the music down.
Now, me too.
It's just a matter of memorizing the timing for it, which is not a problem for a marathon. So we're getting a text right now that says, because Chloe and Max didn't call the police like we said they should, Nathan said he's gonna get rid of all the evidence. Which, by the way, is I'm pretty sure that's impossible unless CSI has lied to me. You know, once that blood seeps into the soil, they can still kind of find it and then run tests on it. But he said he's going to destroy the evidence, and so we need to go stop him from destroying the evidence. And so now we're on our way to the junkyard, where we have the last user input of the episode.
Stop stomping around, Chloe. Right. Just get ready to use your rewind fast if Nathan tries to jump us.
Out for the spooky part.
If I can just get control of Max, that'd be fantastic. There we go.
You're gonna suffer, Nathan.
Now this is our last input, so once this cutscene plays, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. This is the last input, right?
Yeah, as soon as you lose control here. That's going to be a real quick one, though.
Well, there's the whole ending cutscene, isn't there?
It's really short.
Never mind. Not enough time, then.
You'd probably have a bit more time when you do the...
Oh, God,
if you check back into episode 5.
She's still there.
Don't look.
Actually, after you do the first focus, I think you have a lot of time after that one.
After the first focus, that's right. That's all cutscenes. Well, I'll use that opportunity then. During an actual marathon, I think I'll just opt to drink less water.
Chloe! Look how.
What the fuck?
But, yeah, can't use your rerun powers if she is drugged, it turns out. And, this is how many times has Max watched her best friend die now? 5? 6?
Let's see. Bathroom. Almost died on the train tracks.
I mean, depending on how you play it, she dies on the train, right? She dies on the tracks.
Also, depending if you want to rewind, she dies by shooting herself with the bumper.
Right. Kills her. She dies then. And we find out that Jefferson was the bad guy all along. That's the big reveal.
Gasp.
Gasp. Big gasp.
That was actually a really good reveal if you play it casually.
Oh god, the first time I played this game, that was an amazing reveal. You're right, that was not a lot of time.
Yeah, once you do the first focus, I believe it's got like 2 or 3 minutes.
Alright, I'll hit a quick bathroom break then. But yeah, when my girlfriend first played this game, I already knew everything, but I didn't spoil that for her just so she can experience that surprise too, because I think everybody who plays it is really shocked by it.
Preview.
Alright, so this is episode 5. Put my splits to the very end. No intro this time.
Yep, straight into it, because they knew that everyone would be like, come on, I don't need that recap.
Yeah. Playing this game casually, this is just an amazing reveal. Super confusing. You have no idea what's coming next. It's fantastic. Very good writing. I mean, you know that you know about the dark room at this point, but you didn't know Jefferson had anything to do with it. It's just one of those things where it's like, how's she going to get out? And you go through so much, going back and forth through time, and everything keeps going wrong so much that it really is suspenseful. I love the intro here. There's no exposition. There's no recap. It's just pure dark, moody atmosphere, and you know exactly what's happening. It's just building the suspense and tension.
Hey, remember that duct tape that we kept from that pipe bomb?
Is that the same duct?
Again.
Did he use our duct tape?
I don't know.
I mean, I know we stole the duct tape from him, but is that the same duct tape?
It could be, but I'd imagine he'd have some tape down here somewhere.
True.
And timing would start when you can control the camera here, but it should be like right now.
Yeah, timing starts here. During an individual level run.
What?
And we can see that we're in the dark room. Nobody's here though. So what's going to happen is we're going to use a focus to go back in time. I'm going to step up for just a second.
Is anybody out there? Please help! Finally, I'm free. Almost. I hate looking at myself like that.
We have no other way to get out, no other way to go back in time. We know she can't rewind that much. So the only choice that we have is to go back to this photo, which does not look like an opportunity to do much of anything. But we're going to see where it takes us. If I can... There we go. Alright.
I think I'll just shut up for the exposition of the scene as well.
Unconscious model is often the most open and honest. No vanity or posing, just pure expression. Oh Christ, look at that perfect face. Hold that stare there! Stay still! Max! You fucked up my shot! But please don't worry. We have all the time in the world. For now, I knew you were special the second I saw your first selfie. Yes, I still hate that word. But I love the purity of your own image. Not like Rachel, who was always looking in the wrong places. Poor Rachel. Let me try this angle. Don't move! Much better. Thanks, Max. If only Nathan could see this setup. He tried so hard. But you can't just throw a few subjects around and expect a cohesive style or theme. But he had an eye for shadows, and an eye for a whole lot more, as his elite family will find out, along with Arcadia Bay. Nice. Oh, good. Oh, those eyes.
It's
just too bad you're so goddamn nosy, Max. But this room is under 24/7 surveillance, so all I had to do was text you from Nathan's phone. And you fell right into my hands. You really should have focused on schoolwork, not private detecting with your little...
And you were completely right. I actually had more than enough time.
Yeah, this is all just exposition about how
yeah.
Jefferson was behind it. And I really love his line delivery, how he went from, like, overly happy hipster to just subtle and seductive evil guy.
Oh, the change in his character is dramatic and fast.
And it's so great, too. It was such a good reveal. It's such a good transformation of the character as well.
And it really shows you that everything up until this point was acting. All the like friendly teacher was just a huge act, and it's just fantastic. Props to the voice actor.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Who played this character?
Maybe a new dose will calm you down.
I'll be back just 1 second.
So we didn't get to accomplish a whole lot back in time?
Now don't move or this will hurt much.
That's about the extent of all the change she can make.
Stupid bitch!
Which seems to have just made him more mad.
In fact, you never did hear much in my class. If you had, you might have seen all this coming. God damn, you were a fighter. I've had my eye on you, and I've noticed that you've been more fearless this week than maybe your whole life.
Voice acting really is incredible.
Remember my number one rule. Always take the shot.
Now we get to see everything that changed, which isn't a ton.
Her angry man looking at ruined photo.
I can't believe that happened. So sick.
So we're back where we were. Things are slightly different. Still don't have a ton to go on. But now we have a photo where she's awake, which is nice.
I could try this one.
Nice for who? Now we have to press buttons.
Ah, true. But then do you really want a speedrun that's just nothing but watching cutscenes? One of the reasons this game is so fun is because there's actually tech. If I can get this focus to work, there's something for the player to do. There we go.
The way that Jefferson takes his photos makes them really blurry, and it's really hard to tell whether you're actually in focus or not.
I mean, they look nice, but Jefferson's clearly not thinking about speedrunners here. This is not very nice of him.
You can kind of tell when it's in focus because it kind of snaps to a less blurry version.
It snaps, yeah, but it's still a little ambiguous.
You're the winner. I choose you. Your portrait.
Fuck you.
You're trying too hard. I know you're scared.
So at least we have some dialogue options here.
The same doe-eyed look when you wake up here. Replaced
by the way, when is our first photo?
Mr. Jefferson.
Classroom.
Why are you doing this?
It's when you're in the classroom.
The classroom, that's right. Kate, right?
Yep.
Simply put.
Because right now you're talking to him. You're going to look at your diary, rewind. You're going to in the classroom.
That shift from black to white to gray.
There's the classroom, there's the art gallery, and then all the rest are a nightmare, right?
They lose that naivete. However, some Blackwell students carry their hope and optimism with them like an aura. And those lucky few.
Well, you got the classroom, gallery,
subjects.
Yes.
Back in the dark room. Then you're outside the diner, and then the rest are in the nightmare.
Oh yeah, the one outside the diner. So we got classroom,
What's happening to you right now?
classroom, gallery, diner. Just remind me of them when I get up to them, because this is the part that I haven't practiced the photos for as much as the rest.
Go to hell. You will for everybody you've hurt.
Unlike pure sweet Kate Marsh, I don't believe in that bullshit. She could have been my masterpiece. The world is what an artist makes it. And my muse.
Blah, blah, blah. God, I hate your voice now.
You might as well savor it, considering it's the last you'll hear. Oh. That struck a nerve. Your face changed color. Beautiful.
You will not get away with this. I want you to know that.
When you told the principal that I made Kate cry, I thought you almost had me. It's good our esteemed Principal Wells is like most administrators. A closet drunk. I do know that the Prescotts are going to have a major scandal when the town finds out what their elite son has been doing for homework.
You used Nathan.
I prefer the term manipulated. Like with an image. Nathan's was easy to twist around. I became a sort of father figure for Nathan.
Oh, so what you're saying is Jefferson cheats by using Photoshop afterwards.
It was kind of touching for a while.
Did you tell him everything about your plans at Blackwood?
Well, to be fair, not everything's Photoshop.
I told him what he did.
Although I have taken some very, very nice Instagram photos in my day.
Access to the Prescott fortune. Who do you think paid for this glorious darkroom and equipment? How else could I get all these hip new drugs for my subjects?
Rachel Amber was your victim, not your subject.
Rachel Amber. That's the real tragedy. Nathan thought he could be an artist like me. Instead, the dumbass gave her an overdose.
Chloe and Rachel. You killed both of them.
They're fucking together in heaven right now.
Jefferson got really dark, really fast.
Why?
Why? Start listening to me, you dumb cunt.
Jefferson, that's no way to talk to Max.
Right?
That was not cool. Anyway, Rachel is dead. But no tears. Los Angeles would have killed her anyway, so look at this as a favor.
You're evil.
Oh, I see. You're good because you stopped your friend from beating Nathan up.
I cared more about Nathan than you did.
No, you didn't. It's just too bad that he fell in lust with Rachel. He actually thought he could mimic what I do with the camera and subject, like father, but not like son.
Where is Nathan now?
Dead and buried. After what he did to Rachel, I knew I couldn't keep him as a protege for much longer. Now the police will never find his body. Do you finally get it?
You think it's in the junkyard? Do you think he buried Nathan in the junkyard? He doesn't seem that creative, really.
With amateurs.
You are an amateur. Look at the trail of death you left.
I don't think he's the kind of guy to use the same thing twice.
No?
I don't care what you do to me. You're gonna die, motherfucker.
Because if that was the case, he's got a lot of people he had to have hidden from the rest of those binders there.
That's not to say that all of those people are dead. I mean,
so I have to make sure
they got Kate, but you know, Kate's still alive. I don't think they intend to kill anybody. I think Nathan might have been the first one to actually do that.
Now, let's see how these shots came out. I can see why your instant camera is so appealing. You don't need a computer to print your work out.
I have all those photos in my diary. This could be a way out. Wait! Please, Mr. Jefferson.
Max, I would love to talk shop, but I really need to go over these pictures. Especially while they're fresh in my mind. I think our session was a career high for me.
You still have my diary.
Don't worry. Nobody's going to read it. Thanks for reminding me. There's nothing more innocent than a teenager's diary. Oh, look at your selfies. What a waste of talent. Look at that shot, Max. You can do so much better.
So now we're going to go back in time. From back in time?
The past within the past.
The past within the past.
Samurai Jack would be jealous.
To the photo that started it all.
Not quite there yet.
There we are.
There you go.
I could frame any one of you in a dark corner and capture you in a moment of desperation.
Now there is a really crazy skip
I
here,
believe Max has taken what you
where
kids call
what we're gonna do is we're gonna look in her bag to find David's phone number, and then we're gonna call David
Back where I started this insane week.
to warn him so that he can arrest Jefferson. And there's a really cool skip here where if you mash the button, and you know nobody's been able to figure out how this works, but if you mash the button, you can skip directly to a dialogue trigger that doesn't exist yet, that appears after you call David. We call it the Warn David skip because you never actually warn David when you do this. Nobody's been able to figure out how it works. That trigger doesn't exist until you get up. I've gone through this with the game in slow motion with a turbo controller, trying to do it as fast as possible. Nobody's been able to figure out how it works.
Oh. Well, that was easy, Max.
It's the game's biggest unexplained mystery. I have a feeling if we could figure it out, it would open up a lot of other skips, because we're basically hitting a dialogue trigger that doesn't exist. And since we talked about how Max has teleportation powers, when you hit those triggers, that means that anytime we can hit a dialogue trigger that we don't have access to yet, we will teleport to the next section that happens after that dialogue. So if we can figure out how this works, we could probably find uses for it all over the place, but I've dug into this so far and I have not had any luck.
First, let's make it real easy to
Yeah,
catch.
because my initial thought, which you just sort of debunked since you went through it slow-mo with a turbo controller, is that we're hitting the trigger like right as it spawns, but for whatever reason it spawns on top of us.
Interesting.
Warn David about Jefferson.
But that's the thing, is it's not based on how fast you move it, because how fast you can click. Because even when you're using a turbo controller, you don't get it. In any case, we're not going to go for that skip here, because once you hit that trigger, that's the end of this scene, and we need to take a photo first.
And take Jefferson down fast.
Absolutely. That's a really cool skip, though.
It's super cool. Super cool skip. I wish we could figure out how it works so we can do it more consistently.
So maybe
When we're doing any percent, we definitely go for it every time.
and Jefferson.
And I think one person actually got it during an episode 5 individual level run.
Past within the past.
Someone got it in a full run, so I remember my comments on that.
Oh yeah. Somebody actually managed to pull it off in any percent.
Hi, Kate.
It's pure luck, though. It's pure luck. There's no setup. We don't even know how it works.
Listen to me.
So we can't even come up with a setup. But
Always remember that
one of the
you're not
unexplained
alone.
mysteries of Life is Strange Speed
I've
Tech.
got your back no matter what happens. So do a lot of other people. We all care. We're all
But like I said, if I actually managed to pull it off, then I wouldn't be able to get this photo. So
That makes
we
me
can't go
feel
for it
so
in this run.
blessed for the first time this week. I don't know what to say.
That's okay. Neither do I. Maybe we could both use a hug.
It would save like 40 seconds. It saves like 40 seconds, something like that.
Yeah.
You always
And
know the
those are the kind of skips we need for like sub 5.
What's that?
Those skips that save 40 seconds are the ones that we need to save into sub 5.
Yeah. I'm more concerned with the implications of being able to hit a trigger that you can't see, that doesn't exist, that you don't know where it is. Whatever is going on there, the trigger exists, and we are somehow hitting it. And if we can hit it then, maybe there's other ones that we can hit?
Can you see I'm talking to Mr. Jefferson?
Early?
now?
I can see you're kissing
I don't
ass
know.
again.
I don't know.
Nothing new.
What did you
It's one of those things where we need to figure out the tech before we can apply it to other skips, but I just have this feeling
Not until
like it could be
Victoria
used
knows.
somewhere else as
Hiding
well.
behind
Like
a
Warren
screen
David's skip
and
is like
posting videos of people
the mechanism is not
totally
isolated
fucked
to
up.
that one
You know
trigger,
how
you know?
easy it is to hurt somebody?
Right. Where it can be obviously moved to places, but just
And it was found completely by
You
accident.
have any.
Because I think was it E-Ray that found it?
Think about your actions.
I don't remember.
I didn't.
Of course you did.
I want to say it was either E-Ray or
You can't even be happy with your own
a
talent.
Valka, but
You have to try and
I think it was
bring
E-Ray,
everybody down
and
to
he
the
said
mean,
that
ugly level.
his brother walked into the room, and so he wasn't looking at the screen, so he was just mashing the button, and it happened on accident.
Looks like you already did, Victoria.
Then I guess I'm.
Shout out to
done talking.
glitches found on accident.
I'm not going to
Isn't
say
that
I
how all
enjoy that.
the best ones are found?
Why?
It's how a lot of the craziest ones are
Here's
found,
my
yeah,
photograph
actually.
For the Everyday Heroes contest.
I mean, don't discount the work of glitch hunters, though.
Oh, that was easy.
No. It wasn't easy.
Oh, can I just get like an Staples easy button and just reprogram it with Jefferson saying, "Well, that was easy."
Very happy you decided to enter.
Oh,
That
and
means
by the way, shout out
a
to
lot me.
Puerto Lobos,
And Blackwell,
who
the
is
first step
probably Life
for
is
any
Strange's
artist
biggest
is to
glitch
put
hunter,
themselves out there in the world without fear. To be
who found a great deal of the skips that we use.
Guilty.
Well, thanks for the photo. Maybe both of us will be jet-setting to San Francisco this Friday.
Or maybe only one of us will be going.
Don't be so modest, Max.
I mean, canonically, she's being so cryptic and weird right now.
'Cause you're
And also,
going to
why
find
isn't she
out.
rushing out to save Chloe? Like, after all that whole conversation, does she still have time to rush to the bathroom afterwards and save Chloe from getting shot by Nathan?
I think she realized that reality was collapsing back in on itself to one unified timeline, so I don't think she was in that big of a rush to care about that.
Mm. But as we can see, warning David worked. David's been trying to track this all down for a long time, so we give him the final piece of the puzzle, and he was able to arrest David.
Can I get somebody to make like a really, like, for at least for the speed run, like a branching timeline of like start here, which is where Max is in class, and then like every time she rewinds or jumps to a different timeline, it just grows and grows and grows.
It does what when she jumps to another timeline?
Like the tree of the timelines just grows whenever she jumps to a different one.
Huh.
Can I get somebody to make that into an image or something?
Certainly be interesting. By the way, this is an example of an actual cutscene. It's all pre-rendered.
Whoa.
Now we're still in between realities. But at least we're not past in the past anymore.
Okay, Max. You're safe.
Turns out that
Oh,
without any of this happening, Max won the Everyday Heroes contest, and since Jefferson's in jail,
I hope I did everything
Professor
right
Wells is accompanying us to San Francisco. And we're on the plane for that. And fun fact, that guy in the corner there with the red hair and the red beard, we'll get another look at him in just a second. That's actually the co-director of the game, Michelle, I forget how to pronounce his name off the top of my head.
Oh, you're alive.
It's
Oh, you're alive.
yeah, Michelle.
Fixed everything.
I'll get the pronunciation right during an actual marathon, I promise. But and his last name for that matter. But that's actually one of the co-directors of the game. He's got a little cameo here. You can also see him in the art gallery. He's right there, right in front of us. And then we have a little bit of a... We could wait here, and eventually the plane will land, but the fastest way to do it is to just look at everything.
When we were innocent.
I like to call like literally every passenger either a diet Dr. Jefferson or a Dana clone because they all look fairly similar to each other.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? But that guy with the red hair is actually modeled directly after the co-director. He's not. Whoops. Nice. There we go.
I'm so stressed, but
And watch us travel 137 miles immediately.
I don't know, when you're going about 400 miles an hour, that takes like, what, 5 minutes?
100 miles at 400 miles an hour is 15 minutes. But close enough, right? And that's about the time they tell you to fasten your seatbelts and everything, so I guess it's not wrong.
I don't think so. I'm hoping these airline
Got
seats get
to Wells.
so I won't have.
how did you sleep?
Hope I wasn't snoring out loud, Max.
Just a bit.
Snoring out loud instead of LOL, is it SOL?
So I hope you'll.
No, I think that's just
Wait,
opposed to snoring
that's-
quietly, like snoring in his head.
Things have been hectic.
Snoring out loud versus snoring in his head.
Totally get it, Principal Wells.
That's a smart way of telling me to stop one. We are proud of you for representing Blackwell at the Everyday Heroes contest. I know I'm not exactly the guide you wanted in San Francisco, but we all want you to have a great experience here.
I already am, and we're not even there. Oh, Christ. Another nosebleed? Max, you're not just screwing around with time.
And we have a photo here in the art gallery we're gonna grab. This is the first photo in all of episode 5, actually.
Second photo.
Second photo. Yeah, second photo. Sorry, for some reason I forgot about the photo of Kate.
How could you forget Kate? She's precious.
I think it's because I was talking so much about the Warren David skip that I completely forgot we stopped to take a photo.
San Francisco is so cool. And this gallery is huge.
So is the buffet. If an event skimps on the food, you know it's a bad event.
As long as I don't have to eat any caviar.
This is your day, Max. You can do whatever you want. I hope you take advantage of your status and talk to as many influential people here as possible. Work the room.
I don't know. I feel so weird, like I'm a little kid hanging with the adults.
Max, after this week, you are certainly not a little kiddie. In fact, you're a noteworthy adult being on
Good time for donations.
years. Now you have to start acting like the photographer you want to be. Hell, I wanted to be in charge of a big school someday.
All we're hearing is
So I
about
started
Principal
taking
Wells
charge
talking about
of
how
things
he
around here.
loves caviar.
Ask my poor classmates.
And how he
Somebody
like
did
torturing his
caviar,
poor
so you have
classmates.
to.
Right.
Better get in there and start schmoozing. You know, I won't always.
I can
be
imagine a
in
young
charge,
Principal Wells just
but
taking
you come
control
talk
of every situation, and honestly, he sounds insufferable.
Come on, Max. After everything that's happened, this should
Sounds
be
pretty
the least
insufferable no matter
scary
who it
thing.
is, honestly.
True. So before we go check out her photo, we're just gonna grab a photo real quick.
You did it.
Before we check out the photo we came here for, let's make a new one so we can just submit it to the art gallery immediately.
Oh, and this isn't even our camera. We just stole her camera to take a photo of her. Imagine how creeped out she's gonna be when she looks at her photos later, and then there's a photo of her from the back from her camera.
I do not understand art.
I guess everybody is a photographer now.
It is different. Loving the retro vibe. Hi, and there she is to save the day.
Hi. You did it, Max. You're a real
She's a real artist. She's made it. People are admiring her photo. It's a very nice photo, to be fair. And she forgot something pretty important that, you know, the entire game has been about up until this point. She forgot about the tornado. Oops.
But don't worry, there's a guy who cares about her bloody nose.
I mean, he doesn't know about the tornado.
No, but he at least cares enough to be like,
Hey,
oh, do you need like a tissue or something?
lost you there for a second.
I'm okay.
She's blaming jet lag. I don't think jet lag gives you a bloody nose.
Also, I might not just I just might be missing the reference here, but why is that dude wearing a Normandy t-shirt? It's like the only thing I can think of is like the invasion of Normandy is like, why are you wearing that?
I think you're thinking too hard about the time that Don't Nod spent thinking about the clothes that people wear.
What?
Yep. It's now that she remembers that a giant tornado is destroying Arcadia Bay today.
Chloe, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Alternate ending of the game. Hear me out. Arcadia Bay gets destroyed by a tornado. Chloe dies. And Max becomes a famous artist.
Arcadia Bay is gonna be destroyed.
Should that maybe have been an ending we could
There has
choose?
to be a way to stop this. For good.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
How much
It's
would you
an
pay for that?
Hold on. Can't hear you a little bit. You're a little quiet.
Alternate ending here. Max breaks out of the also nice ones like Max breaks out of her chair, and after Jefferson's taken down by David.
What is going on now?
You know what? I'm just gonna send it to you because I like this too much, and I'm gonna describe it very
What am I
poorly.
doing? I just have to make one simple change. So I
Guess I'll have to check it out after the run then. But for the commentary for this game, what she decided to do is not end up in the art gallery by tearing up her photo so that she never makes it to San Francisco. Unfortunately, this has the side effect that because she never handed in her photo, and because she never took the photo, Jefferson burned her diary, so she was never able to go back in time and warn David. So basically, at this point, we've undone all of episode 5 so far. None of it ever happened. Or we did warn David, but
Oh, fuck.
not the same timing.
No. I'm back here again? I thought I fixed everything.
You say, Max?
Honestly, I think it's a little bit unclear exactly why we ended up back exactly where we are. Because David still comes, but he didn't get him arrested before this point. I'm not 100% sure. Any theories?
I think he has his own kind of secret files.
You think he
or
kind of
something,
had an
or
idea
he's
of this
like,
anyway?
yeah, he had like a vague idea, and he found, or he, being the watchful eye that he is, he like got Chloe's GPS location from her phone or something.
Yeah. Yeah, he might have
And then-
actually just found the location from all the research we did in the last chapter. All you have to do is go into Chloe's room and see the giant board of notes, right?
You could have won the
He probably
Yeah,
put it
she
together
probably
himself
did-
from that.
She probably didn't lock her computer either, just like everybody else in this universe apparently doesn't. And
Right.
Probably had the.
Well, I mean, David locks
the
his
guard
computer. He just has a
simple,
bad password.
Yeah.
Which means that we didn't need to do all this going back in time in episode 5 in the first place. All we had to do is wait for David to come, because that was going to happen either way.
Which Max finally realizes and is like, David's gonna save us. All we gotta do is sit at your house.
Yeah, that's right. When she goes back to talk to Chloe, she says, just do nothing, and that's it. Just do nothing for a while. So she goes back in time and makes sure that not only does episode 5 never happen, but so does, like, the entire end of episode 4. Episode 5 is just the history of her messing things up and going back in time and making none of it ever happen.
I hope these images will be appreciated for what they truly capture.
Of course, I guess she couldn't have known that at the time. If I found myself waking up in the dark room, I'd be trying to get out too. Right?
At least, that's the last lecture you'll ever have to hear from me. And I promise you, no more nosebleeds.
Mr. Jefferson, please, don't do this. You don't know what's happening.
Shh, 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 shh. Quiet. Quiet, Max.
Please, don't do this.
So this is it. Max's last moment. This is the injection that's going to kill her.
Jefferson always says, always take the shots.
I promise. This final dose won't hurt. What?
I mean,
don't
if
know.
I were
He's
her,
kind
as soon as he came at her with a needle, I'd be just rewinding the last 30 seconds over and over and over, trying to figure something out. She just, I don't know why she's not doing that. So now that we know David's coming, we just need to distract him just a little.
I promise you, no more nosebleeds.
Wait, hold on. Can I please ask you for one last request?
Oh, you got me, Max. How can I deny that face?
Now, there's a lot of things you can choose here, and each one makes the next scene go a little differently. But this is the only one that lets us actually get out of here.
Of course.
You needed the right option for the selfie for the photo.
Oh, right. I forgot there's a photo in this section. Thank you for reminding me. So that's a couple minute time loss. Not a big deal.
You should just be able to rewind, like, before anything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I'll be able to fast forward through. The reason this isn't a huge time loss is because you need to watch this scene anyway, and now I can fast forward through it next time, so it's not a huge deal. Doing the wrong thing, but it's the right thing, you just did it at the wrong time, isn't so bad. So, this is the photo that I forgot about.
One last picture of me. I want to be your best subject.
Mind you, she's not doing this to get out. She's literally doing this because she's obsessed with photos. There's no canonically good reason for her to ask for this photo. So we got the photo. We'll rewind as soon as we can.
Well, no, you can still win through this. You have to warn him. You warn David about the thing, and you tell him about the camera.
I don't think I've ever done that, actually.
And I promise you.
I didn't know you could do that. But since I already were around, we're going to go the water route.
I promise.
I didn't know that you can warn David without pushing the cart.
No, you warn him about the tripod itself. Just don't do it like immediately.
Warning him about the tripod still doesn't do it. If you warn him about the tripod, he just gets shot, I think.
No gun. No
Or hurt some other way. I just remember the warning about the tripod is like, it's a trick. It shows you that before you have the option to push the trolley. Specifically because it doesn't.
Over. You are not going to stop me.
He's hiding a gun over there.
There we go.
Sorry, Madsen. Okay.
Oops. Wrong option. Meant to do.
About to say you meant to do the table there, right?
Yeah, I pressed the wrong button.
Of course.
So we're just gonna have to rewind here. And this is the correct option.
Can you tell we're very sleep deprived?
Little bit, yeah. It's 2:41 in the morning.
Are you okay?
Over here, which means it's 4:41 over where Hanako lives.
Yes.
It's 5:43 right now.
5, you're East Coast, so it's 5.
Don't thank me. You brought me here. Let's wrap up.
So we're gonna make the smallest mistakes.
Just a bit.
This isn't exactly gonna be world record, but you know we're all gonna lose a few minutes overall from everything. It's not a huge deal.
Going to prison forever.
It's what no reset runs are for. Sometimes not everything goes perfectly.
Mr. Jefferson, now it's your turn to be captured in a moment. Save Chloe. He burned everything, including all of my photos. Warren! Yes! I can use that picture he took of us. Shit! No signal. Thanks, Mr. Jefferson, but you won't need this anymore.
Hold on, Max.
So we have two options here. We can hide him the truth from him about where Chloe is, or we can tell him the truth. And if we tell him the truth, he actually murders Jefferson.
David.
Which really kind of goes to show how much David actually did care about Chloe and everybody else. This is really kind of just the point where you find out that he really was the good guy the entire time. Just
she's okay.
Just not a nice guy.
He just didn't have the right way of showing it.
Exactly, yeah. And he didn't always have the right subject, so harassing Kate, bad idea. But he was trying to work on the right thing. He wanted the right thing. But obviously, you know, watching the whole sequence where he kills Jefferson, as satisfying as it is, it takes way too long. So we're going to lie to him. We're going to tell him Chloe's okay. Which, given how much she's been manipulating time, you know, might as well be true, right? This is actually the only time in the game that it changes to a map for the next chapter before moving to the next chapter. So the dark room is one map, and this is actually the exact same map that the diner's in. Super frustrating for the autosplitter progress. Because I usually base chapter changes based on map changes, and
Can you hear me?
this time we moved to the next map before changing chapters.
Never mind. Listen, do you have that photo you took last night?
You still awake?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Just making sure. I know it's almost it's almost 6 a.m. there, so
Where are you?
appreciate you staying up to make this run more interesting.
I'm on my way.
I'm just debating whether or not I just stay up.
Whether you stay up after this?
Yeah, stay up after this and just pass out.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be continuing Extra Life for like another
So hold on.
8 hours or so, and I'm kind of debating going to bed and doing like an Extra Life Part 2 tomorrow when I wake up. I'm 37. I can't stay up all night the way that I used to be able to. You know?
At 25, I felt like I was when I was 17. My internal body clock from waking up at 6 a.m. has ruined me.
Oh god, 6 a.m. That's incredible. I couldn't wake up at 6 a.m. if I tried, and I have. Ever since I started working from home too, I can't wake up as early as I used to. I have a meeting every morning at 9:30, and back before the pandemic, I used to have to wake up, get on a bus, take an hour getting downtown, getting to work and being there on time. Now I wake up maybe a few minutes before my meeting and then dial into it for my laptop.
Boy, public transit, that's something we don't have around here, or a lot of.
I don't have a lot of transit here. It's like a 10-minute drive to the bus stop that'll take 45 minutes to get downtown, where I then have to walk for another 15 minutes to get to the office. So it's far from perfect. They are building a light rail, but it's going to be probably at least another couple years before it's even close to done. They should have built it 10 years ago.
Watch out, Max. He wants to hurt you now.
I don't know where you are. I'm in the, I live about half hour north of Seattle.
Oh, well, I guess, throwback to episode 1, I guess Seattle sucked hard.
Depending on how you answered, no it didn't. And I certainly don't think it does. I actually really love it here. And we missed this because we were talking, but we actually just got a voicemail from Nathan where he expresses regret for everything that happened. I don't know, his character might have been redeemable a little bit. I mean, he did some terrible things, but I think it's interesting how almost every character in this game that does bad things, with the exception of Jefferson, has kind of a complex moral ambiguity to them where even the ones you don't like turn out to be okay, like Taylor, Victoria. And it's interesting that even Nathan gets a little bit of that. Jefferson's the only one that doesn't. So now we're heading back to the diner because we need to get the photo from Max that he took at the party before Chloe got killed, before any of this happened, before we ended up in the dark room. And we're trying to get that photo so we can go back in time and stop everything from the end of episode 4 to now from happening. But now the tornado is decimating the city, so it's a little easier said than done. I think there's a slightly faster path through this, but I haven't practiced it, so it's gonna go this way.
Can I also mention that the line delivery from Nathan on that phone call is great? It gives me chills every time I listen to it.
It actually is. It actually just amazing voice acting from him. Just a lot of emotion from a character that you didn't really get any emotion from up until this point. So everything's on fire. We need to find a way through it. There's a guy in here. He's trapped. I've tried for a million years to look clip through this box and it didn't work. And then I put a camera in the diner to find out if it was even worth it, and found out that nothing loads in until the exact last minute anyway. So now we can reverse time and save him, but that would be slow. So we're just gonna let him die. Plus, we're going to go back in time and stop all this from happening, right? Right?
The Two Wheels Diner got renamed to the Wadai, so...
The Wadai? But that's fitting, isn't it? That's fitting. Now we're just going to stand here and wait patiently for the entire thing to explode. Because she can't have the foresight to stop the fire. She has to actually wait for the explosion to stop the fire. She has to use her powers of never getting killed because of automatic time stopping. We have a photo we're going to take of this... Wait.
First.
We're going to take a photo of this whale, because photos of dead whales is apparently the thing she takes pictures of the most frequently, except for her selfies. This is her second... This is her second photo of a dead whale. I just want to point that out.
But also that one's on fire. Also, hear me out. She didn't want to put the fire out on the oil before it blew up the diner because she knew that she told Warren to go there and she wanted it to blow up. At least once.
So she wants to blow up for her own amusement. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
You know what? You might be right. You might be right. We know what she thinks about Warren. And it's this exact moment that all the models in the diner load in, unfortunately. So even if we could clip in here, there'd be nothing to do with it. Too many parts of the game are like that.
Jesus, I am so glad to see you, sweetie. Are you okay?
Yes. What about you guys?
The Two Whales is barely standing now.
Ever since I learned about that, the diner that this is based on, I can't help but always accidentally call it the Two Moons Diner.
I have to get back to this gentleman on the ground. Warren has been...
Especially since it fits giving the two moons in the game.
That's all we have.
You okay, Warren?
How the hell did I ignore all those warnings, Max? The snow? The eclipse?
Warren, be nice to yourself. There's nothing you could have done about a tornado just because it snowed.
I've seen it coming.
Even if you saw it coming, you weren't going to prevent a tornado. But go off, I guess. So we need that photo. So we're going to go talk to Warren.
I hate to say I'm glad to see you.
And because he actually has helped us out quite a bit, we're going to tell him everything.
The important thing is that you're
He did save us from Nathan after all, right?
I know you can take care of yourself.
Yeah,
maybe he's not so bad.
Damn, Max. Can't believe you actually drove down here in the middle of a fucking
So,
tornado.
I'm not sure if everybody gets this, but I get a really interesting glitch in this scene every time where Max gains another power of ventriloquism. Her lip sync fails to load, I guess, and she just blankly stares at Warren while she...
There it is!
She's doing it right now.
There it is!
Trust me.
So it's not just me.
No, it's not just you. I've gotten that a couple of times. And she just doesn't talk. There it is.
And then
now she's talking again.
She's like, oh, I have the energy to talk again. Okay, let me just talk. And then she just
Is it
does it off
ventriloquism
and
or is
on.
it telepathy?
Go on.
Either or, I think. I don't know. It could be both. I think the first time is ventriloquism, the other time is telepathy.
Yeah,
Might as
that
well
sounds
give her
right.
more powers at this point.
That's a, yeah, just give her all the powers. Why
I
not?
have to go back in time.
There it is again.
Killed Chloe. I can't let that happen.
I don't know why
You have to do
the
something, Warren.
lip sync doesn't load, but it's not like it's a good lip sync anyway.
It's a little more realistic than this.
How?
Nothing of value was lost, really.
Nothing of value was lost.
Cool, but this seems like pure cause and effect. Maybe chaos theory. What happened with Jefferson? Did he hurt you?
Nathan accidentally killed Rachel Amber trying to impress Jefferson. Nathan just needed mental.
My thumb's getting tired from button mashing.
Now he's dead. And
I should probably just
Jefferson-
memorize the timing so I don't have to mash the button the entire time.
Oh, I do that all throughout conversations anyway. I keep looking at my notes to be like, where am I at? And then I'm just like, as soon as I'm done with the last one, I just stop.
Yep.
There's a reaction.
Yep.
Whenever you
There's
or alter time,
in the official speedrun leaderboards for this game, use of a turbo controller is banned.
Yeah, we had a player do that before, and we were like, yeah, no, don't do that. You can remap your controls, you just can't do turbo.
No, you must suffer. You must button mash the entire time. It's the official rules. If we have to suffer, you have to suffer. We all have to have sore thumbs at the end of the race, at the end of the run.
That makes both of us, Warren.
I do know you're here for a reason. And I guess it's up to you to find out why. Max, I'm sorry you got stuck in this. I don't have a fucking clue what's going on. But I have total faith that you'll do the right thing when the time comes. I'm so proud of you, Max. How could there be a more important moment in history? I'm in the middle of it with you. So thank you for trusting me.
Thanks for being here. Always.
There it is. That's what we came for.
All of that gut spilling just for a photo.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful out there.
Watch out for Joyce.
And permanently friend zoned. Just leave.
I mean, he wanted to kiss, but we only have eyes for Chloe.
I'm going to make the right choice.
Look, my honest opinion, that I felt that the hug was more genuine looking and feeling than the kiss was. In my genuine opinion, that's one thing I remember from my casual playthrough.
No, I think you're right. It is still kind of awkward, though.
Okay, so now the best conversation. We are walking a very thin tightrope. If we mess one button press up, we have like a very slim chance to get it fixed. But other than that, if we mess up once or twice, I believe, we are just done.
No worries.
Depending on what conversation we're at, it's once and we're done, or we might be able to salvage it.
Please elaborate.
Sorry, Warren.
Let's go. Now.
Because of all the stuff that we've done that goes super fast, Chloe's super pissed. So she just wants to go into the swimming pool and just deal with Nathan. And Max tried to talk some sense into her. I believe on like one conversation you can hit the wrong button.
And what happens if you hit the wrong button?
It does a longer conversation than actually just hitting the right buttons.
Oh.
Mark Jefferson killed.
It should be right, up, left, up.
Yeah, that's what I have in my notes.
Nathan is the fucking
Good. So my notes actually have it in parentheses right next to each other. I'm gonna wait because this is a part.
Nathan is dead, and you're in danger.
In parentheses next to each of those. Please don't mess this part, and then up doesn't have anything next to it.
Will you please tell me exactly what happened? Please.
Mark Jefferson turned out to be a psychopath.
Okay, Max. Let's go in there as a team and take his ass out right now.
Chloe!
There's the three rights. Up, left, up.
Up, left, up.
You left Arcadia Bay. I know I hurt you. All I ever wanted was to make it up to you. Please don't run away from me.
Max, I'm not running from you. This is when I need you the most.
You're gonna send me something on Discord while we're in the most precarious part of the run.
My gun. Nothing in the universe can
up,
stop
left,
us
up.
now, Max.
No, not this way. Chloe, I can't keep fixing everything if all I'm gonna do is just break it.
Yep, up, left, up. There you go.
I know how this is gonna turn out, and I'm afraid I'm fucking up all these alternate realities.
Wait, alternate realities? What do you mean, Max? What did you do?
I fucked up, Chloe. I wanted
Left,
to make
up,
things
left,
right.
up.
Everything turned out
We have a
right.
left, we have an up, and then we're done.
I
Yep,
was
just
able to go
the
back
tightrope.
in time to the last day.
One input left, so we're good.
I stopped him from leaving,
And that's
but
the second to last conversation we have to deal with,
Saw my dad again?
which is good.
completely paralyzed. And you were in
Wait, what's the last
pain.
one?
You were slowly
When you're
dying.
talking to Max in the diner.
Oh,
You
right,
asked
yeah,
me to
yeah.
End your life. I did. For you.
It's arguably like the only real area where you get judged for basically every major decision you've done.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I couldn't bear the
Not to
thought
mention
of
just
any
like
more pain.
rewinding for clumsiness or to get people to like her more.
must have been
Alternate Max really calls her out,
awful for you. I'm
and she's not wrong.
so sorry I had to ask you that.
It was worse for you. But I had no idea what would happen, and as usual, I messed everything up, and I never want to hurt you. Ever. You have to believe me.
Of course I do. Do you think I would even know how to handle that situation? Nobody would. The important thing is that we're together again.
Legit question though, why don't we just allow turbo
Why you
controllers?
should come with me so we can stay together.
Because that would just be holding down the
alive.
button.
I hear you, Max.
That would make the run
You
even
think we should let
more
Jefferson get
mundane.
away with torture and murder?
Of course not. If we tell David,
Touche.
he'll believe us, and he can actually stop him. Right?
Is that why you stuck up for him? Because you think he can help us? Really?
Chloe, David saved
How
me.
did you know
If he didn't track
the person
down
was
my
using an
loved
auto
I'd be
turbo
dead
controller?
right now.
How could you tell from the run?
I had no clue.
He had a hand cam. He was just holding it. Actually, no, he didn't have a hand cam at the time. He's moved to a hand cam.
Ah.
What made it obvious was that he was spamming the fast forward, and what happened was that it showed
After all,
the
still your faithful companion.
fast forward icon and the do not fast forward or cannot fast forward on like the same time, and they both disappeared at the same time, so that meant it hit on the same frame,
Interesting.
Then we explain everything.
or
to
like
him.
relatively the
We
same
finally
frame
let
or
him do
whatever.
his job. You'll have to tell me exactly what I did and said just now. Just explain that I traveled through time using the photo.
Will you believe me?
I'll always believe you, Chloe.
Alright, we did it. Which means that we're gonna go back in time and none of this ever happened. We never went after Nathan. We never went after Rachel's grave. They apparently showed all their evidence to David, who was able to take care of things without our intervention. David got arrested. Presumably they, found Rachel. And now we're on our way away from the tornado. We did it! Game over.
We saved the world.
We didn't save anything. There's still a tornado. We saved Chloe again. That's all we did. All we did was save Chloe again.
Oh, you're alive. You're alive. Oh, both of us. I did so much.
This is another one of the chapters that's entirely just a cutscene, so good time for donations.
You're with me.
Also a good time for a bathroom break.
Looks like even fate
That's true.
doesn't want us apart.
If you need to get one in like the last
Traveled through multiple realities.
25-ish minutes.
Save my ungrateful ass over and over, and I hope it was worth it. But I don't blame you for wanting me out of your life after all my drama.
Come on.
But we do have the very last chapter of the game coming up.
It's
It's a little bit of a long chapter, but we are close
Look
to the
at what
end.
my powers have caused. And
It's also the most interesting looking chapter and most interesting mechanic-wise as well.
You're Max fucking Caulfield, Time Warrior. Even if you weren't, you're kind and caring. Nobody could have a better best friend. Nobody. You didn't ask for any of this to happen, but it did. You need to accept how awesome you are.
Maybe I willed it
Oh, and this is also the
something.
point where
I always wanted my life to be special.
Chloe said, "Oh, there you are. Like you're back." Like this time she knew what happened. That Max was just gonna like suddenly come to with no memory of anything that happened.
So, without you,
That's why in the conversation we had previously where we were talking about not messing something up, Max told her, I'm not going to remember any of this, so fill me in on it, please. When I get back, just trust me, okay?
I have to think that Rachel was somewhere behind the scenes, fighting for justice.
I'd like to think that too. We all owe Rachel Amber. Now tell me everything that happened. You remember, right?
Well, we
Here's
left
the
party and
recap
made sure
that we just
Jefferson
had to
couldn't find
recap
us.
to Chloe about so she could recap us.
Mm-hmm.
Then the storm got hella crazy, and you said we would be safe at the lighthouse.
Shoutouts to Hella.
Chloe, look. The storm is getting bigger now. It's coming closer. Ugh, I can't even believe this is real. This is happening because of me.
Stop it. Stop beating yourself up, okay? We've both paid our dues already on it. God, look at that. Look at that monster.
If you take the camera and you actually move it towards that tornado, the entire thing is fully rendered. It's actually pretty amazing.
It's a really big scene. It's just a bunch of swirling little things going around. It's gigantic.
It's gigantic. It's really huge. It's really neat to take the camera right up to the tornado and look around it. And this is what we call the nightmare sequence.
I'm back in class. What the hell?
These pieces of time can frame us.
It looks like we're back in episode 1, but not at all, as we're about to see.
What do you mean? We're like 3 minutes into the run. Now, you gotta get ready.
Can you give me an example?
So this is the beginning of the run. Welcome to Life is Strange.
Am I stuck in a time loop?
Bueller?
Just whatever you don't daydream out the window.
Except that I don't think this happened in episode 1. I don't think a bunch of birds hit the windows and died in episode 1.
She saw humanity as torture.
I wonder if you can move the camera out of bounds and count if the models are like still on the ground. If you count how many actually hit the window.
There are so many. They actually, if you take the camera out, the entire outside is just littered. Farther than you can actually see from the classroom. I've actually taken the camera out before. So I did a lot of work to try to figure out if there was any skips we can do in Nightmare, because everything takes place, we can just look out real quick and see just how many there are. But actually...
The desk. The desk.
The desk, the photo. Thanks for the reminder. We have to look at it a few times before it lets us take a picture. 2 times apparently, not 3.
3 times. I don't care if this is a dream or a nightmare.
But yeah, I was trying to figure out if there's a way to, like, if we can get out of bounds, can we get to other nightmare areas? Because I know they're all in the same... I know this is all in the same map, right? And it turns out that only the one next and the one previous is loaded at any given time. So as you're going through them, different ones are unloading off the map and new ones are loading onto the map, and I kind of...
You'd like to spend the rest of your life in
just figured out there's not really any...
inspires me.
anything too useful about finding an out of bounds in this entire chapter, unfortunately.
Who needs selfies when I can give you portraiture?
There's no way I'm saying my selfies are shit. I need to be framed by a real artist. I'm just a poser.
Yes, you will be posing. For me. There's so many angles I want to expose you with to the world. I hope you don't mind needles or duct tape.
I guess that kind of explains why he had duct tape in his classroom. He was just slipping up.
Yeah, could have been. Could have been. Alright. Hey, Kate's back.
Hey, Kate. It's been a while since we've seen you.
Hey, Kate. Matt. How could you let me jump off a
I love that line delivery with that slight smile. Hey,
Yeah.
Kate.
You
Hey,
never
Kate.
really listened to me. Now I'm never going to heaven.
Watching this
Instead,
scene from
you
a
stuck
third,
me in hell.
from like a separate camera, is super weird, by the way, watching Kate teleport all over the place.
I was only trying to save you.
Alright, so now we're in a little bit of maze. Most doors, when we go inside of them, will take us back exactly where we were, including the bathroom door. So we're gonna go to Dana's room, 218, just around the corner. And this is gonna turn us into Rachel. What's really interesting is if we look at the map right here to find out where Rachel's room is, we can actually see that Kelly has a room as the girl just before Rachel was also a student at Blackwell at the same time that Rachel was. And now we're Victoria. So we're gonna head to Victoria's room. Like I said, every other door takes us to the wrong place. And now, lastly, we are maxed. And we have a photo to pick up real quick. Now that we're maxed. And this is the last time I get to say this, but shout outs to squirrels.
Massive shout outs to squirrels.
Massive shout outs to massive squirrels.
Man, the size of those squirrels are nuts.
That was wonderful. That was beautiful. Very well done.
Thanks, I've been up for the last 24 hours thinking of it.
If this ever gets approved for a marathon and Hanako is on the couch or running it, he's made a solemn vow to learn how to speak backwards in honor of this scene.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty fun, and hopefully people can decipher what I'd say. If I would have to plan out what I want to say.
I mean, you could probably just fake it. I'm not sure anybody would know. Although we definitely would run it in reverse to see if it makes any sense.
Oh, I'd make sure it makes sense.
The journal in this section, by the way, is completely just... It has all these weird drawings and weird stuff all over it. It's just as dark as the rest of it. But everybody's backwards here. Everybody's talking backwards. All the names are backwards. Everybody's walking backwards.
And we take photos backwards, too.
And we take photos backwards. So we have a photo here. There's Rachel telling us where to go. But instead of taking a photo of this, we're going to open our journal. Instead of taking the photo and then opening the journal, we're going to open the journal and then take a photo because everything in here is backwards.
Untake a photo. We just undeveloped it.
Did that register? I didn't get a save icon.
Yeah, it did. It did.
Huh. Usually you see the saving icon afterwards. And this is the maze. We have 2 photos here in the maze. Hanako's going to help me find one of them because I'm not very practiced at it and I forget where it is. So please help me get to Warren's when we get there, if you don't mind.
Jefferson is coming after me again.
So I get a little bit more practice at the photos in this section. There's a way to skip past him just as he turns. We're gonna play it a little safe here, because if he catches you and you can't rewind past it, it just takes you back to the beginning, and we don't want that time lost right now. So we're gonna do a little bit of safety strat. Similar thing here. It's a really tight squeeze, but you can get in as he's turning the flashlight. We're also not gonna go for that. We wanna play it safe here as well. It's only a few seconds time save to make those skips.
Good evening,
Really?
Good evening, Blackwell. This is Principal Well, and I'm here to drop the mic on Max. Hello. Good evening, Blackwell. This is
All right. Hanako, where do we go from here for the next photo? I know we want to go past him, and then we want to turn here.
You want to? Yep. Turn to the right.
Turn right.
Max, come out to play.
Just gotta wait for him to turn his flashlight. Thank you.
Yep. Wait for Samuel there.
Let's wait for Samuel. We turn around here, right?
Yep.
We go right again.
Keep going.
And we have Warren's locker, which we can open and find this.
Shit, Warren. That is too weird. Fucking scary. Just in case.
You like my wheels, Max? I've had Warren say the stupidest stuff whenever I take the photo.
Some of the dialogue that they have here is weird, some of it's creepy, some of it's dumb, some of it's surprisingly grotesque.
Alright, so now, remember our friends, the bottles from episode 2?
The bottles from episode 2. So we need to do a little bit more work routing this.
There's one right there. So
but we're gonna
go
just like the bottles from episode 2, we're gonna do the nightmare version of the bottles. Which is there's one on the other side of the school bus, unfortunately. They're not being very nice with us.
Max.
Okay, yeah, this is what we try to avoid.
Hey, Max.
Is getting caught this many times. So that wasn't ideal. But wow, I didn't make any progress rewinding. Are they both gonna catch me? Or can we squeeze past them? We can. Okay. So there's another bottle.
Well, these ones are too hard to find.
And I go around the other side of the bus.
There's not one right there, right?
No, you're good on this side.
Just want to make him move so we can get to the other side of the bus. We got a flashlight here. Where's the next one?
Over by those spools.
Doesn't mean I deserve to.
It's gonna be on the back of the trunk of that car.
Okay, we got 2 more to find.
And then the other one is directly ahead. On this car.
There it is. And we have one more.
And then the last one's in the little hideout right there.
That's right, the little hideout. So that's all 5. In a quest so annoying that even Max calls out how annoying it is to collect all these bottles. They all magically appear here. We only collected 5, but for some reason there's 6. Is this the last photo?
Yep, that is the last photo.
That is the last photo in the game. So from now it's just finishing out the game. There's not a whole lot. There's not a whole lot of actual things left to do in terms of inputs.
At this point, it's just a walking sim, 3 conversation things. Final choice.
One more skip actually.
Oh yeah, I've never been able to get the digicode skip yet.
Really?
I've tried.
Huh. Well, we're gonna go for it.
I think you can go for like 3 times before it was like, okay, you might as well just put the code in.
And we know the code. If we need to, we can just enter in the code. And the fun thing about that keypad code is just like she kind of calls out how annoying the bottles were to collect during that sequence. If you enter the code in, it's either 40 or 50 times incorrectly, she'll actually let's see.
I think the exact quote she says is, "I'm going to make the developers pay for using digicodes," then she just unlocks it herself.
She says, "I'm going to make the designers pay for all of these code puzzles." So I just opened my notes since I have some time here with no input. Yeah, she actually breaks the 4th wall and calls out the developers for all the code puzzles that she has to do. And there it is. That's $1 for the square jar. To hear it again. While we look at Giant Max.
Oh yeah, her shirt is actually for something I probably shouldn't say right now.
Yeah, we're I mean, the game says it all the time. We're not going to say it. But no F's given on her shirt if you descramble the letters.
Which also, if this was supposed to be taking place in the same day as Farewell was in Before the Storm, she doesn't wear the same shirt, so What's up with that, Deck 9, or Don't Nod, and or both?
I think they'd be Deck 9, because they're the ones that made Before the Storm, so they're the ones who should have paid attention to the clothing from the first game.
Yeah.
I blame them.
Max is a fucking child.
Or, I don't know, I guess she spelled something on it and had to change, maybe.
Shuts up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they are making breakfast there. She might have spelled something.
We'll just retcon that and pretend like it never happened. It's fine, it's fine.
Blackwell is over Max. Let's prove it.
Booyah, Warren. I thought you were all over Max's shit.
She's sure the hell not into me at all. Who cares?
I guess we're not her type. Like Max has a fucking type.
She does. She's into Mr. Jefferson. Now come here.
And again, in terms of the no-offs given, perfectly happy to mod this game if we need to for a marathon to remove all the swearing.
With Max, huh?
We'll replace him with duck quacks.
She's like my personal puppet.
I hear that.
I really do wonder how hard it would be to do that from an audio perspective. It'd probably take forever going through and bleeping out all the audio and then repacking all the assets, but I'm sure it can be done. Or maybe I can just get like a button on my keyboard, just memorize where all the swear words are, and just press the button at the right times. Just do it manually in real time.
You're a real woman.
I mean, I have like all the extracted sound files because some lovely person on Reddit did it, but
really,
as for getting them back in, I have no idea.
I think that's the kind of thing I could figure out. I think the hard part would just be going through all of the audio and actually doing it. I think that would just take a while.
Rachel's dead and you're still alive.
Because that's a lot of audio files.
So not fair.
Because I'm trying to go through it right now, and I'm trying to like sort it out by who says what. But then again, it just loses like its natural spot in the game or whatever. So it's probably not the best way to do it.
Yeah, but you know, I'd love to see this game showcased in a marathon. If that's what I have to do, then that's what I have to do. We're gonna try to clip through the story using a look skip.
This is the last digicode.
And we got it. First try.
Hey.
That's okay if I'm gone.
And we can talk to the only mobile character here, who is
Who are you?
the other
Holy
Max.
shit, are you serial? I'm you.
Hey, we're still serial.
We're still serial.
5 hours later, we're still serial.
5 hours
It might be
later.
We're pretty stale, but
Pretty stale cereal.
or soggy, one of the two.
I don't see any milk around.
It wasn't my choice. I didn't ask to rewind time. No, but
And we actually only have 3 button presses left in the entire game,
as if you cared about them.
in terms of dialogue.
That's true. I wasted my power on trying to be friends with everybody. About time you admitted that. But it's way too late after everything you've done. But I still have great friends.
I mean, not that I'm not mashing the button. That's a lot of button presses, actually. But there's only 2 that I have to do, and the rest is just me mashing the button to make sure I do them quickly.
You've left a trail of death and suffering behind you. That was not my fault, you son of a bitch. Don't you dare talk about our mom that way. Huh. What about the crap that was your fault? Wait, let me guess. You fucked up time and space for your precious punk Chloe? You think she's worth all that? This has to be my destiny to save her. I wouldn't be trapped in here if I didn't believe that. No kidding.
And Hanako, just so you know, after the run is over, I'm gonna do a quick ending for the YouTube video, and but I'm not gonna turn off the stream right away.
Like, she even asked you to end her life and do what she couldn't do by herself.
Just want to let you know so you don't get confused by like a goodbye message. That happened with a run I did earlier today with a race I was doing with somebody else. He got a little confused when I was like ending out a YouTube portion. He thought I was ending the stream.
Just shut up. You're not scaring me anymore. I'd be more worried about Chloe killing us than Jefferson. Max, do you really think she's our friend? That she respects us in any way? Man, you are so stupid. I'm embarrassed to have the same.
God, alternate Max is mean.
Someday Chloe will destroy. Oh hell, speak of the devil.
I think this whole sequence is probably the best part of Nightmare.
She knows what
Yeah, this whole next thing is
and you
great.
don't. There's no way you can break up our team. This is reality.
That's a super creepy shot, by the way.
After 5 years, you're still
I
not
don't think she
stopped yet.
ever made that face while in the truck, though.
I am seriously glad to see you.
No, that's just like mean Max having a mean face. It's...
I know it was your birthday. This song fucking rules.
And so this is just us running through a little recap of everything that's happened in the game so far.
Let's talk about
last 5.5 hours of our lives.
Yep, this is the recap of the last 5 hours and 40 minutes. Just seeing bring up all the feels and make us remember everything we've been through. Of course, casual player is going to have spent a lot more than 5 hours and 40 minutes on this.
I think my first playthrough was like 16, 18 hours.
With these types of games, my first playthrough tends to take forever because I look at absolutely everything there is to look at. I love these types of games because I love the exploration. I love hearing every single comment that the protagonist has to make about things.
Chloe, you're back.
Kate wasn't the first.
Rachel.
So I wouldn't be surprised if my first playthrough was a lot longer than that. And here we are. Almost to the end.
Like
one decision left.
We have like 2 minutes before the final input.
Yeah, so timing ends when we choose whether to sacrifice Chloe or to sacrifice Arcadia Bay. And I think canonically we sacrifice Arcadia Bay, although I don't think that's the option that the majority of players choose. I think that's canonically what happens if you look at the future games. Like, I think there's a scene in Life is Strange 2 where you find out that Chloe's in New York. The character takes a phone call, I think.
In Life is Strange 2, it actually asks you whether or not you sacrificed Arcadia Bay or not.
Really?
At the very beginning of the game, it asks you if you've played it before. If you have, it asks you what you chose, which I guess they didn't want to read a save file just in case it didn't exist because you were running low on space or something.
Right. Or maybe you never played the first one.
And then if you say no to that, I think it just randomly picks an option. But also in the DLC for True Colors, it also asks you if you played Life is Strange 1 as well.
Interesting. Isn't there a character from Life is Strange 1 in True Colors, which would indicate that Arcadia Bay wasn't destroyed, or...?
Was before the storm, and they moved out of Arcadia Bay in between Life is Strange 1 happened.
So maybe there is no canonical what happened.
There is a comic series, which I haven't read yet. I do own it, I just haven't had the time to read it yet. But I think the canonical ending is that Arcadia Bay is sacrificed.
This is the only
That's what I thought too, but now that I think of it, maybe I don't know what the evidence is behind that. Maybe it's in the comic. But in any case, it's if it's not official, then it's still my headcanon, because after all the times we had watched Chloe die, after all the times we saved her, there is no way I'm killing her in the end. We have been through too much to save this girl. She is living. I don't care if I have to sacrifice an entire town to make this happen. That's just what's going to happen.
It's for me to fuck that. No. No way.
But that's just my personal opinion.
You are all that matters to me. I know. You prove that over and over again. Even though I don't deserve it. I'm so selfish. Not like my mom. Look what she had to give up and live through. And she did. She deserves so much more than to be killed by a storm in a fucking diner. Even my stepfather deserves her alive.
Hey, she didn't insult David in the last second she could possibly be alive.
Well, you know, after everything David did, she finally figured out that maybe he wasn't the bad guy, after being the guy who saves the day and gets David arrested. In multiple timelines, not that she knows that.
Almost died, or actually died around you. Look at what's happened in Arcadia Bay ever since you first saved me. I know I've been selfish, but for once, I think I should accept my fate. Our fate, Chloe. Max, you finally came back to me.
So the big decision is coming up, and timing stops when we make the decision.
This is obviously like best final bid war of the game.
Also, incidentally, it means that no decision we made up until this point really matters.
Especially depending on which one we pick.
Oh yeah, but no matter which one you pick, still none of our decisions matter. It's just a little more brutally in one than the other.
I can't make this choice. No, Max. You're the only one who can.
That's not making a choice. Choosing to sacrifice the town is not making a choice, and that's time.
Max, it's time.
That is Life is Strange 100%. Thanks, E-Ray. I'm glad you were able to watch. I know it's not a fun time over there. So I appreciate you staying up to watch. Hopefully we can get this into a marathon. So if you are on a marathon committee watching this video, thank you so much for watching and thanks for your consideration. If you're watching this on YouTube, because this is probably the best way to watch a 100% run, given all the fantastic commentary, then thank you so much for watching. You can follow me or Hanako. Do you have a YouTube, Hanako?
Yep.
Yes.
All my social media links should just be whatever the site is / Crispy Hanako at the end.
Yeah, so you can follow me on YouTube, or you can follow me on Twitch, and you can follow Crispy Hanako on YouTube or Twitch. Links will be down below in the description. And thank you so much for watching. Now, since this is a full 100% run, should probably let the ending play out. But thanks again for watching. Follow us on Twitch for more Life is Strange content and other speedruns. You get to watch the ending, but we're still going to talk through it. How long is the ending, by the way? It's not that long, is it?
No, it's like a minute.
Yeah, it's like a minute, so we'll let the ending play out. And this is what happens. If what's really cool is the lighthouse that they were at to be safe. That's where they went to be safe, right? There's a shot of the lighthouse in the scene after the town is destroyed. Let's see if we can catch it. Give it just a second. We should be able to catch the lighthouse real quick. We killed everybody. Are we the bad guys?
I believe if we would have saved Kate, the hospital is so far out from downtown Arcadia, I think she would be like the only living survivor.
You know, they were originally planning for the Sacrifice Chloe ending for her not to die, but for her to go into a coma. There's going to be a completely different ending for that choice. But it's not exactly as impactful, so they went with the Sacrifice Chloe instead. But if we can catch the shot of the lighthouse, or maybe we missed it already, because it's pretty brief. But if you catch it, the top half of the lighthouse was actually destroyed in the tornado. So I wonder how safe they really were up there.
Well, it's just like the nightmare where the boat came and packed it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we missed the lighthouse, but if you happen to catch it, not the whole lighthouse is still there. But yeah, that's it. That's Life is Strange 100%. Follow us in the descriptions below. Thank you so much for watching.